does not care about the angles of your screener.
No.
Edward Fire hands.
Good heavens. It's quite good.
Yeah,
That's quite good. I'll give you that one.
Thanks.
I'm sad to stop the next one because we just had that horrible interaction between Martin and John, and I'm sad. Not ready to move on from that, but we have to.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alice Dyer in the Mac.
Rusty Quill presents.
So before we begin, what are you making? Pliers.
I'm making my phone buzz, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know how you've done that.
I'm making an owl.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And I am making a gonk with pumpkin.
Gonk.
Isn't she beautiful? I'm very excited to paint my gonk with pumpkin.
But first, we've got to figure out how to hang this.
Yes, the first task is to figure out how we're going to hang up our previously beautiful, I mean, it's still beautiful, but our previously made fabulous thing. I haven't quite figured out how we're going to do it. I do think there will be a carabiner involved, which I have. Having fun there.
What height were you imagining on the key?
Probably a little like that. Yeah, like that. I think that's a good.
So you could like a good length jump, bring that to one side.
Well, yeah, we'll figure that bit out.
Or just use that as part of the hanging. Like just fold that, jump, bring it twice.
Yeah, that would work. And then with this.
Yeah.
Shut up. God, you're so annoying. Okay.
But yeah, so all we need to
probably take this bit off the end and put this as a decoration elsewhere on it.
So I'm just discussing how much petrol I'm paying for. So I need to make sure I've got much to do this. Tomorrow to ask. And if we get really bored, and then we can go on a petrol trip.
Okay.
But I don't think that's going to be. I think that can be a tomorrow.
Who doesn't want to go and collect petrol?
Well, we've got to go all the way to the Sainsbury's on the other side of town. Because apparently it's the cheapest one. Like, oh, it's been removed.
Well, yeah, because I was thinking I can use it as a decoration.
Ah, okay.
Rather than just it sat on the top being useless instead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, we've all got to be useless instead occasionally.
Yeah, that's true. But I want bigger and better things for my.
Okay.
I'm still trying to figure out if there's a way to like stretch it out better. It's fine. I like it. It's good as it is.
So the process has got to be jump ring to the height you want, put the carabiner on, and then jump ring the other side of it down. Right?
Yeah. Well, we can jump ring this side first because that's easy.
Yeah.
Because that's just the end.
Just got to check they're directly opposite so that it doesn't.
Yeah, I'll probably do that one and that one. See what I'm saying?
Or those two so that it can't shift around sideways.
Yeah, good shout. That's a good shout. I see what I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah.
Let's go with.
But to be fair, any of them opposite could be done so that it can't be front sideways.
I think that one's pretty good though. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it's definitively like opposite. God, who knew a shower drain would have so much purpose?
So much potential.
I know. All right.
The Magnus Archives.
So exciting.
Yeah, to be deafened.
Episode 125.
Shame people.
Civilian
Is it?
casualties.
Just very slightly.
can see the ripples.
Yeah.
Statement of Sergeant Terence Simpson regarding an outbreak of violence in the crofting community of Lancraig, Rossshire. Original statement given 19th July, 1993. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins.
Is that a good height?
Oh.
The thing is, I wasn't even responding to a call-out. Well, I was, but it was a break-in about 10 miles further on. I just wasn't in a hurry. I mean, Lancraig is the sort of place you don't even notice you've been through if you're not looking. A half-mile of road with a handful of white or stone cottages dotting the fields. Nothing you'd recognise as a shop, and it's 2 miles the other way to the post office. Lancraig is what they write on the map, but to most people it's just more empty highland. It's like that with a lot of old crofting communities. They've all got their little parcel of land for farming and a big old stretch to keep the sheep together, but it's a poor life, really, and hard work. Lends itself to isolation well.
Oh,
Too
does
well,
it?
sometimes. I knew Callum Mackenzie, or at the very least he knew me. Again, not well, but North Highlands police tend to serve a lot of very small communities, and I stood out like a sore thumb. He called me the bastard English, but he always did it with a smile on his face. His little house served as pub for those minded to use it. He didn't have a license, but if the landlord didn't mind, who was going to raise a stink about it? I could have, I guess, but it would have been a damn stupid thing to do, turning them all against me. He even showed me the still he kept that back once, and I'm very thankful I was on duty at the time, or I might have had to drink some out of politeness. So I'm driving, heading towards this break-in over in Dalnessie, when Constable
Hell
Carla
yeah.
Ross, my partner,
Perfect.
starts telling me to slow down. Now, Ross had known Callum a lot longer than I had, being about 10 years my senior on the force. I had a good 20 years experience policing these communities.
Chain and just do it over
I
there so
dropped
that way it
speed
doesn't
and she
just-
stared out at one of the crofts next to us, making this little noise of
You need to find a
uncertainty.
way to centralise it.
I was just about to speed up again when she gasped
Mm.
and
There
yelled
was another
to
chain
stop the
in there,
car.
but it was a very, very tiny one.
There
I
wasn't
don't
really
know if
anywhere
the
to
jump
park, but the
rings
road
would
was
have-
wide enough to pass on and barely saw 2 cars in an hour, so I just stopped where we were and we got out.
Maybe.
Staring out over the low stone wall, I could see a figure stood in the middle of the field.
Maybe if
It took
we,
me a moment to recognise
course
Callum
you.
Mackenzie.
if we change like it here, then it couldn't like flip switch. Like we chain 2 of these links together,
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense to me.
and then what we could also do is by doing that, we could link this to the center of it, and that way it would be center instead of on the side. Although the side is fine, but an additional thing one could do.
Okay. That's good.
Holding out his pitchfork as he looked over his croft. But no, the angle was wrong. He wasn't holding his pitchfork, he was just gripping the handle. And I realised with a jolt, the sharp tines were buried in his stomach.
Oh shit!
From this angle, I could just about make out the ends of them protruding from his back.
Oh great!
Suddenly everything seemed very still. Ross acted before I did. She vaulted over the wall and started running towards Callum, calling his name, and I followed a second after her. And then he turned, and we both stopped short. I can't exactly say what it was in his turn that so unsettled me. Maybe it was too violent, too smooth. It seemed like the pitchfork should have flown out of him, but it stayed wedged in place. Maybe it was something in his eyes, or that smile of his. Or maybe just the sheer amount of blood on him that didn't seem right for the neat punctures that we'd seen. Then he turned and began to run towards us at a dead sprint, pushing the handle that protruded from his torso towards us like a battering ram. I called at him to stay still, to wait there while we got help, but he just kept coming. Then Ross told him to stop, and I could hear in her voice that she was afraid of him. I was too. As he got closer, I saw him let go of the bloody pitchfork and drop his hands to his side like claws. Broken glass was pressed into his fingers, glinting red in the morning sun, and I knew with absolute certainty that he intended to kill us. The moment before he reached us, I grabbed the handle that still stuck from his belly. It was pure instinct, and my hands exploded in sharp pains as splinters from the rough wooden handle dug into my fingers and palm, but Callum Mackenzie stopped dead with a horrible lurch as the metal prongs buried themselves still deeper. Ross stood there, baton in hand, clearly desperate not to use it as Callum swung his glass-covered arms at me, trying to slash at my face and coming within an inch or two of doing so, only kept at bay by the distance of the pitchfork's handle.
Beautiful.
I finally got a look at his eyes, expecting to see mania or a glassy stare. When they met mine, they were clear and focused. His smile got
Man was on a
wider.
mission.
Bastard English. He snarled and paused a moment, assessing the situation. With a grunt of effort, he pushed himself further onto the tines of the fork, moving slowly, agonizingly up them, desperately trying to make it those last few inches to reach my throat. Then there was the sound of something tearing, and I think he must have ruptured something because his legs went out from under him and where blood had been oozing before it now began to gush. He choked as it started to fill his throat, and I really tried to reach out and help him, but he still slashed at me with those mutilated hands, and I couldn't get close enough. Then it was quiet. Ross still stood there, baton raised in exactly the same position, seemingly frozen in confusion and disgust. She looked at me as if I might have any explanation, but what the hell was I supposed to say? We just kept looking at this broken man, her friend, who had literally killed himself attacking us. I went back to the car to radio for help, but it didn't seem to be working right. All I could hear from it was the faint noise of static and what sounded like bagpipes. I walked back over to Ross, who was now crouched
plastic,
over
darling.
the body
Is that what
of
you're
Callum
supposed to
Mackenzie.
do?
No,
She looked up at me and shook her head
there's
slowly.
plastic in the way.
Standing back
that
up,
you have just
I
tried
could
to
see
sell.
her hand was slick and
There you
red,
go. Right, try it now.
and she pointed silently over
And
my
stab it
shoulder.
same way.
My breathing was erratic,
Okay.
and I could feel the telltale signs of
Good job.
shock starting to creep into my body, but I forced myself to turn around. All I could see was the white, one-story cottage behind me. But then my eyes fixed on the broken window and the streaks of blood around the door. I knew what she was thinking, and I just nodded, took out my own baton, and quietly approached the small house. It was silent. No sound at all save the bleating of a sheep in a nearby field. I've never quite got the hang of sheep. I know that sounds daft, but it's their throats, you see. They're so like humans that when they bah, it doesn't sound like a sheep. Does that make sense? It sounds like a person pretending to be a sheep. Sheep don't kill each other, though. Not like this. Anyway, the sound didn't exactly do anything to put me at my ease. When we entered the house, I instinctively reached out for a light switch but couldn't find one. A lot of these old crofter places don't have any electricity, or at least not mains power.
Right.
It didn't matter, though. There were plenty of windows to light up the scene in front of us. The fireplace had long since burned out, but the rocking chair next to it was still occupied.
Okay.
An elderly woman sat there, a blanket over her legs and a cross-stitch frame in her lap.
Oh.
If it wasn't for
Oh,
the cook's
no.
knife that pinned her to the chair through the throat, I'd have almost called her serene. Her feet didn't quite touch the floor, so the draft from the open door rocked her back and forth, back and forth.
Again.
On the floor in front of her, two corpses, middle-aged with rough, weathered faces were entwined together in an embrace that almost looked affectionate, until you saw the blood staining their teeth and hands, or the ear still clenched in the younger man's smile, fresh torn from the other's head.
Jesus.
They had each had their own throats cut, crudely, and plastered across their faces was a smile that seemed to occupy a frozen space halfway between ecstasy and an all-consuming anger. Neither of them had any fingers left at all.
What the fuck were their fingers?
Their murderer was in the kitchen, head forced into an oven, now cold and burned beyond recognition. The bloody vegetable knife was limp in her hand, and the glass embedded in the back of her neck placed her death firmly at the feet of Callum Mackenzie. At this, Ross let out a small cry and left the room to be sick. I was feeling completely numb by now, and felt nothing but a dull fascination when I saw the circle pattern of cuts on the dead woman's right arm. The angles made it almost certainly self-inflicted, and it gave the impression the skin was a simple tug from coming away like a peeled potato.
Ew, what the fuck?
The back door was kicked
That's
in.
a horrific
I could see a small lump of pink flesh just beyond it. And then another. The ground was disturbed as though by a struggle, and I suddenly realized what had happened. Ross had returned by now, shaking and pale, but just as quiet as I was. And together we followed a trail of bitten-off fingers like breadcrumbs taking us home.
Ew.
Home, in this case, was the lawn, just outside the cottage of Angus Stewart, an acre or so of land he kept clear for meetings, parties, or whatever other events the tiny community might find they needed space for. Yesterday it had been the parking of a small, sky-blue transit van. I recognized it, of course. It belonged to a young lady from Inverness, I never got her name, who ran a small, mobile lending library that travelled around the villages and crofts of the Highlands. Now she lay at the centre of absolute carnage.
Damn.
Eventually it would be conclusively established that all 16 other residents of Lancraig were there. Though to simply look at the scene it was impossible to tell mud from blood, from flesh, from bone. And I thank God every day that not one resident of that poor, doomed place had children. The head of Angus Stewart leered up at me from the ground, lips parted in that same expression of fury and joy, cheeks latticed with steel sheep wire. A sudden thought struck me that, since our struggle on arriving with Callum Mackenzie, neither myself nor Constable Ross had made any noise at all. If there were survivors, they had no way to know it was safe. Abruptly, I shouted, calling for anyone who might still be alive, telling them they could come out. I tried to ignore the edge of panic in my voice, but my only answer was the mocking bleating of sheep. Those impossibly
Yeah, he
distant
fucking
cries.
hates them.
Ross glared at me, clearly startled by my shouting, and stepped gingerly through the dirt and viscera towards the centre. Neither of us could pretend we cared about preserving evidence at that point. These people, good people, had slaughtered each other for no reason at all. And there was nothing we could do to change that fact. I don't know exactly how the woman who ran the library van died. At a certain point, the injuries all seemed to bleed together, if you'll excuse the expression. All I could see for certain was that she held a book in her hands. It was a paperback, old and unloved, with obvious signs of wear long before it found itself in this chaos. The cover and title were unrecognizable, now far too soaked in blood. But it was clear that at some point the woman holding it had torn it, clean in two down the spine, and now held half in each of what was left of her hands. Ross told me later that she'd gotten a good look at the pages, and that every single one of them was blank.
That is so
That was
weird.
when our backup arrived. It looked like whatever strangeness had affected the radio had been only on our side, and my frantic messages had reached the station loud and clear. It was a whole mess for a long time, You might have read about it in a few of the papers. I think the official report covered it as a drunken brawl that got out of hand. It wasn't, obviously, and no one who was actually there signed the report, but almost everyone who actually dealt with the scene got signed off for several weeks with stress, so didn't get to have much say in the matter. There didn't really need to be any proper cover-up. It was an isolated place, and the folk who had still been living there were on the older side with little real connection to the outside world. I guess the media doesn't really care about crofters,
He's got little feet.
especially once the police had swept up the more gory details. I moved back to Macclesfield shortly afterwards. It pretty much ended my marriage, since my wife is why I moved up to Inverness in the first place. But I just couldn't go on up there.
That's so fun.
I can't stand the sound of bagpipes. And sometimes, at night, I still hear sheep in the distance.
Fucking sheep. The real villain.
An Englishman returning from Scotland with a fear of bagpipes and sheep. I'm sure we can all relate. In many ways, the slaughter fascinates me. There seems to be, in all cases, a question at its heart about control. Is it a mindless dance, dragging participants along by the beat of a drum, or is there a kernel of will in there, lucidity and deliberateness to the random fury and violence? I suppose that's the question with so much of violence, war. How much are you really in command of yourself or of others? I'm not sure what scares me more. The idea that deep down, everyone is in complete control of their actions, that everything is, on some level, intentional. Or that ultimately we don't have any control of ourselves at all, and the rest is just rationalization. Another lightener, obviously, not one I can readily identify, though it sounds like it would now be inert anyway. Given the blank pages, I do wonder whether its destruction was a last-ditch effort to stop its effects, or the exact thing that released its power in such an extreme way. Regardless, I've hit another research dead end with this. It's frustrating, to be honest. I finally feel myself. I feel
No, he's not.
focused and ready, and I find myself basically alone. I'm now sure Martin is actually avoiding me. Basira was right about the Institute being watched, though. In the last week, I've seen 2 different people wearing symbols for the People's Church of the Divine Host. It's rare I go anywhere without cobwebs anymore. I find myself keeping my guard up around mannequins as well. Though I'll admit, that one is more likely to be my own projection. But honestly, it's the internal threats I'm worried about. Peter Lucas is just sitting up there, doing whatever the hell it is he and Elias have planned. And Melanie still has that bullet-pumping violence into her, waiting to turn this place into another Lan Craig. I just wish there would... Wait, I didn't... Did I read that somewhere? Right, yes. The bullet didn't show up on electronic or mechanical scans, but it's still lodged in her leg, just above the tibia. And it's been getting slowly infected ever since. I have to find Basira.
Man's not having a good time.
No.
You sure about this?
No. But if you're right, I don't see what choice we've got.
No, I mean...
Oh, yeah, the stuff she takes is pretty strong these days. She should be out for a while. Well, sleep is hard.
You've been staying here too?
Got a camp bed at the other end, near the tunnels. I like to keep an eye on them. Besides, wanted to give us some space, you know? But, yeah, living outside the Institute is just not safe anymore.
What about Martin?
I think he's still got a place. He's not down here anyway.
Right. So how does...
Do you want to get on with this or what?
Yes, right, sorry. You managed to get some anesthetic.
Yeah. The guy said it was a nerve block. Should numb pretty much the whole leg.
Right. Was it hard to
Are
come
they
by?
going to try and
No,
unanger
I just
her?
popped down Superdrug. Yes, it was hard to come by.
You couldn't get any general anesthetic, knock her out fully.
Oh, sure. Did your spooky brain tell you the right dosage to not kill her?
No, it didn't.
Then it's got to be the local. Here, get on with it.
What, me?
Yeah, if she comes around, she's going to kill someone. And, not here.
Yeah.
The guy said you need to hit the right nerve for it to work. Do you know much about it? You sure?
Yes.
Okay, go for it.
Right.
And pray the injection doesn't wake her.
Yes, thank you, Basira. You're sure we should just tell her?
I really don't know how she'd take it. Not well. If we want to get it out of her, this is it.
Okay.
Sarah and your goddamn logic. Creating problems for everyone.
Right. How long does it take?
About half an hour, he said.
Right.
You better be right about this.
I am. Right, pass me the scissors.
What? I thought you had a scalpel.
For the trouser leg.
Oh, right.
God, look at that.
I don't. It's a leg.
No. Inside.
I don't know what you're seeing, John.
Christ, it's all rotten.
Can you see the bullet?
Yes.
You ready?
No. You're sure you don't have restraints or...
You think she's going to sleep through being tied down? I'll try and grab her if she wakes, but...
Okay. Here we go.
Oh, when you got this, Johnny. Jesus.
It's a very valid reaction. Secret surgery while you're asleep.
Yeah,
the
to be
Magnus
fair,
Archives is a podcast
I would.
distributed
I mean,
by
I'm not
Rusty
saying it's
Quinn,
an
licensed under a Creative Commons
an
Attribution,
unfair reaction.
Non-Commercial Share Alike 4.0 International License.
What I am saying is that why did she just wake up?
Rusty Quill presents the
Did he get
Magnus
stabbed?
Archives.
The man is so used to being stabbed at this point.
Yeah, he was just like, ow!
For fuck's sake, not again.
It's like, God damn it! I just healed from the last one.
Episode 126. Sculptor's Tool.
Who is the tool and who is the sculptor? Asking the real questions here.
Statement of Deborah Madeke regarding an adult art class she took in the spring of 2004 and her interactions with
Is it?
Gabriel, a fellow student.
I can't wait.
Original statement given 11th October 2009. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. So there's a community centre about 5 minutes walk from my house. Used to be they only ever hired the hall out for weddings, parties, occasional public events. But about 5-6 years ago, they got a new organiser in, Jenny. Lovely woman. Young. Very keen to make the community centre just that. The centre of the community. So she put together this huge programme of adult education classes. Mostly just the standard stuff. Dance, life drawing, yoga, computer skills. But there were a few that were a bit more out there. They had a cheese-making course that ended with us all bringing in our somewhat less than successful cheeses and trying to pair them with wines. Still amazed no one got food poisoning from that one. And there was a fire-eating workshop once. I didn't go to that one. Anyway, I'd become great friends with Jenny through the church choir, and since George was off to university and Rosa was usually working evenings, I tended to be alone until about 10 or 11 most days. So obviously, I started going to as many classes as I could. It was a great way to meet friends, learn new skills, and, as she always reminded me, spend a good portion of Rosa's paycheck. Now, about a year after Jenny had taken over, the workshop schedule started listing a bi-weekly sculpting class, which was great news because I'd been telling Rosa just the day before that life drawing and watercolours were all very well, but I really like to get a bit more hands-on with making art. Then Rosa made an off-colour joke about life drawing and getting hands-on, and I forgot about it, but I still ended up going to the class.
Rosa's so funny.
There were only a few of us learning to sculpt, probably because the class had quite a high materials cost and was a bit earlier than the others. There was me, Mary, who works at the post office, Bill, who I knew from walking his dog, and Ray Quinton, who was actually teaching the class, though I didn't know him outside of that. And then there was him. The man who introduced himself as Gabriel was short and squat, with knobbly bare arms that seemed to reach down almost to his knees. He had dark hair he clearly kept short because he thought that no one would notice how greasy it was, and his face jutted out like it was trying to escape his skull. Now, I'm not one to judge on appearances. I was the one who insisted Desmond still come to church after his operation, so please don't think it was his ugliness that set me against that horrid little man. There was just something about the way he
Like,
moved,
I've met this person
as if
so
he was
many
always
times.
too close, right into your personal space. Then you'd look again,
I'm not
and
homophobic. I
he
mean, my
wasn't.
cousin's gay.
When he walked up to me without warning
Like,
and
yeah, when
introduced
was the last
himself,
time
I
you
only
saw
just
them?
managed to stop myself obviously recoiling. It was just a feeling. So our first lessons were very basic, all about how to properly move and shape the clay, how to use armatures and the different tools and how they interact with the material. We weren't really doing much in terms of actual sculpting, just listening and watching Ray do his demonstrations. At least me, Bill, and Mary were all watching him. Gabriel seemed quite content to ignore our teacher entirely, focusing instead on the lump of clay in front of him. His rough, sausage-like fingers twisted and warped it with ease. I found it a difficult, heavy material to work with, never quite as wet as I needed it to be, no matter how much water I added. But looking over at Gabriel, it was like it was alive in his hands, eagerly bending itself into whatever shape he wanted. And those shapes were odd. I remember one of our earlier projects was just to do
How's it
a
going?
fish.
Getting there.
Just a rough shape of a fish, nice and simple. Ray had even pre-made some armatures for us. I mean, I still struggled, and Mary and Bill had a good old go at it. But over in the corner, Gabriel just began grabbing and moulding and twisting into a shape that was, well, it certainly wasn't a fish. It sort of almost started out like a fish, but it just kept going and going, looping back and into itself as though it was swimming through its own body. After a half hour, I'd almost completely forgotten my own work, instead just staring at this serpentine structure that the dreadful man was building. The most infuriating part was that whenever Ray would pass his table, he'd just nod gently to himself and trade a few words with Gabriel, as though whatever it was that he was trying to make was in any way similar to the practice we'd been assigned. I know it was an amateur class and he was under no obligation to do exactly the work as instructed, but Ray was very clear with the rest of us that we were doing things in a specific order for a reason, and it was just a bit frustrating to see him nodding along to that awful man, flagrantly disregarding what we were meant to be doing. At one point, Gabriel must have noticed me staring. He looked back at me for the longest time, far longer than I was comfortable with. And then he picked up his nasty, spiraling clay fish and walked over towards me. I could feel my hairs standing on end as he got closer, and he held it towards my face. He asked me if I could help him, because he was having a bit of a creative block. And I remember thinking he had the palest eyes I'd ever seen. Then my gaze focused back onto the thing in his hands, that dead, curling lump of clay, and I watched it move. It coiled around through its own face and flailed its long, distorted fins in desperate, pained movements. It made a noise that sounded like a scream heard through water and stretched out towards my mouth, which I'll admit was hanging open in horror. If I hadn't screamed and fallen backwards, I am sure the thing would have dived down my throat.
Ew.
The others rushed over to me, making all the appropriate noises of surprise and concern, but I could only watch as Gabriel rushed back to his bench and started to furiously work on his sculpture again. He looked over at me, and I heard him speak quite clearly, though no one else reacted to it. "What an excellent idea," he said. "A very promising direction indeed."
That's so
I quit the class after that. I emailed Ray to explain that I would no longer be attending and left it at that. Obviously, I didn't tell him exactly what I'd seen, but I thought some general references to inappropriate behavior from one of the other students would get my point across. And then I continued with my life, and I didn't give Gabriel another thought. At least, not until I went to my salsa class the following Thursday, and instead found myself walking into a room set up for sculpture.
Oh.
I was obviously taken aback at what had to be a really significant scheduling issue, but having a quick check of the timetable of classes, it looked very much like sculpting had always been on a Thursday, which didn't make much sense to me, stood there in my dancing shoes and feeling like a fool. Gabriel gave me a sheepish smile and returned to whatever it was he was working on. Ray seemed absolutely delighted to see me and made such a big show of it that I didn't really feel like I could just turn around and leave. I asked him if he'd got my email, and he nodded emphatically as he ushered me over to my table, but didn't elaborate. Bill gave me a slightly pained smile, but when I asked if he was all right, he just shrugged and told me he couldn't complain. There was no sign of Mary. They still haven't found her.
Whoa. The
So I
fuck
started
happened
to work.
Mary?
Ray told us the lesson was faces. I put my hand up to say that sculpting faces was probably a bit advanced for where we were in the course, but he shook his head and said that we were a lot more talented than we thought. He said the key was that faces were twisted. All faces were twisted on the inside, and all you had to do was reach into the deepest part of yourself and put that twisted on the outside of the clay, and as soon as you can scream, you'll have your own face staring back at you. I asked him to clarify, and he nodded again. "Soon as you can scream," he said, glancing over nervously to Gabriel, who gave him big thumbs up, like it was all some joke they were playing. Didn't feel like a joke, let me tell you. I did my best, prodding and shaping the clay, trying to do a face, and I think I actually made a pretty good stab at it, given how unhelpful our instructions had been. I mean, it had 2 eyes, a mouth, something that might charitably have been called hair. I asked Ray for his expertise, but he was just standing at the front of the room, smiling and nodding. The face Bill was working on looked like Mary, though he'd made her mouth much, much too wide. Be honest, it gave me quite a shock to see. Then I heard that shuffling sound from the other side of the room, and I knew Gabriel was walking towards me, no doubt holding some unpleasant new shape he'd formed just for me. He coughed gently, and, well, I suppose it would have been rude not to look. The structure he held in his hands made my eyes hurt. Thin, sharp lines angling off from each other in an incredibly intricate arrangement, although they never seemed to actually connect with each other. It shifted just like the other one, and I felt something jabbing at my skull like a migraine. Finally, the lines seemed to resolve into a clear shape. A door. Perfect, Gabriel told me. It looks just like him. I asked him if it was supposed to be a face, and he told me yes. He was a good friend of his. I asked him who, and he said they didn't have a name. I told him everyone has a name, and he said his friend wasn't like us, that having a name would only confuse them. My head was pounding. I looked over at Ray, still nodding and smiling,
You say them pronouns because of Eldritch
and then
Horror.
over at Bill, who was steadily shoveling fistfuls of the
Hello,
Grey Mary
Spooky.
into his mouth.
We are making
I don't remember
a
anything more of
gonk
that
with
lesson.
pumpkin and an
The
owl.
last lesson was on Monday. It wasn't watercolours and never had been, according to the schedule I had been obsessively checking so much that Rosa had started to get worried. The room was larger than I remembered, although it didn't need to be, because there weren't any tables. Ray was there at the front, but he was singing something in a high tenor that I couldn't make out. I tried to ask him what we were doing for the lesson, but he just sang louder. Bill was there, but he was made of clay, his limbs being worked and twisted by Gabriel into strange spiraling shapes, and occasionally joined into new and impossible positions. As soon as Gabriel spotted me, he hopped up and hurried over to me. He grabbed my hand in a firm, damp grip and started to thank me. I was the best assistant he could have asked for, he said. He'd improved so much because of me. As he said this, the structure beneath his face shifted, pushing it further and further from where his skull should have been.
Oh, nice.
Behind his teeth, at the edges of his eyes, I saw the dull red of shifting clay. His smile kept getting wider and bending in on itself at the edges, and where his fingers touched the back of my trembling hand, I could feel his spiraling fingerprints start to turn, round and around. The marks won't come off,
Oh, no.
no matter how hard I scrub. That was when I ran. I suppose I could have run before then, but I wouldn't have wanted to seem rude, and it's not like any of it could have been real, is it? It was just me losing it a bit. It has to have been. I mean, I've seen Ray and Bill around since. Certainly they don't like to make eye contact, and Bill cries a lot in church, but they're still here.
And cries a lot in
They're
church.
fine. So it didn't happen.
Thank you.
There's no
we're very
reason for me
creative,
to stay
as
away
you
from
can
the
tell.
community centre. There's no reason for me to sit inside all evening, trying not to look too closely at any of the doors. I got a letter a week ago. It was from Gabriel. It said that he had found a new job, and he'd love it if I came up to assist him again. He's working in a place called Sanakov Land. I looked it
How
up.
is that?
Intriguing.
It doesn't exist. And it sounds cold. I don't think I should go. I'm not going to go.
Don't he
Statement ends.
me.
The worker in clay. That's what Michael called him in his statement. A great twisting that Gertrude stopped at the cost of a single life. I thought moving away from my humanity would have made that seem more acceptable. That sort of sacrifice. But it just makes me sad. I remembered Gertrude's notebook. We found it alongside the plastic explosives, but it rather got lost among the business of saving the world at the cost of 2 lives.
Mm-hmm.
It's borderline incomprehensible, not because of any code or cipher. There's every chance I could read those. Just simply because most of it is numbers or fragments of sentences that would no doubt mean something to her, but well, not to me. I've been staring at it for hours in the hope something from it would just come to me. And it worked well enough to point me towards this statement, which is useful background and perhaps gives some insight into how Gertrude formulated her counter-rituals, but not much more. I've been trying to check on Melanie's condition. She refuses to see me. Understandably, I suppose, and Basira has been looking after her. It hurts, of course, but I really hope getting that bullet out of her helps. At least stops it from getting any worse. I can't have been too late again. There was a tape recorder waiting for me when I sat down. They're not even hiding it anymore. There weren't any tapes from when I was away. I checked. Whatever they are here for me. I suppose I should be worried, but I have so much to keep watch over. So I've decided to let the tapes run.
Mm-hmm.
They've proved useful before, so... I did do a small bit of follow-up on Deborah Madaki, just for my own curiosity. She didn't go to Sanakov Land in the end. I don't know, however, whether that was because she decided not to, or because shortly after this statement was given, they found the body of one Mary Roundel in her basement. And she has spent the last 9 years in Eastwood Park Prison, where she remains to this day. I can't find any evidence related to the condition of the body, but I can imagine what a sculptor's apprentice might be capable of, even an unwilling one. End recording.
That one's such an interesting statement, Kate, because the other people there seem aware of it, that something's going wrong.
Oh, hello. Haven't seen you in a while.
Hi, Martin. Haven't seen you either.
Really? I mean, it's just admin. It's not exactly thrilling listening.
It is for me, Martin. I miss you.
Right, fine. Whatever. You do you.
Thanks.
Spool away, I guess. Just, let me know if you need some more batteries or something.
Yes, sir.
It's because he's back, isn't it?
Yeah, I really want them to
He's
get
back,
together.
so now you're going to be around again,
Yeah.
listening in.
Sorry.
You missed him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Are you projecting, Martin?
Yeah, me too.
Which isn't a great sign, if I'm being completely honest. You talk to him.
I tried not to. I didn't mean to.
You talk to him. And that's understandable, Martin. Of course it is. Please don't think I'm upset. It's just not ideal.
Matt, I'm just
Shows how much
disappointed,
work we still
Martin.
have ahead of us.
If I keep avoiding him, people will get suspicious.
They're already suspicious, Martin. That's not the problem. I had hoped that all this time apart would have given you the space you needed, but...
You said he'd probably never wake up.
And he beat the odds. Which is good. But it does make things more complicated. It doesn't actually change anything.
A simple hello isn't going to make any difference.
We've been over this. The sort of power you're going to need relies on your
obedience.
Isolation. It needs to be you, Martin. You're the only one who could possibly balance between the two.
If I could just explain.
And how do you think John's going to react to that explanation? Do you think he'll accept it calmly? Come through with a well-considered, rational response?
That's not fair.
Or would he assume he knows better than you and do something rash?
I don't like being manipulated.
That's fair. But I'm not wrong.
No.
Martin, this isn't how any of us wanted it to go. But here we are. And if we don't pull this off, it's over for everyone. John included.
Yeah, you said. But if things are really so urgent, then why didn't Elias say anything?
Because behind all his bluster, Elias is just like all the rest. He's so preoccupied playing the game, he doesn't pay attention to the big picture. He managed to convince himself that he could get his ritual off first, which would have made all of this a bit moot, but that's not really an option anymore. So it's down to us, you and me, the dynamic duo,
And so what? That means I have to trust you?
It would make things a lot simpler.
Yeah, well, things would also be a lot simpler if you weren't so cryptic about everything.
Well, if your archives were a bit better organized, it wouldn't have taken me almost 3 months to find the evidence you needed.
What?
I'm just saying that we'd all be better off if your archivist actually knew how to archive.
Peter.
Yes. Well, unless I'm mistaken, I believe I've unearthed a few of Decker's old statements. Of course, I still need to do a bit of verification, but I'm confident they should provide you with all the context you need.
Okay.
Great.
When all this is over, I'm telling him everything, with or without your permission.
Martin, when it's over, you won't want to. But he will be safe. They all will.
Oh, Martin, you're being manipulated!
Anyway,
No. I'm sorry,
I'm
Marty,
very
but you're
excited to
being
see
gay
this
is making
put
things
together.
complicated.
Never had
Please
much of a
stop
gift for
it.
administration myself. Too many variables. Now, this box on the left, that's the library stuff, yes?
No, those are the dates. Look, are you sure you don't want me to teach you? It's a very simple program.
No, can't stand computers. Besides, that's why I have an assistant, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, buddy.
Peter Lucas just trying to be a good guy, save
The Magnus
world.
Archives is a podcast distributed.
Is he really, though?
Yeah, just wants to do the right thing.
Sure, I could totally believe
A
that.
lovely, lovely man.
Mm-hmm.
By Rusty Quill, licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license.
I didn't look.
Definitely
Today's
not.
episode was
I
written by
didn't.
Jonathan Sims and directed
No.
by Alexander
Spooky
J.
can vouch for me. Spooky, was I
To
looking?
subscribe, view associated material.
I was not looking. I had it like this. I was staring off into the abyss.
Okay.
Spooky, I need you to vouch for me, please. Because I am correct, and please.
You'll just have to do it again.
You're so mean. Hey! I'm being ganged up on. What
Thanks, Spooky.
This is my account. Why am I? This is not fair. I don't deserve this.
What do any of us deserve, really?
Rusty Quill
God damn it.
presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 127. Remains to be seen.
It takes so long for him to say the episode number now.
I know. We've come a long way from like episode 4.
Yeah.
Statement of Dr. Jonathan Fanshawe regarding the months leading up to the death and autopsy of Albrecht von Closen. Original statement given as part of a letter to Jonah Magnus, November 21st,
Oh, Jonah.
1831. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist.
Mm-hmm.
Statement begins. Jonah, I must first and foremost decline your generous offer of a medical position servicing Millbank Penitentiary. While the terms you have laid out are, no doubt, more than adequate, I have, of these last months, come to the unfortunate conclusion that our intimacy and friendship must cease immediately.
I fucking
I do
knew
not
it.
know what interest you have in the poor condemned souls within those walls, nor do I care to guess. In the light of what I have so recently witnessed, I can no longer in good conscience associate with any of your endeavors, nor will I continue to collect or provide those accounts of the esoteric and otherworldly that you and your institute so eagerly require. Consider this the severing of our acquaintance.
Woo!
This cannot come as a shock to you. Surely you must have understood what you are asking when you implored me to visit with Albrecht and apply my meagre skills to the illness that beset him. You must have known the nature of that illness, even if only in the most general terms, and no doubt you had some intuition as to its cause. But should all this be a true surprise to you, then I shall do my best to explain and hope that Any revelations contained herein may sway you from the path you have started upon. I arrived at Albrecht's estate early in April. The trees were dense with renewed greenery, and the rain drummed heavily on the carriages as we approached. I remember it so clearly. The smell of the rain cut through with an unexpected whiff of smoke. As we got closer, I saw the orange glow of flame through the trees. My first thought was that the house had caught fire, and I would arrive only to a scorched ruin and blackened bone, but as we got closer I could see that it was a single tree that was burning, a gnarled and ancient elm that sat removed from the rest of the forest. A small crowd surrounded the spectacle. One man, who I took to be a groundskeeper, stood closer than the others, with a lit torch in his hand. On my instruction, the driver pulled closer, though the horses were nervous, and I asked the man why they were burning the tree when the rain was coming down so heavily. Surely it could have waited for drier weather. The man simply shrugged. My German is fine, though I have had little cause to use it of late, but his accent was thick, and all that I could get from him was a sense of resignation, and the insistence that his master, who I took to be Albrecht, wanted the tree dead. I'm sure that he used that word, though. Not burned, not removed or destroyed. Dead. I resolved to ask Albrecht about it when I saw him.
So,
As it transpired, that was some time later than I had anticipated. As I'm sure you're aware, Albrecht's wife Carla was taken by a fever some years ago, and his sons were away at school. So it was the housekeeper who greeted me when I arrived. Greta, her name was, a pleasant, red-faced young woman with a smattering of English that she insisted on using at every opportunity. Once I dressed in dry clothes, she brought some food and a drop of brandy, all the while making apologies that the master of the house was indisposed. I did tell her that I was a doctor, and specifically visiting in order to help end any indisposition, but she just shook her head and told me he'd see me when he was ready. The house seemed so empty. The rain battered on the window and the clocks ticked away in every room, but there seemed no sound of life to be found anywhere. As I sat in the drawing room, I realized Greta had left the door behind me open to the corridor beyond. I tried to ignore it, simply drink my brandy and continue waiting, but I could not ignore the sensation that someone was out there, watching behind me. The corridor was dark, and I thought for a second I could make out a shape crouched there. But there was nothing, so I closed the door. Eventually evening came, and Greta informed me that dinner was served. I ate alone, sat in a long dining hall that seemed to have far too many windows. Turning behind me, I saw Greta watching me from the doorway. Her face held nothing of malice in it that I could discern, but still I was uneasy. I called, trying to dismiss her, but she didn't seem to hear me. I retired back to the drawing room to smoke my pipe, but even that simple, reassuring action brought me no comfort. I made my way to the room I had been given without ever once having seen my elusive host. I noted that the window looking over my bed had neither blind nor shutter, and I was all at once very aware of my candle, and the sickly illumination it spread over everything.
oh no.
The point of light reflected back in the glass, like the glint of an eye. I did not sleep well that night. The feeling of being under observation did not lessen, and I remained unsure of the exact nature of this errand, an errand, I remind you, Jonah, I undertook at your insistence. Eventually a fitful sleep found me, and I had some measure of peace. It was still dark when I awoke, and that feeling had intensified to a terrifying measure. I was now certain that something was in the room with me, staring at me. I reached over and took a match, striking it against the bedpost. And there, looming over me, was a face, pale and shaking. The eyes were sunken, and the cheeks were dirty and unshaved. It was the face of Albrecht von Closen. In the light, his eyes met mine, and his mouth began to work furiously, repeating the same phrase over and over, increasing in volume until he was screaming it into my face. Legzi ala Zaruk. Legzi ala Zaruk. Put them back. Put them back. I felt a sharp pain in my fingers as the match burnt down, and I dropped it with a cry. The room disappeared into darkness once again, and when my scrabbling hands had gotten another lit, he was gone, and I was alone. I did not sleep any further that night.
German is scary like that.
When the sun finally crept through my uncovered window, I dressed quickly. Greta's pleas that I come down for breakfast were roundly ignored, and I started throwing open any door I had not yet seen behind, looking for my host. I found him in the library, where a fire already blazed in a feeble attempt to keep the morning chill at bay. He stood in front of it, eyes lost in the flame, looking every bit as feeble and worn as he had when he crouched over my bed the night before. I shut the door behind me before Greta could object, and demanded to know why he had come into my room. He
Well, it's his
apologized
house, so...
in such a pitiful tone that the anger seemed to abandon me all at once. He seemed so small. He gestured for me to take a seat. I did. As he walked the shelves, stroking the spines of each book in turn, I started to ask him about his health, and explained why I was there, but he showed not the slightest sign that he was listening. I had them rebound last year, he said. Damp can do terrible things to a book. I told him I was certain that was the case, but I must insist we talk about his health. Again he ignored me. Instead, he took the seat opposite me and started to tell me a story, and then another, and another. A stream of strange tales began to pour out of him, and I just sat there, transfixed, desperately wishing I had the strength of will to stand and leave, but all I could do was listen. He told me of a seamstress who laced her body with fine black thread, and when she pulled it all out in a single swift motion,
Is it a fear entity
her
or is
skin
it
dropped away
autistic?
like
Do
a
they want
loose
to keep
ship.
telling you stories because
He told me of a man so scared to die, he spent a year weaving a rope blindfolded, so that he would not know the length, and could not foresee the moment it would tighten around his neck when he finally threw himself into the void. He told me of a fire that burns so hot and fierce that to even know about it is enough to burn a man's tongue from his head. He told me so many terrible things. And at the end of it all, the only thing I could think to ask him was where he read them. My eyes darted to the books that surrounded us, but Albrecht laughed at this and placed his hands across a spine that was simply labelled a warning. For a moment, he looked as though he were about to wrench it from its place and hurl it into the fire. But it passed. He turned back to me. "You do not understand," he said to me in German. "I do not read the books. They read me." I did not ask him to clarify further.
Jesus
I got the
Christ.
key to my room from Greta and made sure this time that the door was locked as I slept.
Say it louder for the group. Go on.
I don't remember what's it.
Hang on.
Okay.
For a moment, he looked as though he were about to wrench it from its place and hurl it into the fire. But it passed.
I don't know if the entities will
He
take hold
turned
of me
back to
again.
"You do not understand,"
Hang
he
on.
said to me in German. "I do not read the books.
Ich lese die Bücher nicht.
They read me."
Sie lesen mich.
I did not ask him to clarify further.
Damn.
I got the key to my room from Greta and made sure this time that the door was locked as I slept.
That's okay.
As my stay progressed, I learned more of his condition. I would have initially described it as a natural mania that had found a totemic focus on the books of his library. But when he finally told me the story of how he discovered them, and the awful tomb from which they were retrieved, I began to suspect that perhaps the books had brought some contaminant into Albrecht's home, which had gradually corroded his mind.
Do you remember that?
I had neither the time
Yes, I
nor
do,
equipment to
actually.
conduct the sort of tests that might have confirmed such things, but I became convinced that removing the books would go some way to addressing his health concerns. I expected some stiff resistance on the subject, but Albrecht's response seemed closer to relief than any sort of distress. He simply asked if I would help, and to my eternal regret, I agreed. What shall I tell you, Jonah, about this fool's errand, that damnable journey we embarked upon? Shall I regale you with the awful experiences of transporting a library's worth of books through the Black Forest? Perhaps I should write you an in-depth account of finding that ancient cemetery, of descending into that bleak and frozen mausoleum. Or would you prefer to hear about the hours we spent placing volume after volume on empty grey shelves, ignoring how out of place the new bindings appeared against the antique stonework? No. I'm sure all you want to know was how Albrecht died.
Oh.
Why it was that as I replaced the last book taken from that place, I heard his scream from the top of the stairs and ran up to find him sprawled and dead before the stone coffin. But I cannot answer that. I do not know how he died. I saw nothing and no one with him, and his body seemed whole and undamaged. But I do have some idea as to why it happened. For as I filled those dead shelves with freshly bound volumes, I could not help but notice that every page was blank. I have since checked with Paynes, who I believe to be your preferred bookbinders, and I know that the books poor Albrecht was returning to the grave were not the books that were taken. I hope they bring you much wisdom, Jonah, for the cost was dear enough. Nothing stood in the way of my retreat, and I dragged Albrecht's body back as far as the coach. We left that awful place, and I have endeavoured most acutely to forget the route. Before he was buried, I was able to secure permission to perform an autopsy. I had some thought as to discovering the cause of his sudden, violent passing. Do I need to tell you what I found, Jonah? Do I need to detail what covered his organs, his bones, the inside of his skin? What clustered together in their dozens and all turned as one to focus on me as I opened his chest, their pupils constricting in the light, with irises of every hue and colour. Because whatever it was that did this to him, I know in my heart that it is your fault.
Damn.
I have had the body burned. Please do not write to me again. Your obedient servant, Dr. Jonathan Fanshawe.
The boyfriend is
Statement
angry.
ends.
Venom.
Disconcerting to find my namesake in a statement, especially one connected so directly to the Institute. I can only hope breaking faith with Jonah Magnus didn't go too badly for him. Jonah Magnus. I've never really given much thought to him. Not nearly as much as I should have. I suppose I had always hoped there was a chance he was innocent in all this. I know. But I just hoped that maybe the founding of the Institute was in earnest, and not simply the foundation stone for all the terrible things that have happened here. But no, whatever is happening now has its origins 200 years ago, in the work of an evil man. Exactly 200 years, in fact. Don't think that little detail has evaded me. I don't know the precise date the Institute was founded, but I do know that it was in 1818. Something's coming. I know it is. But I just don't know what I need to do. Now, come in, Basira.
I was waiting for you to finish.
I know.
I don't like that you started doing that.
I know. How's Melanie?
How do you think?
I should probably talk
You should
to her.
probably stay as far away as possible. She doesn't want to see you.
No, of course. She has.
But she did want me to apologize from her for the shoulder.
Oh, it's fine. Scalpel wounds, they heal quickly. Too quickly, really.
Already.
Just another scar for the collection.
Interesting.
Do you think it worked? Is she...
I don't know. She seems more coherent, I guess. And she did get an apology. She says she can cry now, which is progress, I think. She's still angry, but she hasn't attacked anyone. Not even sure she has it in her anymore.
Well, that's good.
So, you can't be killed by a collapsing building. Major injuries scar it fast. You can force the truth out of people, and knowledge pops into your head whenever you need it.
Yes. I think that about covers it.
And what was that you were doing yesterday?
When?
You were sat on the floor for like 4 hours.
Oh, no, I was listening. Trying to see if any of the statements called to me.
And? Brilliant.
Look, I don't know, Basira. I hope I'm still human, but it's seeming more and more unlikely.
I didn't ask.
No, I suppose you didn't.
Don't snoop in my head.
I'm not snooping. I'm not looking. That's not how this works.
Explain it then.
I'm not sure I can.
Humor me.
It's hard. It's like there's a door in my mind, and behind it is the entire ocean. Before, I didn't notice it, but now I know it's there, and I can't forget it, and I can feel the pressure of the water on it. I can keep it closed, but sometimes when I'm around people or places or ideas, a drop or two will push through the cracks at the edges of the door, and I'll know something.
What happens if you open the door?
I drown. I'm sorry, Basira. I will try to keep anything I learn about you to myself. My priorities haven't changed. I hope you can believe that. I'm still on your side. You can trust me.
Yeah. People keep saying that.
Do they? Who else? Did Martin say something?
It was a few months back, after the attack. He'd started spending time with Lucas. At least, he said he was. And I wanted answers. He kept telling me to trust him, to hear the guy out, even though he still wouldn't actually show his face. I told him he could drop me an email or vanish me.
Right.
Honestly, I kind of regret not just grabbing Martin and shaking an explanation out of him. But I didn't want to push it. He was in a bad place, what with the attack and his mom and everything, so I didn't press it. Now I try and bring it up. He just disappears. Nothing to be done.
So sorry, you said what happened with his mother?
Oh, yeah. She died. About 2 months
Okay.
after you,
Fucking bitch.
Martin was... He tried to stay strong, keep it together, but that sort of thing. Then those flesh things burst in, and well, here we are.
God,
He didn't tell you.
no.
Guess you don't know everything then.
No, I guess not.
Get fucked, John.
So what do we do now?
You tell me. Just don't expect much on trust these days.
Yes, I suppose that's fair.
Hello?
Good evening, detective.
I'm not a detective. wanted to see me?
Yes.
Something too important to tell the inspector?
Maybe I just wanted to have a chat.
Well, good luck with that.
I found one of these in my cell. It wasn't recording, but I assume this means he's awake. Sarah?
Can we cut the bullshit?
What bullshit might that be?
The part where you pretend you don't spend your whole time watching us.
Sometimes I'm eating.
You know he's back. You've seen him.
Fine. Yes.
So what's with the recorder? Who gave it to you?
Oh, no, that really did just appear in my cell.
Right, so what? You figured you'd record us for him? So some distrust from afar?
Our arrangement with the inspector notwithstanding, I rather feel that right now all the distrust is very much your own. And as to whether he'll ever hear this, maybe he'll get the tapes, maybe he won't, but the recordings have helped so far, so...
Do you know what they are?
What a question.
Fine. So you won't see him, but you're happy for him to hear our conversations?
He can listen all he wants, but he's at a very delicate stage right now, and I fear my presence would be a distraction. I've made it clear my cooperation is contingent on his not seeing me, and my terms have been accepted thus far.
So why am I here? What do you want that's so important you needed to tell me to my face?
I believe you recently lost Melanie.
We saved Melanie.
As a person, yes, but as a defender, I would have thought you would want all the help you could get. Or have you forgotten what happened last time you let your guard down?
We'll work it out.
Possibly. Then again, you are beset by enemies on all sides, Sarah. And unless you expect John to record them into submission, it would seem you are in rather dire need of another option.
And you just happen to have one?
I might have an idea, yes.
And what does it cost?
Just some of your time, Basira. Just your time.
Okay, let's hear it.
I want to hear it too.
Well, the tape recorder doesn't want you to.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill, licensed
That was
under
a
a Creative
slipper.
Commons Attribution
How am I
Non-Commercial
supposed to know if
Share-alike
you don't give me the
4.0
fucking
international
chance?
license.
The
Today's
minute I screw up, you're on my case. I've got no chance to get better.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alice Dyer in the Magnus Protocol. Today, I just wanted to take some time to run you through some of the exciting
episode 128. Heavy Goods.
Me. She's good looking good. Mm-hmm.
Don't say a word.
John, don't turn on the light. Go get Melanie, quickly.
It's all right, Sarah. I know he's here.
So what are you doing?
I imagine he's here to deliver something. Thought it might need signing for.
That's right. Just wanted to drop off a package.
Remember how half of him is dead?
Right.
Oh
Look,
yeah.
what the hell
He
is this?
talks like
Did you bring him
that.
here?
No,
Is he here for revenge?
I don't know. Ask him.
Like he's going to answer me.
Fine. Are you here for revenge?
Yeah, just like when I fed the copper to the pit.
Easy, Basera. What pit?
In here, realised that I'm not tied to it anymore. Not on my own. Thought you could have it. Pay your respects, like.
Daisy's in there.
That's its name. Then sure, it's in there. Whatever's left. Find out if you like.
Would you please drop that ridiculous voice?
Apologies. It's preferred like so.
Christ, that's worse. What is your real voice?
Nicholas said you were funny. Didn't believe it.
What do you want? Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Dunno. It's not right on my own. Not right. No point in doing it on my own. Don't know what happens now. Thought I might kill you. Missed my chance. Thought I might just deliver something. So here's a coffin. In case you want to join your friend.
Get out.
Sarah.
Get out.
Make me.
Stop.
What are you doing?
John, what are you doing?
What are you... Stop it. Stop it. No. Enough. Stop looking at me.
Nice.
John?
It's fine. Get me a pen. Please. Statement of the surviving half of the being calling itself Beacon and Hope. Regarding its existence. Statement extracted from subject. 3rd March 2018. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. We started in a plague. Not like the nasty crawlers, but like bringing any other doom. We had a cart of corpses, faces twisted, screaming, leaking pus. Knock on doors and cry roughly to bring their dead to us. I tended the shrunken, mangy mule, and he took the remains on shoulder, slinging them onto the stinking pile. I remember it clear, the fear on their faces as we rolled towards their hovels. Mud-caked peasant or bloated lord, every one of them saw us coming and trembled. It wasn't the plague they feared, it wasn't the death that waited in our wagon. It was us. 2 strangers rolling towards them, unstoppable and uncertain, wearing faces they would only half remember, bringing a fate they would beg their gods to forget. They could not hate us any more than they might have hated the rock that falls on them from a crumbling cliff. They did not know us, but they knew what we might do to them, what we might bring them. And we did. Villages that might have no bodies for us when we arrived would pile high our cart before we left.
Can't
We
believe
did
he
not
extracted
kill
his
them,
first
did not
statement.
lift a finger.
Baby
We
boy's
were the
growing
bringers of their
Baby
awful
boy's
fate,
growing up.
not its executors. They knew this and feared us in kind, and we drank it down. The taste of it sweeter than the
You know
food
how
that now
excited
rotted on our
Elias is
plates
about
or the
this.
drink that curdled
Oh
in
yeah,
our
he's like,
cups.
oh, my baby boy.
And we both tasted it together. When we left our destination, the mule whining at the new weight behind it, he would reach behind us and find a face, sagging, sloughing off its skull, and would pull it to him. He'd place it over the one he wore already, and he would laugh and laugh and laugh. Sometimes it fell off. Sometimes it stayed for weeks. I kept the face we chose, but I loved him for our levity. And the corpses piled ever higher. We served aboard the Robert Small, bodies of the time crammed into uniform as sloppily as any would expect. Enlistment wasn't needed, nor was drafting. We were on the list for any crew that deserved us, and we were fitting deckhands for the Robert Small as it made its slow and mournful passage to Australia. The quartermaster was too precise, though, and in counting out the rations saw us for what we were. I ate the quartermaster's pen. He ate the quartermaster's tongue. And that was that. The journey was magnificent. No waiting, no searching for a delivery. Every moment moved us towards the completion of the task and the culmination of our charge's terror. Poor wretches who emerged from Millbank with tales of Australia and its cruelties on their lips, bundled into the cramped and creaking ship that would drag them away from everything they loved,
That's
and
not
towards
good.
everything they feared. That was the first time we saw what would become this place, the Eye's pedestal. But we were drunk on the dawning horror of transportation and took no heed of it. A young man named Jack tried to leap overboard. When he caught the lad, there was such begging and pleading as you've never heard, just to let them drown, allow the sea to take its due. But he just laughed, and Jack died on dry land as they had always been meant to. We were conductors on a train. Prim suits and scowls, a relentless beast of steam and iron that never seemed to get you exactly where you wanted to be unless there was something dreadful waiting for you. We punched tickets, ignored questions, and threw off those that looked like they were having too fine a time of it. We didn't like this job. Too many sat aboard dreaming sweetly of progress and the future, too few alive to the truth of dirt and struggle in front of them. We woke those we could, but too many stepped off with a smile. We had some luggage once, a thrumming silk-wrapped thing of the Spider, hiding away in an old steamer trunk. We stepped heavy through the dining car and found an old woman near the caboose. "Something strange in the luggage car," he said, and I finished as was our way. "You should come and see it." She stood and walked with us readily enough, though tears flowed silent down her cheeks and patterned onto the faded carpet. The Spider's always an easy job, no fuss, no complications, everything planned and prepared. It knows too much to truly be a stranger, but hides its knowing well enough to endure. We knew she wouldn't scream as she was hollowed out and drunk, but still he thought best to cover the sounds with a laugh. He was always our humour. I remember our first automobile, black and reliable, just about presentable for the London auction houses we served. He squeezed its first owner until they stopped and dumped them in a river. And I stayed with the second until they didn't know who they were, any more than they knew what they were. And then we had a car. It was noisy and it shuddered, but the name on the wooden siding was respectable, and now it was ours and good enough for Sotheby's. We moved a lot of things in those years, some of them even harmless. My favourite was the old knife, rusted from the trenches and lied about by a barking auctioneer. We delivered it to a leering banker who knew the second they saw us what they'd done. Sweat dripped from under their bowler hat as they took the knife from its dented metal case and screamed. They lunged at me, stabbing me over and through, then moved on to him. But he just laughed as the blade went in and out and no blood flowed from the holes they cut. And when the banker had screamed all the curses they had learned from German gas attacks, the knife turned back again and cut them, piece by piece. We delivered it back to Christie's, and that was the end of the auction jobs. Then were the good times, the circus times. We always take what jobs are before us, deliver whatever will bring that fear and misery, but there is no joy in carrying meat, in shifting, writhing, spiral things. But with the circus we were among our own kind at last. They all had names, true enough, but none would dare pretend that names were real. Faces changed more often than clothes, and nobody truly knew who anybody was, save for their function within the show. We carried and lifted and helped the circus move towards its next destination, the next doomed town. Sometimes we joined the show, lifting weights and things that looked like animals. Sometimes we lifted members of the audience. Sometimes we even put them down again. Even in our stillness, people were afraid. The winter in Russia was cold, and in the icy air the absence of our breath was clear for all to see. I could taste their discomfort, but none ever mentioned it. We didn't like the puppet when Orsanov began to carve it. It seemed wrong to us to try and bring one like us about, to create or remake it in such a solid, static shape. We were wrong, of course, and when Orsonoff carved into the thing that had once called itself Grimaldi and fed the pieces they didn't need to the shuddering organist, even we found ourselves impressed. And when the faceless puppet peeled its creator and moved itself with their tendon strings, he looked at me and laughed and laughed. We followed her a while, but she was unpredictable, while we are things of point and purpose. When she lost the ancient skin, we went our separate ways and found ourselves a lorry, long and dirty grey. We drove the motorways and country roads and took great crates of nothing to and fro, driving towards a different sort of terror. It wasn't our cargo that brought fear then. We brought fear to our cargo. Smiling, waiting, patient by the road, with cardboard signs of gentle hopes. In they went to the back, that silent, heavy place, with boxes that seemed too big or too warm. They usually screamed as we drove and drove, a fear thick in the air, and sometimes they died. Some tried to leap from the back into the road, and one even made it through. Most stayed, getting weaker and weaker, their cries fading away as hunger and thirst and despair took their final hold. But we were not content. He didn't laugh like he used to, driving aimless, waiting for the call, sat badly with us, who were meant to know our destination. We were meant to have a cargo and an address. So it was we found a man named Brecon, and we took everything they were until there was nothing left but the sweet taste of a broken soul's disquiet and confusion. We took the van and started to deliver once again. But we were reckless, desperate for the surety we had not felt since leaving the circus. And so we took the casket, a hungry thing of the earth, a crushing, choking tomb that will not let you die because it is too much what it is for death to find you there, within its mocking shape, buried alive. It was one like us that found it, a thing of shifting names and déjà vu, a fool that believed because it found the coffin in chains, it would be an easy thing to control, to bargain with. But there was no remorse when the test finally failed and it fed on the thing that considered itself the master. No face to change in the cold, dark earth, no eye to fool where it is now. But there was no mention of us in the deal, no thought to what might happen should a victim pass the test. And what happened was, we were stuck with it. It was still our cargo, nowhere to take it, no address or destination. So back in the van it went. A long time we've carried it, keeping it as close as it wants, not listening to it sing in the rain. Even when the mannequin that now called itself Orsonoff came back to us, told us we could help the world unknow and fear again the coming of strangers, still we had to drag it with us.
Even when they get to buy John's moisturizer.
Yeah.
But I suppose it was worth it in the end. When that hunter killed him, when she took her violence of mindless instinct and unleashed it on us. It was there. It was waiting. I fed her to it. She took him from me, made us a me, and she doesn't get to die for that. She gets to live, trapped and helpless and entombed forever. No prey, no hunt, no movement. We failed, but I have at least that comfort. I am without him now. I am. I can feel myself fading, weak, no reason to move, nothing to deliver. But I am no longer tied to the casket, so you can have it. You can stare at it, knowing how your feral friend suffers, knowing how powerless you are to help. And when you can't bear it any longer, knowing that you can climb in and join her.
I mean, it's not, but like...
I have never
that
known
sounds like
hate
something John
before.
would do.
I have never known loss. But now they are with me always. And I desire nothing but
to share them with you. Statement ends.
Did he just pass out? That's so funny.
Yeah.
I just went,
Was it worth it?
I don't know. Maybe.
Did you at least learn anything?
Daisy's alive. In there.
Right.
Sarah, we can't.
Yeah, I can read.
Right.
So why give it to us?
I don't know. To taunt us, to lure us in as well. I saw that thing's mind. It's lost on its own. No partner, no purpose. I honestly think it just wanted to do another delivery.
that's
And
fair.
there's no chance more of the circus survived the explosion.
I don't think so. At least Brecon didn't think so.
Where does the coffin lead?
The buried.
Right. Right. Keep it safe. I'll be gone a few days. I have some leads I need to follow up.
Sorry?
You heard me. Don't ask about them. And don't know about them either.
Well, I can't exactly control that.
Learn.
I'll do my best.
Get his ass.
You can trust me, Basira.
Stop saying that. Do you know how I survived that? The unknowing.
No, I don't.
No powers, no magic or help. I was trapped in that place, and so I tried to figure it out. And I did. A little. So I kept doing it. I kept going through until I got out. I reasoned my way out of that nightmare.
Good Lord.
Then everything ended and Daisy was gone. And you were gone. And Tim. And then I got back to the Institute and Martin sent me to meet the new boss. Then I stood alone in an empty office for more than an hour. I can trust me, John. That's it. I'll try and be back in a week or two. Don't think about me.
Right.
And don't open the coffin.
It is addressed to me. Yes, all right.
Walk him like a dog, sis.
What's this?
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license.
Beautiful.
Today's episode was written by
Where's-
Jonathan
what are you trying to
Sims
do?
and
I
directed by
don't like its
Alexander
colour, so
J.
I'm
Newell.
flicking it off.
To subscribe, view associated material, or join our Patreon, visit Rusty Quill.
No, because this colour's lighter.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alice Dyer in the Magnus Protocol. Today I just wanted to take
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 129. Submerged.
Something tells me he's gonna open the fucking coffin.
What do you mean? This man's never made a bad decision in his life.
You just know she stared at him like,
Yeah.
for real.
Martin,
John, how did you...
I know sometimes. It's a whole thing.
Oh. Okay. Well, sorry, but I
You have to leave, suddenly.
John, come on, we've been over this.
No, it's fine. I know you've got... Whatever this is, I'm not going to question you.
Thank you.
Even if it looks like you're doing something really stupid. Sorry.
It's okay. I get it.
I worry. You're working for someone really bad.
Yes, I'm not an idiot, John, but it's no worse than working for something really bad, so...
At least the eye hasn't gone after our own. Lucas has banished 2 people.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for me, it would have been a lot more.
Oh, shit.
This isn't helping anything.
I'm sorry. Basira's off doing God knows what, and I can't talk to Melanie.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose. I miss you. I'm just
Lonely.
yeah. I heard about your mother.
Yeah.
I am so sorry.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's better this way.
If you do need to talk,
I can't.
no, of course.
Martin sounds
Listen, Martin, you should know.
John.
Daisy might be alive. Basira
Stop.
is.
Stop, please. I shouldn't know any of this. I really need to go. I'm
Right.
Please stop finding me.
What happened, Martin?
You died.
I came back.
Yeah. I'm not going to let it happen again.
Wait, what?
The dying or the coming back, John?
God damn.
Statement of Kulbir Shakya regarding a flood that occurred around his house in Hackney. Original statement given September 4th, 2013. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. In many ways, I lost my home even before all this happened. I lived in that house my entire life. Hackney was my area, my community. It wasn't some fashionable postcode or investment opportunity. I should have seen the signs, I suppose. Little independent coffee shops sprouting up like weeds between the paving stones. Microbreweries and tap rooms cropping up in old industrial estates. Even though the Prince of Wales had to close its doors because it couldn't afford the new business rates. The faces I knew and recognized gradually being outnumbered by young, trendy, white people in artfully shabby clothes who thought they were blending in, and precise-looking estate agents in well-pressed suits taking pictures of dilapidated buildings. I complained, of course, made all the right noises of disapproval, but I still drank the overpriced coffee, still shopped at all the shiny new franchise outlets. I thought because I'd been living there so long I'd be all right. Hell, the house had been my grandfather's before he died. But we never had the money to actually buy it. And as property values skyrocketed, the landlord, who'd always seemed so understanding, suddenly started itching to sell. And there was no way I could afford the new rent on the meager salary of my admin job. I looked into getting roommates, subletting, all sorts. But by that point I was already too deep in debt, and there was just no way I was going to be able to stay. So I started the long and painful process of moving in with my sister. It was humiliating. The flat she lived in with her husband was much smaller than the house, and I couldn't afford a storage unit. So much of what I owned, a lot of which had once belonged to my grandfather, had to be thrown away. We actually got into a blazing row over his old cookery. He had been a Gorkali, serving in the 5th Gorkha Rifles during the Second World War. I have complicated feelings on his military history, of course, but he had always been fiercely proud of it. And that old knife had been one of his most treasured possessions. I didn't keep it polished like he had, even at 90 years old. But it reminded me of him. I could see his calloused hand on its hilt as he meticulously, almost mechanically cleaned it, humming a tune the name of which I never learned. He had been a man of discipline, in many ways very harsh, but he had loved me and my sister very much, and the idea of throwing away his blade felt like a kick in my chest. In the end, she agreed, though, and it wasn't long before I was spending my last nights in an almost abandoned house, shelves bare and wardrobes empty, trying my best to sleep on a mattress I knew I was leaving behind. The letter came the next day. The envelope was slightly damp, like it had been carried through the rain, and it had my name printed on the front in a business-like sans serif font. It looked at first like any other piece of financial junk mail you might glance at once and throw away, but I read it anyway. The letter claimed to be from a financial firm named Eberhardt and Strauss. At least, those were the names on the letterhead. The first words did nothing to dissuade me from my assumption it was junk mail. Drowning in debt? We can help! In big, friendly text that seemed at odds with the pseudo-respectable image the rest of it seemed to be striving for. But as I read through it, I realized that not only was it addressed to me specifically, not a difficult job for modern batch printing, but it made references to some very specific aspects of my situation.
No, it's
Precise
got
amounts
cover
of
on it. It's
debt,
got cover on it.
names of creditors, and the sort of details that made it very clear that this was definitely written to me. It didn't give any indication of the exact assistant that Eberhardt and Strauss were supposedly offering, but it did give an address and told me to call on them at my convenience. At the bottom, in that same friendly typeface, it assured me, "We can help with the pressure." I don't know what I expected. I really don't. What, they were just going to hand me 10 grand and another 400 a month to cover the rent increase? I mean, I knew about loan sharks and debt consolidation companies and the dozens of other scams that prey on those in desperate situations like mine. This was just going to be another one of them. But the letter had been to me specifically, and maybe somewhere in the back of my mind, I was genuinely hoping for a way out. The address they gave me was for a tall, thin building in Hammersmith that housed about a half-dozen law firms and a couple of tech startups. It didn't look like the sort of place that high-prestige businesses would have their premises, and more than one of the names listed on the plaque next to the revolving door had been roughly scratched out, I assume indicating they were no longer in business. I asked at the front desk about Eberhardt and Strauss and was directed to an extremely cramped lift that rattled me up to the 4th floor.
Wow!
There was a
it's so
buzzer next to their
pretty.
door.
Good job.
It seemed to be broken.
I love it.
Made
It's
no
gonna
sound at all when I
go on my
pressed it.
bookshelf.
My finger came away wet,
Is there a saxophone?
and looking up, I could see some sort of leak in the ceiling, dripping water down onto the button. I tried the handle, and the door opened quietly. The rooms beyond were empty. Bare wooden floors, no curtains or wallpaper, a few abandoned chairs or cheap-looking desks. The light switch did nothing, though the dull grey light of a cloudy day filtered through the window bright enough to see by. Every surface was damp, slick with old water and warped with mildew. It dripped slowly down the walls and seeped into the rotten wood of what furniture was left.
I genuinely can't
I
tell
could
if
see a
Peter
line
Lucas
of
is a good
liquid
guy
in
or
the bare
not.
light bulbs.
Yeah.
I was confused, obviously, I was, and stepped back out to double-check
He's a
the door,
really
and
good
sure
guy.
enough,
Yeah,
these
yeah,
were
it's
the
really nice
offices of
things.
Eberhardt and Strauss.
Well, now I know he's a bad guy.
I felt
Could I be double
disgust
muffin?
No.
rise in
Oh,
my
okay,
throat, the
just that.
awful,
Mm-hmm.
humid air of the waterlogged place sitting heavy in my
I stand by
lungs.
my previous assertion.
I checked the drawers in one of the
Okay.
desks, but even if the mushy pulp inside had once been paper, it wasn't anymore. Confused and angry, I turned around and left. It started raining on the walk home.
I'm gonna get your hair everything.
When would you start to worry about the rain? I don't mean about it ruining your day or wrecking an event you're planning, but at what point does it stop being normal and start to alarm you?
I don't
I've
know.
lived my whole life in London, so I've seen plenty of rain in my time. I've lived through weeks where you catch what minutes you can when the sky closes for a moment and you can run to the bus stop. I've seen poorly maintained roads turn into tiny lakes, and I've seen Hackney towns turned into a muddy swamp. So the first day didn't worry me. The rain pounded down steadily outside, and I sat in my bare, dismal home, waiting for my sister to pick me up. It drummed on the roof, rhythmic and insistent, cascading off in tiny waterfalls, and just for a moment,
I found myself almost completely at peace.
That sounds nice.
Then I felt a drop, heavy and wet, land on the back of my neck, and it shattered all at once. I looked up, and I saw the spreading patch of damp in the center of my ceiling. Evicted or not, part of me recoiled to see my home starting to finally crumble, as though my leaving would take the last part of its hope. The water was warm, and after the heat of the summer's day, I breathed in, expecting the smell of petrichor. But the scent of the rain was something else, something earthy and cloying I couldn't quite place.
Lovely.
It was a storm. There seemed to be no doubt of that, and I didn't blame Boana for not wanting to drive in this weather. I was a bit annoyed that she hadn't called, but looking at my phone, it was clear it wasn't getting any signal. Now, that wasn't necessarily a surprise given the storm, but it did present me with a problem. Namely, that my television and computer had already been sent over to my sister's place, and without any signal, I was left with pretty much two options: sit doing nothing and listen to the rain, or head out into it. I opened the door for about 3 seconds before I decided that sitting and waiting was the better choice. I walked upstairs, pulled a seat to the window overlooking the road, and I sat there, watching. The drains were already starting to flood, puddles growing around the parked cars, reaching up and over, eager to meet in the middle to turn from a pool of water into something much more. I expected cars, maybe people running desperately to their homes, but the street outside was quiet, save for the pounding of the downpour. 10 minutes. 20. Half an hour passed, and I didn't see a single soul. Not a car or a bike, not even a bus. That started to worry me a bit. The 394 should pass by every 15 minutes or so, but I definitely hadn't seen it. Did they know something I didn't? Was there some sort of weather warning out that I'd missed for Hackney? That was when I heard the first peal of thunder. There was no lightning. I want to be very clear on that. Nothing broke the uniform iron grey of the sky, dark and solid as far as I could see. But the thunder hit like a hammer. It rolled, deeper than I had heard even in the most violent of storms, and it just kept going. I could feel it shaking through my whole body, and for a moment I thought I was wrong and that it must have been a proper earthquake. Then it faded, and the world was silent again, save for the impact of the rain. When my watch told me it was 9 o'clock, I dragged myself over to the mattress and told myself I might as well sleep through the rest of the storm, even though the sky seemed no darker than before. I tried to relax, to let the rhythmic tapping of the rain lull me off to sleep, like it always had when I was a boy. But I could find no comfort in it. It sounded too much like it wanted to get in. The thunder woke me. Another long, deep roar that seemed to come as much from the ground as it did from the clouds. The rain still hammered down outside, and I checked my watch, staring at it in confusion. It didn't make any sense. It said it was 3 a.m., the middle of the night. But looking out through the window, the world was still light. The sky was cloudy and grey, as it had been the previous day, and the rain made it impossible to see further than the end of the street. But all the same, it definitely wasn't night. There were no streetlights turned on, and now that I looked for it, I couldn't see any windows lit in any of the other houses on the street. It seemed like it was just me. Me and the steady, driving rain. The road was beginning to properly flood now, with an inch or two of water creeping up over the edges and starting to cover the pavement and climbing up the tires of the parked cars. I started to consider trying to leave. Perhaps I had missed some sort of official evacuation, some huge storm warning, and I was in terrible danger. But no, that was ridiculous. This wasn't some rural town panicking at the prospect of a flash flood. This was East London.
If there was some sort of disaster coming, I would have seen something, an emergency vehicle, or at least someone in a high-vis vest. I was overreacting. It was just the rain keeping everybody home. They all just wanted to stay dry. I lied to myself like that until the water was too high for me to even consider going outside in it. And I was trapped. By the time it started to pour into the downstairs of the house, I had just about accepted that whatever was going on, there was no longer a day or a night. Just the storm and the rain and the thunder. It's odd how you gradually come to accept things as real. By the time you drop the last of your rationalizations, there's no surprise left in you. Just an awareness that no matter how wrong it might feel, it's the reality you're now in. I walked down the stairs, as low as I could without stepping into the water, and I watched it. It was dark and murky, obscuring anything below its surface as soon as it was covered. I reached my hand out and pushed it gently into the flood. It was warm as my hand, and moments after the water covered it, my mind could no longer easily tell where my skin ended and the water began. It should only have been half a foot deep at most, but reaching in I couldn't feel the floor. I pulled my hand out and returned upstairs. By the time the rain stopped, it was halfway up the staircase and had almost completely submerged the cars parked outside.
Now I just need
The
to do his
thrumming of the rain gave way to sudden silence, and for a moment, I allowed myself the smallest sliver of hope. The streets outside were still, the top of the floodwaters flat and undisturbed. The sky remained those same dingy clouds, but it seemed to be holding its breath. Then, one by one, the headlights on the cars lit up. They shone out into the water that covered them, faintly illuminating the murky liquid for a few feet below the surface. And that's when I finally saw things moving. Silhouettes gliding through the water with smooth, undulating motions. They might have been the shape of people. It was hard to tell for sure. They moved too fast, darting in and out of the lights, before my eyes could fully register what they were seeing. I left the window and returned to the mattress. I was tired, I was hungry, and without the motion of the rain, the air had become intolerably humid. Every breath I took filled my lungs with that thick, wet scent, and it felt like I could barely get enough oxygen to think. The walls of my house were slick with moisture now, and there was nowhere I could go to be dry, no way out of this oppressive, cloying damp. Then the thunder came for the last time. It shook and rattled with more force than it ever had before, and the empty oak wardrobe fell over with a crash. I ran to the window and saw that the floodwaters were rising again, but faster this time, and not because of any rain. The house, the street, the world was sinking into that unending line of water which I was now certain stretched out to the horizon. Inch by inch, foot by foot, everything was descending into the water's embrace. It would wrap itself around me, reach down my throat, and fill me with its choking darkness. There was nothing I could do. As the water reached the top of the stairs and started to flow outwards towards my open bedroom door, I looked around desperately for any escape that I might have overlooked. And I saw something lying just behind the fallen wardrobe. It must have fallen there months ago. It was the worn leather sheath to my grandfather's cookery. I walked over and picked it up. I stared at it. I could feel that warm, grasping water cover my feet, my ankles, slowly working its way up my calf, but in that moment, all I could think about was my grandfather and how he had looked when they gave him his diagnosis.
calm and solid. He had thanked his doctor without hesitation, and although I knew he had been afraid, he had spent those last months methodically preparing for the end. He had always endured his problems, never tried to squirm out of things he felt he had to face. I gripped the sheath in both my hands and waded to the window. Corpses floated by, slowly waving at me gently, their lifeless hands grey and bloated. I ignored them and stepped out into the water. I don't know if you've ever drowned, but it's the most painful thing I've ever experienced. I tried to remain calm, to think on my grandfather and his firm, stony face, but even he had begged for painkillers at the end. Even he had been afraid. My lungs spasmed painfully, desperately trying to wring air out of the warm, rancid water that filled them. And as I felt the water embrace me fully, pressing in on all sides, I gripped the last connection I had to the world I knew. The last thing I was conscious of was the water getting colder. I don't remember them fishing me out of Regent's Canal, or most of my treatment, to be honest. At a certain point, it all blurs together. I'm alive, and that's what matters. And I've been living with my sister and her husband for a month or two. She doesn't believe me, of course, and is keen to put the whole thing behind us, though I catch her staring at me sometimes. I suspect she thinks I might have done it on purpose, but she doesn't know. She doesn't know what it's like to really hear the rain. Statement ends. One thing that always strikes me when I read statements like this is the bias of survivorship. With one or two notable exceptions, the only statement the Institute receives are those where the witness has successfully escaped to whatever terrible place or being has marked them for a victim. I wonder how many don't make it out. How many of those shapes in the water were once just like Mr. Shakya? Or perhaps I shouldn't wonder. Even as I say it, I can feel the knowledge pushing at my mind, eager to find a way in. But I don't want it. I don't want to know. I don't want to see. No more than I wanted to see how Gertrude stopped the buried and their ritual, but that came to me as well. They called it the sunken sky, and she calculated, correctly, that casting a void-touched body down the pit at the right time would be enough to disrupt it. Something she found in Jan Kilbride. But Gertrude also realized that the body need not be alive or in one piece. She thought it was a mercy. It wasn't. I don't like this. I don't like not being sure what's going to be in my mind, what thoughts are mine and what are from.
Now the bits are like cut up into squares, so because it's
why I just know some statements are what I should be reading.
Like so
I assume this one is related to the coffin, to Daisy. I haven't heard from Basira since she left on whatever secret errand, and I feel like I'm no closer to understanding any of this. I suppose if this one managed to free himself from the buried, to find a way out of whatever part of choke embraces drowning, I need an anchor. I could go in myself. I could find her. And then I just need to get out. I need something out here. Something I can know the way back to. I don't know what.
Martin.
But here to start. End recording.
What do you think John's going to use as his anchor?
Martin.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty
The
Quill.
lover inside of me.
Under...
The lover inside of me thinks Martin.
Yeah, okay.
The practicalist says cassette tape.
Okay.
like her set player, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there goes my salt. Hang on. Here, we'll put this over here.
Oh, I put my jelly so far down.
I have more if you need it.
I think I can retrieve this jelly.
Here is Lon's beautiful paint drawing. Aren't they talented? I fucking knew he was going to go in the bloody coffin. Stupid ass. Of course he was.
He makes such excellent decisions. He's a sensible man. Definitely not touched by Eldritch Madness.
He has never made. Oh, it looks. It is adorable. He has never made a sensible decision in his life ever. Sorry, I had to cover something up. It was. It had cracked.
Oh no.
All right. So what's the next one? Meat. Great.
Your favourite things.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alice Dyer.
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 130. Meat.
Why did he say it like this?
Why did John say anything like any of it?
Because he hates us.
Mm-hmm.
Do you mind?
What? Oh, no.
Excellent.
Why tape recorder? Why not digital?
Well, there's nothing wrong with tape. A bit old-fashioned, but I suppose so am I.
Right. Yes, that's fine. It is all fine.
Are you quite ready?
Will it help?
I'm sorry?
Telling my story to you. Will it help with the nightmares?
If that's your primary goal, my dear, I would suggest you speak to a qualified counsellor. We can suggest one, if you like. That said, I do believe most people find the process of giving a statement to be rather cathartic. And whatever nightmares your experience has left you with, I'm sure they won't be bothering you much longer.
Okay,
Stop
then.
being ominous, Gertrude.
So-
Unless you bad bitch, leave her alone.
What do we do?
Let's start with your name.
Oh, Lucia Wright.
And what is your statement regarding?
Just, a hole. A hole filled with meat.
Gertrude Robinson recording, December 19th, 2008. In your own time.
Right, okay, so, I was on holiday, actually. Meant to be, at least. No, I was. Whatever happened later, it was technically a holiday. Sorry. I'm rambling. I like to travel when I can. I'm not one of those people who can take months and months and go swimming with dolphins or climb Machu Picchu. My job is very high pressure. Well, it was. The point is, I used to take a lot of city breaks, spending a long weekend flying off to anywhere with decent flights and seeing the sights. I generally try to take in an art gallery, a few of the best restaurants the guidebook recommends, and somewhere with a decent view of the whole city. And, of course, a couple of churches. I've always had an odd relationship with churches. I suppose I was raised Church of England, but my parents were never very involved with it. And when I told them that I wanted to stop going when I was 14, they didn't make a fuss.
I had a few years as an angry atheist, but when I was about 20, I swung back the other way a bit and became pretty fascinated with religion. Not in a belief sense, but I found it all really interesting, especially early Christianity and the church. So much politics over what it means to be good, to be holy. So many heresies about the Trinity, about how human Jesus was, about how many nails they used to crucify him. But more than that, I loved churches. These big, quiet, echoing spaces of peace and beauty, designed to quiet the soul and prepare it for communion with the divine. Even if I didn't actually believe in the God they were supposed to house, I always found them meditative. And whenever I went on one of my breaks, I'd always try to find a local church, hopefully not too full of other tourists like me, and spend an hour or two in quiet contemplation. I'd listen to the shuffling footsteps of the other people and breathe in the lingering smell of incense before lighting a candle to my grandmother. She had always been very religious, although since most of the churches I visited were picked for their design, they tended to be Catholic or Orthodox, and I'm not sure how happy she had been about my lighting a candle for her in them. Still, at the end of the day, I did it for me, not for her. She's gone. There isn't anything but us. Anyway, when a deal came up in the middle of October for 5 days in Istanbul, I jumped on it. I'd heard a lot of lovely things about the city itself, but more importantly, I'd just been reading a brilliant series of articles on early schisms in the church, specifically the various Gnostic sects that started springing up around the 4th century, many located in what was then Constantinople and is now Istanbul. Do you know about Gnosticism? It's a sort of dualism that places the purity and goodness of the spiritual world in opposition to the baseness and corruption of the material world. Some Gnostic movements even go so far as to posit the existence of the demiurge, a counterpoint to the god of the spiritual world, who created material existence as a warped, imperfect imitation of its purity. Everything that is base, corrupt, and vile in the physical world comes from them. If God, as Gnostics see him, is the god of the soul, then the demiurge could easily be called the god of the flesh, of
Lovely.
bone and blood, of meat.
Oh, great.
I had read about an old Gnostic temple some miles outside of Istanbul, and decided to make a short trip out to see it. When I got there, though, it was nothing but a disappointment. What the artfully lit photos had shown as stark and ancient were in person just empty and old. Whatever decoration there might once have been had long since worn away, and only the occasional plastic tourist signs indicated it had ever been a place of worship. Whatever piece I was looking for, I wasn't going to find it there. It was barely more than a ruin. More than that, I seemed to be almost entirely alone.
Can see.
There'd been an old woman
meat.
coming out of it when I
Yeah.
arrived, but
Very true.
I hadn't seen anyone apart from her, not even at the ticketing booth. As I wandered the small building, I became more and more aware of the quiet and of the wind that
That is
blew
my gonk
gently
with
through the empty
pumpkin.
windows. I did my best to shrug off the
And
growing
his
feeling of
little orange
unease
jumper.
that had settled over me, and walked back
What's your
outside.
next craft?
The taxi that had taken
macrame.
me had long since departed, and the temple stood alone some distance from any other inhabited building. The afternoon was wearing on, and I didn't fancy trying to walk all the way back to my hotel, but my initial plan of asking a staff member to call me another taxi was somewhat scuppered by their absence. As I was considering my options, I heard the roar of an engine and looked over to see a heavy-looking truck slowly rolling down the street towards
Silly
me.
little pointed-hatted creature.
It
Very
had no
nice.
obvious markings,
Thank
and
you.
the back of it was covered with a grey tarp. For some reason, it filled me with the most intense dread I've ever felt, and I found myself stepping back behind a pillar, desperately hoping I was out of sight. The truck pulled around the side of the building, and I heard the engine stop. I crept forward, still not sure why I had such an instinctive terror of what seemed on the surface to be a perfectly normal vehicle. But as 3 men climbed out of the front and started to walk back towards the covered load, I started to realize I could smell something. Damp, slightly sour, with the faintest hint of iron. I realized what it was a moment before the tarpaulin fell and revealed the huge pile of pink and white and brown. At first I thought the bodies were all human, that perhaps I had somehow stumbled upon some sort of gang, disposing of a massacre's worth of corpses. But then some of them started to move. Squirming limbs were dragging, rising, extracting themselves from this mound of flesh, and making their way down to join their companions on the ground one by one. Most of them could still be mistaken for humans at a distance. A few even wore clothes. No one said a word. After a minute or so, it looked like everything that was going to climb down off the truck had done so. The pile of meat still rose several meters up from the back of the truck, and as much as I wanted to look away, I couldn't. Most of it was just unidentifiable chunks, but a lot of it was clearly animal. Chickens, lambs. I even saw a whole pig head. Some of it was human. I could see a man's torso near the top of the pile, and an arm just about near the base.
I
The
don't need
hand
your
splayed
sympathy.
out at the end. I had the weirdest impulse to wave to it. The driver, or the one I assumed
I
was the
really
driver,
want to wave
then
at
started
this
to reach
strange,
up onto the
decrepit
pile.
thing. I didn't
He took
even
a
hear the
handful of any
full
meat he could reach
description,
and
but I still know that
turned
that's
to
pretty accurate.
whoever or whatever was nearest to him.
Sorry.
He passed it on to them, and then they would turn and head towards the back of the temple, towards an
I'm
unmarked
trying to get rid
door
of
I'd
some of the
assumed was
dust.
staff only.
Because I've produced quite a lot of it.
Now it was open, and they went in, one at a time. They didn't come back out. All this time, I'd just been watching from my hiding spot, totally frozen in confusion and fear. As I said, the temple stood apart from any other buildings, and if I tried to leave, the chances were high that I would be spotted. I thought I could maybe just wait. Just stay where I was until these people had finished doing whatever it was they were doing. And then they would drive away, and I would leave and spend the rest of my life pretending I had never seen anything, that I had gone to an art gallery instead. This plan lasted right up until the driver saw me. It was my own fault. My leg was starting to cramp up, so I tried to shift position, but I didn't realize just how painful it would be to move, and I let out a cry before I had a chance to stifle it. The driver's head snapped up and focused on me. He was rail thin, dressed in rough overalls with shaggy black hair and pale skin. He was East Asian, Chinese maybe, but he called me over in a crisp British accent. His tone was firm, but unhurried, and to my ears, not immediately threatening. So I did as he asked. I walked slowly but deliberately over to him, hands out to my side, doing my best to show him I wasn't a threat. I made the decision that whatever was happening, my best chance to make it out was just to keep doing as I was asked. By the time I reached the truck, the smell was so thick I could taste it.
Ew.
I stood there, legs shaking, muttering a prayer to a God I didn't even believe in. He stared at me for what felt like hours, but can't have been longer than a few seconds.
I'm very excited.
And he shrugged,
But I doubt it's going to look as good
turned
as
to the
this.
truck, and picked up what looked like the back half of a goat.
Oh, thanks.
He held it out to me, expectantly. Honestly, I was so surprised I just took it on instinct. The driver nodded to himself, like he'd made the right decision, and I turned and started to walk towards the door, afraid that any hesitation might make him reconsider, might mark me out as something other than whatever he had decided I was. I don't eat much meat, and rarely ever cook it myself. But I held that cold haunch to me like a talisman, as if it might ward away whatever awful thing waited inside that door. As I got closer, I saw one of the others, a tall, gangly woman with arms that bent backwards, leaving the entrance. She had to stoop to get through, but as she raised back up to her full height, I felt her eyes rest on me for a second. I didn't slow my pace or meet her gaze. She walked past me quickly, on the way back to the truck for her next load. I stepped through the entrance, moving carefully down what looked to be a rough-hewn stone stairway. It went deeper and deeper, far below where any normal basement might have been, so narrow at points that I had trouble fitting. My mind kept trying to imagine meeting one of the
This
less
is
human
gonna get very
things coming
technical.
back up the other way.
Look at
But
this
I
shit.
didn't let
I got
it.
a whole instruction manual.
Finally, I
Nice.
reached the
I'm gonna
bottom
get rid of my
and
water.
stepped out
Oh, no
into a
hydration
scene I
allowed for
still
this.
see every time I close my eyes.
Oh, I see.
I don't know how big the room would have been to begin with.
I see the problem.
Only one side had anything that might have once been considered an interior wall. The others were rough rock and stone, clearly hollowed out and extended until the place must have been almost 40 yards across. In the middle of the floor, taking up almost the entirety of this strange vault, was a pit.
Mm.
No, not a pit.
Oh.
Not exactly.
You agreed too quickly.
The others stood around the edge, throwing their burdens down into it, one piece at a time. And there at the bottom was another pile, one that dwarfed the truck outside, one that would have dwarfed 100 trucks, because I couldn't actually see the bottom. For all I know, it could have gone down forever, an endless pillar of flesh. But then it moved,
Oh.
and I realized in a second what it actually was I was looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Not a pit, a mouth.
Oh.
I feel a strange, deep pride that I didn't scream.
Probably,
I
yeah.
didn't panic, though my mind felt like it was trying to shut down at the repulsive sight. Instead, I forced myself to take my place, there at the edge, and hurl my offering down into it.
Which
It
one?
accepted it greedily.
Sorry to interrupt the fear. Which one of these do we think is gold red, and which one do we think is wine red?
Wine red, gold red.
This is why I need you. Thank you. Thank you.
I wish I could say I ran,
was like, how the fuck am I supposed
that
to
I
know?
found a
I've never
clever
drunk
trick
wine
to
in my
escape,
life.
but I didn't.
You're not
When I
the
returned to
scout.
the surface, I was handed more meat before I had a chance to even consider getting away. So I decided I would keep up the ruse until the truck was empty, in the hopes I'd have a chance later.
Fair enough.
But as we unloaded the last of the grim cargo, and I carried a heavy red tongue down to the vault, I saw another truck pull up, almost identical to the first, then another, then another.
Surprise!
There was no end to them.
The real
Day
villain is
turned into
manual
night,
labor.
turned into day again,
Oh,
and still I carried meat and threw it into the hole. My back was screaming, my legs were weak, and my mind was numb from terror. But I was spurred on by one thing. The woman with the backwards arms had fallen sometime in the night, and her companions had showed no hesitation. They had gripped her shoulders, hoisted her up, and hurled her straight into the gaping maw.
So
I
it's
swore it wouldn't
either
happen to me.
feed or be the feeding.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
through
see.
this, the mouth got closer and closer to the edge of the pit. The pile of flesh within it grew larger and larger, sat there in an awful, half-solid slurry, chewed and crushed together. It was impossible to tell what had once been animal
Oh, it's not long
and
enough.
what might once have been
No.
us. It was all just meat. And as the mouth got closer,
Terrifying.
the smell got stronger. The air became thick, and the walls began to sweat a pinkish liquid, like cutting into a steak.
Mm.
More of those workers had been thrown in, replaced by others brought in the endless procession of meat trucks. I didn't know what was going to happen
Problem solved.
when it finally reached the top,
That would
but I
definitely
knew it
be
would be
giving
something
in.
bad, something unspeakable, and I would have helped make it happen. When the explosion came, it was a blessed relief. A deep rumble passed through the structure of the building, a deafening cry of rage and dismay that came from below as the roof collapsed
It's the shortest
downwards,
bit I have to make.
burying it under a torrent of rubble
Wow.
and stone.
Christ. Alright,
I was
I'll be
lucky.
out.
At that
Do you want
moment,
me to hold one?
I had been
it's okay.
stood in the bottom of the
I got
stairwell,
this, it's
Okay.
alright.
and as the world collapsed around me, I began to sprint up the stairs. But I barely made it halfway up, before that toppled as well, and I felt the foundations of the temple above fall down around me. I thought I was dead. I wish I had been.
Damn.
I don't know how long I lay trapped there before Turkish rescue workers found me. Certainly long enough that the scent of rot began to waft up from far below. I was delirious and barely conscious. I tried to warn them, to tell them to finish the job, but all that did was convince them there might be other survivors. They haven't told me what they found down there. They paid for my flight home, but they haven't told me anything. I don't know anything. I just want to sleep. That's it. That's all I have. That's what happened.
And did you feel any better?
No.
Oh, that's a shame. Hang on, let me see if I can find you the number for that counselling service. They're actually quite good.
If you say so.
Gertrude's so funny.
Well, that is a relief. When I heard there had been survivors of the last feast, I was rather concerned that one of them might be able to positively identify me, which could land me in all sorts of trouble. But she doesn't seem to remember me at all. Tom Hahn might be a bit more of a problem, as it looks like he also survived, but I'm hopeful he has been weakened enough by this failure to not be an issue in the near future.
Tom fucking who?
Hopefully he'll
Hahn,
fade
he
away
came
or
up
burn
earlier.
out, as they tend to when robbed of their purpose. Still, I should keep a watch on him in case of any erratic behavior that might lead to complications. Also worth watching out for any additional esoteric fallout from the ritual attempt, like that Carlisle boy down in Wandsworth. Decker really came through with the explosives. It almost felt like cheating. Sad about the loss of history, but Miss Wright didn't seem to think the old Gnostic church got many visitors anyway. I'm honestly impressed she had the strength to get through it, even if she does seem to have been deeply affected by it. Shame about the dreams. I would avoid them if I could. At least we know for sure that these grand rituals can be disrupted by conventional means, though a more nuanced approach will be needed for some of them, I'm sure. Also, I can't rely on having this much lead time. I've had 10 years tracking supplicants drawn by the siren call of flesh, watching them gradually stockpiling meat. Very useful in terms of preparation time for derailing the final push, but in future, I think I need to get a little bit more proactive.
Oh, great.
See,
I
John,
found
this
this
is what
tape
you
tucked
should
in
be
a corner of
doing.
my desk drawer, covered in cobwebs. I suppose subtlety has gone out the window a bit. And the question is now simply how much I trust the spider to have my best interests at heart.
Don't.
I suspect my assuming it has a heart might be a clue I'm looking at this the wrong way. Even so, and leaving aside the matter of Gertrude's actions for a moment, what is it trying to tell me with this? Is it about rituals?
Yep.
About getting Daisy back?
Yep.
About an anchor?
Yep.
What was it she said? The siren call of flesh. It's possible, I suppose. It would hurt, but...
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're not going to cut off your own fucking foot, are you? I mean, I suppose you could cut off the burnt hand. It's pretty
I'm not
fucked up. I
waiting
bet
any
the nerve
longer.
damage ain't too good.
I'm getting Daisy back. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written by Jonathan Sims and directed by Alexander J. Newell.
Oh, God.
To subscribe, view associated material, or join our Patreon, visit
Says it was
Rusty
such a
Quill.
stove. Ugh. Next one's called Flesh.
Yeah.
She's great.
We love meat statements.
Woo!
So,
Where was I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have to make 8 of them that are this length, and then 2 that are much longer, and then a bunch of other ones. Hopefully I have enough. Looks like I will, but knowing my luck, I won't. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more. They're not all exactly the same size, but they're close enough. Here we are. 8 of that length. Oh, good job. So I've cut my 8 of that size. Time to make 2 longer ones.
Ah, exciting.
Thank you very much.
131. Flesh.
Oh, dude, stop saying weird things like that.
Yes,
Stop it.
2.7.
I can't believe they don't provide you with some sort of measuring ability.
I mean, yeah, this is pretty fucking
Huh?
Oh, come on. Everyone else can carve up the alchemist, but when he actually needs it...
What are you doing?
Oh, Melanie, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were there.
What are you doing?
Would you believe I'm trying to save Daisy?
With more bullshit surgery?
Melanie, I'm so sorry.
Oh, fuck off.
I was trying to save your life.
Yes, well, you did. I think.
Yeah.
But I also, see your face now when I wake up screaming. I feel you digging into my leg. Chalk it up as a win for Team Archive, I guess.
I wanted to ask you.
And if you had, we wouldn't be talking right now.
I'd have said no, and I'd probably have hurt you. Basira was right. The only way to do it was to completely betray my trust and destroy any remaining sense of safety. So, yes. Thank you.
I'm not good at getting this plastic
I'm
off.
surprised you can stand to see either of us.
Who else is there? I mean, Basira is... She's been the only one for a long time, and yes, I sort of maybe hate her now. I don't know. I can't look at her without my leg hurting, but what else am I going to do? I don't want to be on my own, and I'm stuck here. So...
Basira said you were doing better.
Would you just stop?
No.
This isn't
Right, no,
better. I'm not
Melanie.
dying, and I don't want to kill you. It's just different. Yes, it's sort of better, maybe, but I can't.
Melanie.
Don't tell me to calm down. Don't you dare.
Right, yes.
Basira is, Basira deals in intel these days, in usable data, assets, not feelings, not people. Crying, shaking, nightmares, that is better. It doesn't feel like it, but as far as Basira sees it, I'm not compromised anymore.
Yay!
That is better.
At least it's out. Maybe
Shut up,
it's
John.
enough to start healing, start letting go of the anger.
Oh, just stop! Just stop and listen!
Okay.
Yes, the bullet was bad, right? But it didn't make me angry. Anger's been all I've had for a very long time. Years. Maybe since. Oh, I don't know, but everything I've done, everything I've pushed for was because I was angry. Angry at being passed over, being disrespected, ignored. That sort of anger, it powers you.
Yeah.
Right until it slips out and hurts someone. I hurt someone, and then one day I suddenly have this thing that takes all that rage and it holds it. Tells me it's right, that it's me. It didn't stay in my leg because of some ghostly master plan. It stayed because I wanted it.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
Yes.
Melanie,
So, why are you trying to chop off your finger?
I need a... I've been thinking of it as an anchor, I think. No. Something I have a connection to, that I can use to find my way out of the coffin when I reach Daisy. I figured the strongest anchor would be part of my own body.
Okay, so just cut it off.
I'm doing my best.
Can't go through with it.
Oh, the blade keeps going in, and it hurts. Hurts plenty. But then it heals up. Pretty much the moment I take it out. No wound, no scar.
Damn.
Nothing.
That's so annoying.
I could try.
I don't think that would be a good idea right now.
Maybe not.
I mean, you'd think I'd have a better idea how to do it. All these statements, and you know what I need? I need the bone turner. Just reach in and grab a rib. Job done. What? Melanie?
Come with me.
What?
I was down here just yesterday, and there wasn't...
Here.
Oh. This door, it shouldn't be here.
Yes.
I don't want to open it. I'm not going to.
She's been helping
It
us.
has never helped anyone. Not without a cost.
If I am an it archivist, then what does that make you?
Hi, Helen.
I have been told that you can help.
I have been trying to, but the last time you were very rude.
And you're still wearing her face.
Not this again. I'm not wearing anything, archivist. I am at least as much Helen Richardson as you are the Jonathan Sims that first joined this institute.
Ooh, see.
Things change. People change. It happens.
We're not people, though, are we? Not anymore.
Names, categories. It's all so important to you, isn't it? You do know none of it's actually real. It's all just meaningless boxes.
Is he still in there?
Oh, yes. He's not exactly something I can digest. He's a bit of an irritant, to be honest. If you're looking to let him out, I could be persuaded.
When did you say they attacked?
A couple of months ago.
And he's been in there ever since.
I helped clean up.
After I took care of things.
All this time. Why didn't anyone tell me?
Basira said not to.
I see. Why didn't you kill him?
I stabbed him in 3 different hearts. Didn't work. If you want to go hunting for a 4th, knock yourself out.
I'm all right, I think.
So, what's the plan?
Right. I go in. I offer freedom. If he helps, then I hope he doesn't kill me. If he tries anything...
I would suggest running. Try to find a door.
Naturally.
Be nicer to Helen. She's doing her best, mate.
Oh, pass the recorder?
Seriously? Fine.
Right.
She definitely makes the squeaky door sounds intentionally.
Hello? Is hello?
Are you ready to hear Jared's voice?
No, wait.
Who's Jared again?
Jared Hopworth, the Bone Turner. Indeed, Lockbook.
Jared Hopworth?
That's what it says on the license. Mind you, the picture's a bit out of date.
Jesus Christ!
I tried to kill you, and you throw me in here. Now what? You just walk in.
I didn't... That wasn't me.
Your people. Your gap.
And you wanted to kill me, specifically.
Still do.
Right. But you know if you do, you're never getting out of this place.
Oh. Get it, John, get it! Come on, John.
I want a favour.
Be a bad bitch.
Let me out.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, do you need to know what it is?
Not much you could want. Come to me. Put some in. Take something out. Which is it?
Jesus.
Take something out. A rib, probably.
Why
Something I won't miss.
Done. Come here.
How do I know you won't just reach in and kill me? What guarantees do I have?
Guarantees? None. But I want to leave more than I want to kill you.
Very
Not like
good.
it was my idea in the first place.
So, why did you and the others attack us?
I was us. You want my statement? That's going to cost you another rib.
I could just pull the information out of you.
You could try.
Okay.
Oh, he's
Fine.
horrifying.
A rip.
He's like
Maybe
straight up horrifying.
For
Oh,
you.
the bone sounds.
your freedom and a statement.
2 ribs.
Right. Statement first. Statement of Jared Hopworth, the Bone Turner. Statement begins.
Where do you want me to start? Growing up, my folks. How about that growth spurt when I was 9? It left me taller than all the other kids. I hated them, the way they stared.
God, his voice
They
is
were
so
scared,
good.
and that felt good, even back then. Felt right. My dad was proud of it too. He was a short man, only watching me loom over people really made him happy. Mom just scowled, but then she always did. I wrecked my school. I didn't have friends, but they left me one by one until all I had were the drinks. The ones who stayed because they were too scared to leave. We were always either in trouble or looking for it. Those were bad times. I tried to look ahead, but I couldn't see anything. No future, no hope. Just bitter parents and whatever misery I could pass on to everyone else. God knows what would have happened if that little prick Sebastian had given me that book. I didn't know what it was at first. Not really. But it talked to me about bones and flesh and muscle and blood. The bits of me I actually knew and liked. So I listened, and I read, and I learned. I fumbled through the lessons the book wanted to teach me, and my first try was clumsy, stupid. Turns out Dad didn't like being told nearly as much as he thought he would, and Mum didn't like her new smile either. So I left. I wandered around for a bit, worked a lot of jobs where it didn't matter what you looked like. There's always a spot for someone who can get rid of people. You must have heard about me. I left plenty of people scared and crying, itching to tell someone what happened to them. Some of them must have made it to you. And there were others of skin and hunger. They tried to talk to me about gods. They'd go on and on about remaking the world of a new day of blood and flesh. I told them to piss off. I like the world just as it is. I take what I want and I make myself more. And when people look at me, that fear feels amazing.
Oh.
Some of my mates, the ones I helped find their proper bodies, they listened and went to feed the hunger. Not me though. I never was that ambitious. The letters started coming in about 2 years ago. Good white paper, large print, nice and simple. Don't know who sent them. Never signed, and I don't know how they kept finding me. There was never much in them, only just a name and a place or a time. I ignored the first couple, but they kept coming, and eventually I got curious. So I followed the instructions in one of them. I found Regan has name of 70 Claremont Gardens, and that got rid of most of my doubts. I don't blame people for thinking that all bones are the same. Most people don't have much experience, but it's not true. There are good bones, and there are bad bones, and Regan has named had some very good bones in her. They were solid, healthy, and they jumped at my touch. I didn't doubt the letters again. They came pretty regular after that, and they always led to something good. Quality bones, a new mate or some unlucky fool who wouldn't look at me for the fear. It got so I trusted them, the lads I mean, so I didn't question. And there's a lot of stuff in this world I've never understood, and these were no different. Then I got one about your lot, your archives. Told me to go there and kill you. They even sent a picture. So I did. Well, I tried. Didn't know about those tunnels and whatever this place is, but the pipes, they were wide enough for me and a few mates to squeeze through, bit by bit, one bone at a time. When we came up through the floor, it was wonderful. I don't think I'll ever forget the look on their faces. It was like their world had gone with the floor. We one legged it, and I thought the skinny one did too. It was just a cover. One dressed like one, but I know police when I smell it. They tried to run, but we were everywhere, and they couldn't stop us undoing them for parts. You weren't there, which was sad. But it made it easier. At least until the knife. I don't know what the skinny one did, what she was, but that knife hurt. She screamed and stabbed and cut through all the others, ruining their perfect bodies. Then she turned on me,
get that self.
reached out with some of my hands to get inside her and pull her apart, and she cut them off. I got scared, so I ran. I ran through the first door I found, and now I don't know where I am. I'm starting to think the letters were a trap. Was it you? Did you want me here? 'Cause if so, well played. Mind you, a lot of trouble to go through just to lose a rib. Some maybe not. That's it then. Do you want to do this or what?
That's it. Hardly worth a rib. All right. All right. Is it going to hurt?
No. Not hurt me.
God, of course it's gonna hurt. You're having your ribs taken out. Gross.
This is horrifying. I'm in hell.
That's yours. What's it for?
An
You
anchor.
recovered quite quickly. Yeah.
What?
Well, he just heals
Anyway,
now.
this one's for me. That's a weird one. Not sure I like it. Still, mine now.
I suppose it is.
That's you finding
You said I
copycats.
believe.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
just
not a nice one.
if you start
It's mine now.
walking that way, I'm sure there'll be a door for you.
They'd better be.
Yes,
Did he pass out?
No, the tape recorder just stopped.
Still alive?
Seems to be, yes.
And he's certainly holding a bone for some reason.
Said it was going to be an anchor.
Where did you come from?
Bodies are strange.
I can see
Rather glad they're
you.
not my concern anymore.
Don't worry, it
Must
happens
be
all the
nice.
time.
It
Where
really
were
is.
you?
Did you let that thing go?
He found a door.
Where did he come out?
The door may have been in a wall some distance above the river.
Nice.
is it
All done.
right? Thank you for your help.
You are very welcome. I have decided that I support what you're doing, and I'm happy to assist. I think we'll all be much happier this way.
Basira's not going to be happy that you let him out.
Basira isn't here. And if this works, I'll have Daisy waiting for her when she gets back, so I don't think she'll be thinking too much about Jared.
You're going now?
No, now I am going for a lie down. That was not what I expected.
Yeah, what was
Come on. You can use Basira's cot.
Good luck, Archivist. Be seeing you.
I don't know which one that is.
What do you need?
Well, I've cut 8 pieces of this length, 2 pieces of this length, and it is saying take the orange thread and start knitting according to the picture. But what it is failing to tell me is what fucking length I am requiring.
Okay. When do you next use that colour?
I like all the time. Hang on.
So this one names a 2.7 meters.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
So presumably you use the other one.
Let's just check. No, it would seem, yeah. Guess I'll just use one of those ones for now.
Yeah.
Figure out. Would you like a bao bun?
Yes. How did you work out that looking at my watch meant when is it acceptable to ask about food?
Because I know you quite well. It's only a snack anyway. I can make you other things.
Yeah, well, I'm still expecting it to be too spicy.
If it is, I get 2 bao buns.
Yeah, so that's the food for everyone.
Okay, they go in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 41, 42, 43, 46, 49, 50, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60.
How is that spot stuck to my foot? Oh my god!
They get everywhere.
They are!
Yes. We have our bao buns. I can put it in for a little longer until it explodes if you prefer. There's no squishy about it, right? Let's see if I can. I was running a risk putting them both in at the same time.
Ooh. Good bread.
Okay, so we've been de-ribbed.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Jesus Christ, this man is a mess. What do you mean?
When he couldn't cut his finger off, what else is he supposed to do?
I like that he fully just chopped his own finger off multiple times. It was like, fuck!
Hi, folks.
Episode 132. Entombed.
You sound fucking tired, my guy. He sounds exhausted. Thoughts?
Haven't got there yet. I'm building up to that fight. Ooh, you know that good.
That's what I'm saying. It isn't spicy at all, is it?
It tends to take a while to hit. We'll see.
It's a coffin. An old wooden coffin. Rough, unvarnished. I could see splinters where the nails had been hammered in badly. Wrapped all around it was a thick metal chain ending in a heavy padlock. That weird moaning was coming from inside it. It was the only sound that cut through pounding rain.
There's some spice in there.
Really?
Hello, Melanie. I know I said we'd wait until Basira was back, but I don't. I'm sorry. I know she won't. She'd want to do it a different way. But I know what I'm doing. This time I do. I hope. I have her voice. I think that should be enough to find her, and I'm leaving my... I'll leave it with the tape. I should be able to find my way back to it. I think. Wish me luck.
Okay.
Although I suppose if you're hearing this, then I didn't have any. I don't know. I'm scared.
I know, baby boy.
When does the fear go away? Anyway, I'm sorry. You too, Basira, if you're hearing this. I know you'd stop me. You'd be right to. But if this goes wrong, all you lose is... I'm not risking anyone else. And I know...
I don't think it's changed my life.
It's very, very good.
I can get her out.
Oh, so good. Fucking love that shit. Thank you.
You're coming with me. Let's do this one properly. No need for that. I'm willing. Right.
You're welcome to any other food, by the way.
Yeah, that'll keep getting.
Stone steps, roughly hewn. They keep going. Well, no point waiting.
She's actually just on the second step. Like,
Yeah.
fucking thank you.
Finally.
Jesus Christ! I heard you guys.
Bro.
I heard you guys talking about getting me out. Just open the fucking door. I was banging on it. Why the fuck didn't you hear me? This is bullshit.
Yeah.
That would be so fucking anticlimactic. He's taken his fucking rib out. He's lost 2 ribs because he had to exchange one for a bloody story, which was a shitty story. I like that he was so desperate for a story that he still did it and then was like, that really wasn't worth it.
Yeah, that sucked.
Man was like, I'm so disappointed.
Yeah.
Jesus. Anyway.
I'm not sure how long it's been. The steps ended eventually. There's passages, but it's very, it's close.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
having some trouble, but I'm going the right way.
Yay. Good job,
I
buddy.
know it. I just need to keep moving.
Yep.
When I stop, it starts to press on me.
Keep it going, buddy.
Just keep going.
Yeah, buddy. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
I can't stand.
Oh,
anymore. It's not a passage. Not anymore. It's a tunnel. Barely that. But I'm definitely getting closer. If I could just... My torch is broken.
Oh.
I didn't even drop it. It got caught against the wall and crushed. God. I don't even know how long I've been here.
This is why you have a wireless
I heard someone. He was begging for me to save him. Said he couldn't breathe. I can barely breathe. I couldn't find him. But I am not here for him.
No, you're not.
I don't even know him.
No, you don't.
I can't see anything here. For all this place closes around me. I feel adrift. Like nothing can get through the dirt and the muck. I still have Daisy's tape. And I still think I'm going the right way.
Yay!
When I move at all. Feels like every inch costs me another scrape or bruise.
It's okay, dude. You heal.
I'd hoped I was beyond that, but apparently not. The air is heavy.
Don't think I can ever get enough of it. It's just like his pained moans. Every fucking episode is just riddled with pained moans.
Mm-hmm. It's just imagining him trying to record that and go, right, what do I do to make myself sound buried?
Just
yeah.
It's like, someone give me a really tight hug.
Yeah.
Like, someone come behind me, wrap your hands around my chest and just squeeze.
Yeah.
And I will tell you when to stop. Be quiet. Just, I can't breathe. And they're like, oh, well, he's like, no! Not you! The fucking recording! It's like, oh, we have to start again.
But I know I won't die of it. I won't die of anything down here. Not ever.
No, you won't, buddy.
Not if I can't find my way out. When I first came down, I could feel it. The part of myself I left outside, but it's been getting fainter, and now I'm trying not to think about it.
Valid.
Don't want to stretch my mind to try and see, in case it's not there at all.
Oh, yeah, that would be fucking terrifying.
I can't afford to think about it.
It's better to just be in denial.
Not now.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Oh God.
Stop thinking.
I think I'm stuck.
Jesus.
What?
What the fuck is going on?
Daisy!
Squished.
Daisy!
No!
Yay!
Daisy, can you reach me?
I can't see you.
Follow my voice.
Is that... I can't...
Come on, Daisy, my baby, come on!
You're real.
Yes!
You're real.
Yes. I'm here, Daisy.
Daisy.
That's you!
Yeah. Daisy. That's me.
Yeah.
You all right?
No! Yeah, I've had a great time. Like, for visiting me on a holiday.
Breathe. And...
Oh, God.
Just... alone. I think I hear others sometimes singing when it's wet, or scratching, trying to get out. But I don't think there's anyone there.
Come on, Daisy, you got this,
Just
baby.
me. Till now.
Are you okay?
No.
Stop it, John.
Sorry.
You're bad at it.
Obviously. No, I just meant. Yeah, you sound okay.
Do I?
I thought you might have been taken over by the hunt.
What?
The hunt.
Don't
You're a hunter.
remind her, dude. Dude, what are you doing?
Yeah. I guess I was, but not here.
No.
John, you're ruining everything.
He's okay.
You always do this.
I can't feel my blood. I could always feel it. I can't reach me here.
It's quite nice.
Where are we?
The coffin. We're in the coffin. It leads to. Well, it's got a lot of names. Choke. The buried. Too close, I cannot breathe.
Yeah. Sounds right.
Come on. Let's get you out of here.
Can't move. Even if I could, there's no way out.
It's okay. I've got a plan.
You're so proud!
Just like all your other plans.
Daisy's like, oh no. Even Daisy, in the throes of grief and sadness, in the compression, oxygen deprived from the lack of. Justin! Was that you? Oh my god! Justin! I'm so happy you're here! Hi! How are you? I missed you. I'm so glad I happened to see that one tiny heart. I was like, oh my god! I missed you, man. It's so good to see you. We have made quite a lot of progress, both with our crafting things and with this fucking nightmare of a podcast. I love, but as I was saying before I got really excited that Justin was here, hi Justin, was I love how even in her oxygen deprived, compressed state, she's still like, John, you're really shit at plans. Like, you saying you have a plan is not as reassuring as you think it is. Oh, God. I'm sweating.
It's warm.
It is. All right. Back to the buried boys.
Find it.
Ooh. Fun fact, the transcript for this eventually gives up writing, the archivist makes a pained groan or something and just says pain. That's so good.
What?
Come on. Where are you?
John?
Come on.
John?
I know.
The way out?
No. I know where we are. There isn't no out, not here. This is forever deep below creation.
You're so unhelpful.
Where the weight of existence bears down.
Bro.
This is the buried, and we are alive. There isn't even an up.
Daisy's thinking, oh fuck, I thought I was
Oh,
just
God.
going to suffer forever, and now I have to suffer with him forever.
What have I done? What have I done?
What a fucking idiot.
Not alone.
You didn't
Oh! Wait, no, I want to hear that again.
Not alone. So,
Do you understand why I love her with every fibre of my being?
John?
Still here.
Good. Good. I want to talk.
Okay. What do you want to talk about?
I don't care. I just want someone to hear me.
Oh, baby girl.
I'm not going anywhere.
She's so cute. I love her.
Crazy.
I want to, but it's difficult.
Would it help if I ask?
Yeah. Yes. All right. Do your thing.
Right. How are you feeling?
Scared.
Oh, baby.
I'm scared. I've been scared the whole time here. Not just when it's crushing, when it fills your mouth with dirt.
Hey, John. Nice
You know
weather we're having.
But when to ease back so you don't lose it or grow numb. Leaves you terrified for when it starts again, and when it does, you're scared it'll never stop.
Oh, Daisy.
I thought I'd never see the sky again, never see Basira.
Oh.
But now you've got out of other stuff like this. Maybe you'll get out of this and take me with you.
Oh, she's so
I
cute.
don't know. I'll be outside.
Yeah.
The hunt. It can't reach me here. I'm scared, but I feel more me than I have for years.
Yay!
Maybe all my life. The hunt was me, but I don't think I liked it.
Oh, baby girl.
It just made me need it.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, isn't it?
I hurt a lot of people.
Yep.
Some who I shouldn't have. Did you ever hear the story Elias told me about what I did, how I am? You didn't get a detail wrong. The hunt. Hunger was in me all my life, telling me who to chase and how to hurt them.
Boiling.
I never needed to think who I was outside of that. But down here, where I can't hear the blood anymore, I don't know who I am without the chase. I just know that I don't like who I was back outside. I don't want to be her again. I want to be better.
You can be, baby girl. It's in your hands. Don't give me that fucking look, okay? Let me have hope.
You know what I thought when I woke up here, I thought this was hell. I was dead and was in hell. And I knew I deserved it.
Oh.
I don't want to be a sadistic predator again. I don't want to hobble around like some pathetic, wounded prey either. I don't know which would be worse.
They both do sound
I'm scared now that I won't ever get the choice.
Oh, baby.
One thing I've learned, Daisy, is that we all get a choice,
They're just shit.
even if it doesn't feel like one.
I was going to kill you. You know that, right?
I definitely got that impression when you dragged me into the woods for an execution.
No. After the mission, I was planning to kill you.
Oh, damn.
I did not know that.
I realized you were in my dreams, reliving the coffin. You were there.
Yes.
Didn't think it was real. Not really. Just my mind putting you there because I hated you, but no. One night, you turned up in a new shirt. Didn't fit you. Not your style. I didn't think much of it, just a dream. And you come back from the States and guess what you're wearing? Oh, realised what was happening then. Realised you weren't human.
Damn.
Needed to die as soon as it was safe. Never mind Elias and his insurance.
And now?
Don't know. I miss dreaming.
Oh.
You don't sleep down here.
Daisy, you should know if I wasn't human before, I'm even less now.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, I don't care.
And if we get out?
But we can't get out.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry.
Daisy.
I'm here.
I can. It's closer.
What is?
My anchor. A rib. I can feel. I know the way.
Yay!
Yeah.
What? How?
I don't. It's like my link is stronger.
What could have happened?
I genuinely don't know.
Slow down.
Don't do that.
I can't.
Don't let go. Come on. We're close.
Come on. Come on, you old cunt. We're going on an adventure.
Yeah, come on. Push.
I am.
Yeah! My babies!
We're out. We're really out. I can't believe. What? What is it?
Tape recorders. Must be dozens of them.
John, you stupid idiot. What did you think?
Hi.
I'm sorry. Hang on this fucking second. The way she did a reverse. You stupid bitch! Hi. The immediate shift. Hilarious. Oh, that's it. That's the end. Basira can never be mad at John ever again.
She'll try.
Well, yeah, I know, but he just saved her girlfriend. Right? She's literally got no leg left to stand on. Like he did the thing. So she can't be mad. And even if she was, I bet you Alex is now gonna Daisy's gonna be like, don't be mad at him. He saved my life.
Yeah.
He's now got fucking Daisy in his corner. All right. There's no way to get out of that.
Episode 133. Dead Horse.
Jesus. Again, you did not have to say it like that, John. And yet.
And yet.
Here we stand. I'm impressed that they managed to get out. And I don't understand how they got there. Why are you saying oh? Am I not meant to yet?
You sure? No.
Will it become apparent later? Do you see what I have to put up with? You're not an apple! This isn't fair.
Interesting.
Fine.
It's just Basira's busy.
No, I understand. Honestly, I'd actually appreciate your insight for this one. Just, keep quiet during the statement and that.
Sure, I can do quiet.
Right. Do you want a chair?
No.
Oh. Okay.
I'm trying to get my legs right again.
Of course.
I see.
Just ignore me. I'll stand in the corner.
Okay.
She's so cute.
Statement of...
Spooky, I'm gonna need you to stop ganging up on me with Lom by just going, oh. Alright, I don't deserve...
You're so...
You have betrayed my trust. I just want to know if it will become apparent how he suddenly closer later. Don't! This is my strength, Justin. I don't even know if that was hearts on my half or not. But thank you, I guess, maybe. Or maybe you're on their side, in which case, not you too!
We'll cover your bases. I'm so sweaty that all stuck to my hands.
Yeah, I'm really sweaty too.
Yeah.
I may have to get us a fan. Hang on. I have a little fan. Let me... God, there's so much thread.
Don't talk about me like that.
What, you're my fan?
That was funny.
It's too hot in this country. I'm sick of it. Right. Computer's overheating.
Oh no.
Everything's overheating. I'm overheating.
Yeah.
Life is a mess. And God's chew toy. There we go. I haven't just destroyed the sound, have I? You can let me know. Hopefully I haven't. But that's
No,
fine.
it looks like the owl's doing crafts for this as well.
Yeah, well, that's the point. You stood up with the gnome.
Cute.
Okay. I like that Daisy's like, I've adopted you now. We're best friends. You can't get rid of me. Sounds fine. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Spooky. I haven't forgiven you yet, but I appreciate you telling me.
Statement of Percy Fawcett regarding his final expedition into the Amazon. Original statement given June 27th, 1930. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. Tell nobody I am alive.
Okay.
I cannot be clear enough on that point. Do not try to find me after I have left. Please. All I ask is that I be allowed to live what life I have remaining in obscurity and anonymity.
All right, mate.
I will not allow myself to be found. Perhaps you will have read reports of my disappearance or death. constructing wild theories of violence at the hands of Galapagos tribesmen, or a lack of adequate supplies or preparation. I can only wish my hubris had been so mundane. I was hunting once again for the lost city of Zed. I have dreamed of it for decades, ever since I first read De Silva's account of his own discoveries in 1753. The ancient ruins, the statues and hieroglyphics,
Are John
the
and Alice
sheer,
like besties
unrivaled beauty of it
now? John
all.
and Daisy.
Through the trenches and the mud of the Western Front, it was
You're
the thought
such
of
a
Zed
bad
that
co-host.
kept me going.
Because you give me
Whispered
nothing to
promises of
work off
discovery.
of.
The remains of an ancient city, utterly lost to time and hidden somewhere near the Xingu River. My first expedition was alone, save for a handful of indigenous guides. I believed myself prepared, but the realities of that jungle were more than I could have foreseen. And when it finally ended, my fever-addled mind named that spot, the furthest we had reached into the jungle, Dead Horse Camp. Because that is where my horse finally fell. I retreated in defeat and resolved to return to Dead Horse Camp at a time when I was truly ready. That time was 5 years later, in 1925, and I honestly believed that this time I was going to find Zed.
Mm-hmm.
I was more prepared, and crucially, I planned not to go alone. The Shavante, whose territory we were entering, was said to be violent and distrustful.
This is not why I started streaming, god damn it! If I wanted to be bullied, I just talked to you without the camera. Yeah, don't give me a smile.
Making a large expedition unwise, so I instead brought my son Jack on board, as he had been travelling with me before, and I trusted his instincts almost as much as I did my own. He, in turn, requested I include one other on the journey, a longtime friend and confidant of his, a man named Raleigh Rimmel. I never liked the look of Raleigh.
I know.
He was tall, and his features, though any one of them might have been called handsome, were badly put together on his face, giving him an appearance I'll admit I took against at our first meeting. More than that, he had also read manuscript 512, and I could see in his eyes the same fervour to find the city of Zed as I sometimes glanced in my own. Although there was something else there as well.
That was my glory, not
behind
yours.
them.
Get your own
Something dark
fucking glory.
I did not recognise.
Rimmel.
Yeah.
I'm hesitant to consider it too deeply even now. But Jack saw fit to invite him, and I had never before had cause to second-guess Jack's judgment in such things. It was Raleigh that suggested we proceed alone after we left Dead Horse Camp. I had ensured this time we would be well provisioned. We had horses, dogs, mules, and a pair of local labourers who had agreed to act as our guides. But on our arrival at the camp, Raleigh dismissed them and started to move all of our supplies onto only a few of the animals. He told us we would have to be quick if we were to find what we sought, and we couldn't do that with a trail of animals behind us. He used that word a lot. Quick. I tried to explain to him that a methodical search would be more effective, but he just continued to mutter it. Eventually I relented. Much as I was going to dislike Raleigh as a person, he raised several good points about our chances of avoiding any sort of confrontation with the Shavante, and Jack was quick to voice his support. So it was that at the death of May, myself, Jack, and Raleigh set out deeper into the jungle, alone. That night the mosquitoes were out in force, thick with fever and hungry for our blood. I did my best to simply ignore them, safe as I was within my net. But over in Raleigh's tent I kept hearing a sporadic thumping or clapping sound, as if he were killing them with his bare hands. And I asked him about it the next day. He simply told me he had inside him a strong and enduring hatred of bloodsuckers. Jack nodded, as though the state...
Hey, yo! I heard a sporadic thumping coming. One of them's gonna walk up to my... Hey, guys.
God damn it, he's trying so hard to be spooky.
Yeah, well, he shouldn't have used those words. You shouldn't know. Oh, all right. Carry on.
In some way profound, and I didn't know what to say to it. That was the day we found the stone, half buried, worn almost completely smooth by time and exposure, but still clearly covered in those same hieroglyphics as I had seen in De Silva's manuscript. I was overjoyed, almost to the point of weeping. I had been right. Jack clapped me on the back and started making some sketches of the symbols. Raleigh was silent, staring at our discovery with a look I'd never seen before. He didn't blink for almost 2 minutes. Then he gradually, painstakingly lowered his head until his face was right next to the rough stone surface. He took several long breaths, as though sniffing the thing. And then I thought I saw his tongue shoot out, just for a moment, and taste the air around it. Without a word, he took off into the jungle at a dead run. Myself and Jack, startled for a moment, quickly followed. Raleigh was quick, but the uneven jungle floor and terrain made moving difficult, so we were able to keep him in sight until he stopped short. I caught up with him, breathless from exhaustion, and asked him what in God's name he thought he was doing. "We're close," he said. "I can smell it. I won't let it get away again." I told him I didn't understand, that we were looking for a ruined city, that it couldn't get away. But Raleigh just repeated himself. "I can smell it." And to my dismay, I could see Jack nodding along. This was where things started to turn, and my memory begins to fragment. I kept a journal, but the entries were sporadic and shaky. The dates no longer make sense. At some point I realized that there were no animals around us anymore, that the Amazon had become strangely quiet. But I don't know whether this was before or after I found the pile of dead birds in Raleigh's tent. It must have been before, but my journal is not clear on the matter. What I do know is that we kept going deeper and deeper into the jungle. Jack had taken over the compass and sextant by that point, and I had little idea where we were actually going. Raleigh no longer slept, of this I was sure, and the inconvenience of setting up camp was clearly starting to grate on him. I no longer had any fear of meeting the Shavante, as I somehow knew that wherever we were, it was no longer in territory they would want to claim. There were other animals now. I could never get more than a glimpse, but they were not the birds or the mule or any of Raleigh's other victims. They were far too sharp for that. And they were definitely following us. When we met the second expedition, it seemed like I was the only one surprised. There were almost a dozen of them, fitted with cold weather outfits and ice-breaking equipment, and they seemed to take no heed of the thick, humid heat of the jungle. They greeted us like old friends, and Raleigh began to ask them what they had found, how their search was going, how many had made it. I tried to say a few words, but by this point I was so disorientated, so out of step with whatever path the expedition was treading, that even if they could hear me, it was clear they had no intention of listening. The leader of the second expedition, a man in a thick sealskin coat, was talking excitedly about their progress, about their hunt for the Northwest Passage. And I realized with a start that this man was John Franklin, the famed polar explorer whose ships the Terror and the Erebus had been trapped in the ice and lost in northern Canada. The crews had disappeared, and many believed they had resorted to cannibalism. Of course, that seemed far less of a concern to me at that moment than the fact that John Franklin's expedition had taken place almost 100 years previous. There was no way these people could be real, no way they could be here. But they were solid enough, and the gleam and obsession in their eyes matched Raleigh's exactly. Jack looked on in awe at both of them. We were briefly 14 people, but then the things that had been following us attacked in the night. I awoke to screams and gunfire, the sense of blood and death. Something more cunning than a jaguar tore through my tent, teeth eager to find my throat. And it was only my paranoia, the other members of the expanded expedition, that had kept my revolver close enough that I survived the struggle. When it was over and the beasts were dead or driven off, I heard a sound that chilled me more than the vicious screams of the predators. The blood-drunk cheering of the survivors, a sound of triumph, elation, and cruelty. There were 6 of us left, and I reloaded my pistol before I returned to my bed. The world was changing with every day we marched forward, feverishly hunting for a destination I was no longer sure of. Raleigh hadn't mentioned the city of Zed for days, and Franklin at no point indicated any destination other than the Northwest Passage, though he walked through the heart of Brazil. And now the very trees seemed to be fleeing us, branches and trunks bending away as we passed, save for those that sharpened themselves and stretched towards us. There were things moving through the trees now that looked at first like men. They did not move like them. Their mouths never opened, but I knew there was something dreadful about them. There was a grotesque absurdism to it all, and I sometimes thought I might burst out laughing, though I knew that would quickly change to sobbing and I would be exposed. I had felt my safest option was to feign that same obsession that gripped Raleigh, that had taken my son. Though they both seemed to have a clearer idea of exactly what was going on, they didn't question me too closely as long as I seemed to share it. For all my navigational and cartographic skill, I had not the faintest idea where we were. At times the position of the sun cast doubt on even the continent through which we travelled. We found Edward von Toll a few days later. I recognized him immediately, as he had always been an inspiration of mine, right up until he and his ship, the Zarya, had vanished while hunting for the elusive polar island of Zemla Sanakova. Now he and his crew were pinning the things that looked like men to trees with long iron spikes.
Damn.
They thrashed and struggled, and a long bulbous tongue hung from their throats, pinned by the iron of Von Toll's men.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stand bloodsuckers, Raleigh said approvingly, as he conversed quietly with Baron Von Toll in French. 2 of the figures pinned to the trees screamed in pain. They had no tongue, no distended belly filled with stolen blood. But no one seemed to notice, or if they did notice, no one cared. In the joy of the hunt, they had been seized. And that was that. And so the expedition began again, with no sign of progress or clear destination, only the pure focus and wild excitement to find it. Whatever it was, wherever it might be, they would not stop, would never stop until it was found and taken. The supplies had run out days ago, and it was becoming clear that zeal will only sustain you so far, as 1 or 2 of the group began to falter and fall from exhaustion and hunger. They were simply left behind. The most painful part was Jack, who would spend hours walking beside me, telling me of all the wonders we would see, all the delights we would be part of when we finally found it, or caught it, or killed it. Whatever it might have been. Broke my heart to see what I had done to him, to know where my path had set him. When I finally felt my own body give out, it was a relief almost too acute to describe. I fell, and they left me behind. I awoke back in Dead Horse Camp. Some of the Calabalos had found me collapsed in the forest and had taken pity on me. I won't bore you with the details of my fevers and suffering, save to say that the shell shock I received in the Great War was nothing to what I went through after my return. I have been careful, though. Nobody knows I am alive, and I desperately wish to keep it that way. I am sure, deep within myself, that what Raleigh Rimmel hunted out in that jungle he will never find. He can never find. What those people pursued, what I pursued, doesn't exist, and I dearly hope that no others will ever suffer for our obsession. The sooner the world forgets them, forgets me, the better.
I believe that's
I just wish I hadn't lost my son to learn
Is
that
that all
lesson.
the strings they got you to cut?
Hmm?
Is that all the strings they
Statement
got you to
I
cut?
have this spare one.
Huh. Interesting.
What do you make of that, then?
Dunno.
Why?
Oh, well, you're a hunter, right? Well, I just wondered. I've been looking for evidence of a hunt ritual to see if it was one of the ones Gertrude stopped. And this is the closest thing I've been able to find.
Could have been one, I think.
But it didn't work. I don't even know how it was meant to work.
No.
But why? There was no outside interference, no other powers. Even the indigenous tribes who could theoretically have derailed it seemed to stay away. So why didn't it work?
I don't think it was about that.
I'm not sure I understand.
Just a feeling. When I was...
They're definitely besties now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what my least favourite part of the case was?
Police brutality lawsuit.
Arresting them. I hated the handcuffs. The click. It meant the chase was done, the hunt was over. Satisfying on a good day, sure, but boorish. I never really wanted it to be over.
You don't think the hunt would let its ritual end? You don't think it would let them find the culmination?
I don't know. Maybe? Sometimes I lost purpose because I let myself get too into it. Gave them openings just because I wanted to keep chasing. Like with you. Sometimes it meant I lost them.
One of the bits I've managed to decode from Gertrude's notes, it references something she calls the ever chase. You think that might be it? The ritual that never ends because the hunt is all in the pursuit?
I don't know. You're the expert.
No, I like it. It's a good theory.
Basira said you could just know all this now anyway.
Yeah, I can't really control it. Oh.
Hey, there you are. You're meant to be doing your exercises.
You were out.
You could have done them alone.
Sure.
Everything all right?
Yeah. Daisy, could you give us a minute?
Oh. Should I?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Ooh, shit.
Are you...
John, is that her?
What?
You've had people switch before, right? Replaced.
I mean, sure, but...
How sure are you that's the real Daisy?
I'm sure. Basira, that's her.
But do you know?
Yes. Why? Talk to me, Basira. Is she wrong in some way?
No. No, she still sounds like her. Says things Daisy would say, laughs like her. She just seems lost. I want it to be her.
Do you?
What's that supposed to mean?
She's trying to keep a clear head. Stay away from the hunt as much as possible. You valued her purpose, her resolve. The sort of things...
I get it. It's her.
We've all changed, Basira.
Yeah, I didn't realize she'd changed into someone who can't look after herself. Even without the muscle atrophy.
You were hoping for a defender.
I was hoping for someone I can trust to share the load. Because right now, it's all on me.
It doesn't have to be.
You're
not happy she's back?
I didn't say that, John. I will never abandon Daisy, and having her back is... But right now, she's dead weight, and I need to be able to travel light.
Damn.
You're starting to sound like Gertrude.
Good. As far as I can see, Gertrude Robinson was the most effective person in this place.
That's what Tim said as well.
Because you suck, dude.
Look,
I couldn't have done anything.
where you are.
Have you?
Yes, I have. Like, you're the only one responsible for everyone, the weight of all their lives on your shoulders. It leads to bad decisions.
Yeah, well, when I get myself kidnapped 3 times in a row, maybe I'll look to you for advice.
Bad decisions like wasting 3 weeks chasing dead ends and false leads rather than talking to us about the plan.
I told you not to look in my head.
I didn't. This one's just me. You've not mentioned anything about where you were, avoided talking about what you might have learned, and that file that you were studying clippings from, empty.
Maybe I found something and I'm not sharing.
You didn't, though, did you?
I had good intelligence.
Which you charged off to investigate without telling anyone. You know who that reminds me of?
Drop it.
Fine. I don't care if you trust me, but I think I've proven at the very least that I'm useful. So use me. Because if you go it alone, you are going to die.
That's a good point.
Even Gertrude worked with people. We make bad decisions when we don't communicate.
You literally jumped into a spooky coffin without telling anybody.
Case in point.
Okay.
And give Daisy a break. She was there 8 months. I was only there for 3 days. And...
Yeah, I know.
What?
Nothing. I've got work to do.
I have no idea how to do this.
It was difficult.
It is. It's annoying.
Oh, someone over there as well.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written by Jonathan Sims and directed...
I like that he says that even though it's him speaking.
Yeah.
Rusty Quill, episode 134, Time of Revelation.
Right. Martin Blackwood, assistant to Peter Lucas, head of the Magnus Institute. Recording statement number 0060122, statement of Adelard Decker. Taken from a letter to Gertrude Robinson,
Let's go.
dated 22nd of January 2006. Gertrude, sorry I can't be there in person to go over all this with you. I still have a few things to clear up over here, but I thought it would be best to let you know as soon as possible. I am now certain my theory is correct. There is something new emerging. A 15th power. I didn't want to believe it either, not at first, but I was alerted a few months ago to the case of a woman named Bernadette Delcourt. She works at the Faculté de Théologie in the University of Lille and is an expert in eschatology, specifically failed apocalypse predictions. She had an encounter I believe is directly connected to the new emergence, and I managed to track her down. She was reluctant to talk, though I eventually managed to get the story out of her. Bernadette had, apparently, received a call from a colleague in Paris about a discovery regarding Garland Hillier. Now, Hillier was a member of the Millerite movement in upstate New York during the early 1840s. I don't know how familiar you are with the Millerites, but they would eventually grow into the Seventh-day Adventist Church. They followed a preacher named William Miller, who believed he had calculated exactly when the end of days was coming, and pinned it down to October 22nd, 1844. Now, Gertrude, I'm sure you'll have noticed that date came and went without any sign of Jesus returning, and Miller's followers noticed the very same thing, calling it the Great Disappointment. Most of his followers stuck with him and gradually turned into the Seventh-day Adventists, but Garland Hillier apparently took it harder than most, abandoning the movement and returning to his native France the following year. He spent the next 20 years publishing widely derided collections of poetry, as well as essays on belief and atheism that were roundly ignored by the philosophical salons of the time. He was supported by several literary friends, as he was reputedly a gifted editor, even if his own work was often all but incomprehensible. Garland Hillier's final essay, published in 1867 and simply titled L'Avenir, The Future, was supposedly a rambling and meandering speculation on the end of the human race, influenced by Darwin's recent publication of The Origin of the Species and his own shattered faith.
He posited a future where, far from any glorious or holy revelation or reckoning, a decadent and corrupt humanity was violently and utterly supplanted and wiped out by a new category of being, one he referred to as les hériteurs, the inheritors. He gave no details on how he believed they might look like or how they might behave, but his predictions for the final days of humanity were unpleasant and visceral. The piece was not popular or widely distributed at the time and has, for the most part, been utterly forgotten by history. I've been unable to find any accessible copy myself, and have had to rely largely on Professor Delcoeur's recollections of its contents, as she has the dubious distinction of being one of the few academics familiar with Hillier's work. Anyway, the point is that some time after that essay was published, Garland Hillier disappeared. Exactly when this happened, no one is really sure, but the last records of his existence can be found near the end of 1867. No contemporaries commented on his disappearance, nor was there any search inquiry, but neither is there any record of his death or indication of emigration or travel. Despite his dubious academic credentials, he was apparently a man who consistently attempted to court the public eye, and his disappearance has long been a puzzlement, if not a full-blown mystery, in certain academic circles for a long time. So it's probably not surprising that when Bernadette got a call from Paris telling her that some workman had discovered Garland Hillier's apartment, it got her on a train almost immediately. And it certainly was a discovery, in the most literal sense. On the 5th floor of an apartment building on the Rue Lagarde near the Panthéon, some construction workers had uncovered a door that had at some point in the past been completely plastered over. Removing the covering and breaking through the old wood revealed another apartment, one apparently unnoticed by any of the other residents, or indeed the owners of those sections of the building, each of which had assumed the space was owned by one of the others and connected to a different part. As far as anyone was able to determine, the apartment had been sitting there, sealed and undisturbed, for almost 150 years. It was untouched, pristine, with barely a thin layer of fine dust coating the possessions and belongings that had stayed there for so long. A few objects identified the place as belonging to Hillier, including a short journal, and so the local authority, baffled as to what to do with this find, had called a history professor from the Sorbonne, who had passed it on to Bernadette, as she was one of the few academics familiar with Hillier. She went immediately. While the confusion over legal ownership would probably keep the place in limbo for some time, Bernadette was also acutely aware that it meant there would be limited protections in place as well, and she was keen to see it before anything too drastic happened to it. She got her wish, and her colleague even managed to supply her with a photocopy of the journal, though it made little real sense. It talked of Garland Hillier's new revelation about the absolute change of the world in terms that seemed at first elegiac, but later seemed almost panicked, with the final entry simply repeating the words "La porte est la porte." The door is the door. Clearly his mental state had been in decline, and Bernadette said she could not help dwelling on the image of this poor man, his whole world shifting and falling away from him, lost and alone in his tiny apartment, gradually losing himself until at last he lay down and simply did not get up again. But that couldn't be the case, she knew, as there had been no sign of a body. Bernadette arrived and got into the building without any trouble save for the 5 flights of stairs that needed to be climbed, and found the door unlocked. Monsieur Pinard, who had been supposed to meet her there, was apparently nowhere to be found, so she simply let herself in. The place felt strange, she told me, like a tiny pocket of another time, a bubble where the world had never changed, and stepping inside she almost felt like she would never change either. Even the light that came through the window seemed to be of a different quality, muted and gentle. The street chatter of Paris, which usually reaches all but the most remote of windows, seemed to vanish entirely. There was a sense of peace to it all, shot through with a strand of disquiet, a wrongness she told me she could not identify, but she could almost smell it. The objects left within the room itself were, unfortunately, somewhat disappointing. While the clothes and household objects were in a remarkable state of preservation, none gave any particular insight into the life or fate of Garland Hillier. The bed was unmade, but seemed to hold no clues, and aside from the journal there were no papers in the place that gave any useful information, save for a few letters from Hachette and the like, declining to print his essays. All in all, Bernadette described it as intensely disappointing, at least from her perspective, since the only aspect that served to shine any further light on Hillier, his theology or his fate, seemed to be the journal, something she hadn't needed to spend an hour and a half on the train to get to. She turned to leave, and that, she says, is when she started to get the sense that something was wrong. The door had been damaged by the builders who uncovered the place, and there were several distinct gaps in the wood. But as she walked back out, the door appeared to be whole.
Oh no.
She ignored it and left anyway, trying to reason it all away as a strange quirk of memory. Just one of those things. Unfortunately for her, it was not the only thing that had changed. The walls of the stairwell were discoloured, as though covered with a dusting of some faint yellowish dirt, and the stone steps were ever so slightly sticky beneath her shoes. There was no sound, no sign of life other than the squeaking of leather as she descended, trying desperately to convince herself that nothing was wrong, that it had been just as quiet on the way up, that this building had always had a thick, humid feeling to the air. When she stepped outside into the street of corpses, that was when her mind could no longer deny that she was not in any Paris that she knew, no matter what the architecture might have looked like. There were hundreds of them, stood in place where they had died, some fallen, a few kneeling. They were stiff and desiccated, mummified by some process Bernadette could not begin to guess at, but that rendered their flesh like tightly packed ash. At least that's what it looked like, as she dared not touch them. Those that had fallen seemed to have fused with the street, and some that seemed to have been too close to nearby walls were embedded within them. Every single shriveled, ashen face was contorted in a scream of agony, every sharp and jutting jaw cracked and twisted in an expression of horror, of understanding not just of their death, but the end of everything they knew. It was clear that they had been this way for years, if not decades. Bernadette says she was sure that nothing had moved in that dead city for 100 years. She was mistaken. I have never envied you your position, Gertrude. I have never coveted your gifts, as I know the terrible costs that come with them. But honestly, trying to get a description of these things, these inheritors from Bernadette Delcourt, made me wish I could just pull the image from her lips like you would have been able to. In the end, she would say nothing of them except that there is nothing done in the history of humanity that deserves the things that come after us. She was more precise on her escape. Remembering Hillier's words about the door, she had just enough time to retreat back to the apartment and barricade herself inside. Then she waited until the entrance changed again, and she could emerge back into the world she remembered. At least, that's my interpretation of events. She was rather agitated by this point in the account, so I believed it best to leave her to it. I may try to interview her again later, though I have my suspicions she may find herself disappearing. She has that quality about her, I'm sure you know what I mean, of an unfinished meal, and I can only hope that when the second course starts she can remember her way back to Garland Hillier's apartment once more. But of course the evidence suggests that, in the end, even he wasn't able to. Now I know what you're going to say, Gertrude. Odd doors are a sign of the spiral, empty worlds tend towards the lonely, and eschatology is almost literally the study of the end. But this is different. I feel it. This fear is new.
15th
This is a fear of extinction, of change. It used to be part of the end, perhaps, when the end of humanity was to be the end of all things. But now the fear is not of a rapture or a revelation. It is of catastrophic change. A change in our world that will wipe out what it means to be us and leave something else in its place.
It's like a zombie apocalypse.
Mankind will warp the world so much it kills us all and leaves only 1,000 years of plastic behind. Technology will strip us of what it means to be human and leave us something alien and cold. We will press a button that in a moment will destroy everything we have ever been. Animals are witnessing the end of their entire species within a single generation. These are new fears, Gertrude, and a new power is rising to consume them. the extinction, the terrible change, the future without us. I know you don't credit my theories, and I'm sure you'll have plenty to say on this one, but I'm going to need your help with this at some point, I'm sure of it. I don't know how you can stop the birth of something that has no life, or mind, or substance, but if anyone can figure it out, it's you. I've never met anyone so gifted at understanding that strange dream logic of the fears, and if what I suspect about this new power is true, it could be catastrophic. Until then, I'll keep searching for evidence, trying to find instances and manifestations of the extinction. I'll keep you updated. Stay safe. Abelard. So that's it, is it?
It is.
A new power.
The extinction. Yes.
So what, you're afraid of the competition?
Not at all. Honestly, that's the sort of thing I normally relish. I've always been a little bit of a gambler, and the higher the stakes, the better.
So this is... what?
This is different.
I'm listening.
Good. It's about time. There are two powers that, to my knowledge, have never attempted to fully manifest. Never had followers set them up for a ritual. Mother of Puppets and Terminus. The web and the end. The web, I've never really been sure about. If I were to guess, I would say it actually prefers the world as is, playing everyone against each other, and so on. The end, on the other hand. The end doesn't really need one. It knows that it gets everything eventually, so why bother? The end manifesting would not be a new world of terror. It would be a lifeless world, devoid of everything.
Including fear?
Exactly. It has no reason to truly attempt to enter our world. It's passive. But the extinction is different. It's active. It will seek to create a lifeless world in a way that none of the other powers ever would. Some interpretations suggest it might replace us with something new that can then fear annihilation in turn. But I, and those like me, would rather that did not happen.
So what? You want to stop it being born?
I don't know if such a thing is even possible, but if it is, then yes. Or at the very least, weaken it.
Okay, so let's say, for now, that I believe you, hypothetically. What does this have to do with me?
I'm still working out some of the kinks, but I believe I have a plan. However, it requires this place, and it requires someone touched by the beholding. Elias was, perhaps unsurprisingly, unwilling to help.
And you thought that since I'm so lonely already, I'd be ideal.
Yes.
You see, the thing is, Peter, I'm still not all that keen on being part of any ritual you set up. In fact, if I were to be blunt, I'd say that it would be suicidally stupid.
Martin, it's going to be decades, if not centuries, before I get another chance to bring Forsaken into this world. Your last archivist saw to that. Honestly, if Elias hadn't killed that woman, I'd have been very tempted. I warned him she was a danger, but
Peter!
Anyway, the point is that, yes, obviously, if I last that long, I'm going to try again. But I'm rather keen for the world not to end in the meantime. Martin, this is what we agreed. After the flesh attacked, you came to me, and I've held up my end of the bargain, despite your continued hesitation. Your friends have been largely untroubled by the many, many enemies that they have made.
What about the delivery guy? Rican. And the coffin.
Was that its name? To be honest with you, I thought it was dead.
You thought wrong.
True enough. And as soon as I learned it was here, I moved to intervene. But, well, it turns out I wasn't really needed. And as far as the coffin goes, there's not much I can do about a bull-headed archivist who seems hell-bent on self-destruction. My powers only extend so far. Look, I'm not going to pressure you into doing anything you don't want to. It won't even work unless you're willing to commit.
You could just say
In any case, I have plenty of preparations to work on myself before it's ready. I'll see what else I can find to help with your reservations in the meantime, okay? Just don't hesitate too long. We are on a deadline after all.
Fine.
Right. Then, if you'll excuse me, I have a family thing to get to.
Are we going to talk about John?
Do we need to? Because, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's been going on with him these past couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Martin, my patron, hopefully our patron someday, doesn't give me any sort of special insights. I'm not quite the accomplished voyeur that Elias was. I have to keep tabs on things the old-fashioned way.
Turning invisible and eavesdropping.
If you like, but I'm only one person and I can't keep an eye on everything.
Or anything, apparently.
As I said, one of the last shreds of the circus delivered a gateway into Too Close I Cannot Breathe. I went to help, but was too late. Then your detective friend left on one of Elias's wild goose chases. Then John willfully hurled himself into the coffin. I did not intervene, because thankfully I did not agree to protect your friends from their own idiocy. Though actually, he gave it more consideration than I thought he would.
He's not a moron.
What?
So the bit that Peter was saying he would help with was when Brecon delivered the coffin. But by that point, John had already pulled the statement from him and freaked him out, so he left.
I see.
If you say so. Regardless, he's in there 3 days, and then what do you know? He manages to pull himself out of the coffin like a grubby Jesus. And he even brings a penitent thief along in the form of your pet murderer. Does this seem about right to you so far?
Yeah.
Now, from my point of view, so far, none of this has been any of my business. We have bigger concerns than this little soap opera you call an archive. What does puzzle me, though, and I mean that genuinely, is why you were piling tape recorders onto the coffin while John was in there. It's a question, Nathan. It's not an accusation.
I don't know. And I just felt like it might help. He's always recording. I thought it might help him find his way out.
Interesting.
And it did.
Were you compelled?
I don't know. Maybe. I definitely wanted to do it.
But?
I'm not sure where the idea came from.
You should watch out for that. Could be something dangerous.
Sure.
I can't help but notice you're recording right now.
It was a statement, right? That's what we do.
Anyway, point is, I'm not your captor or your torturer. I'm not going to tell you to stop talking to him, or even saving him if it comes to it. If that's not a decision you're willing to make yourself, me scolding you isn't going to help. You know what the stakes are now, and I just have to hope you're with me on this, focusing on the big picture.
Yeah.
Okay, now I really am running late, so if you don't mind.
He's got a dinner date with Elias.
What, in prison?
Yeah.
Through the little prison bars?
Yeah. It's something he'd do.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license. Today's episode was written
He
by
cares
Jonathan
so much.
Simmons
It's
and
so
directed by Alan.
adorable. It is. It is so fucking cute, and I love it so much. I love my little squishy little face. I want to squirrel. I want to grab his little cheese and squish the shit out of him. I fucking love Martin. He's my little baby boy, and I love him.
You know, I haven't noticed.
My little baby.
Episode 135.
We've again
Dark
listened to
matter.
quite a few, but that's okay. Back. This is my progress.
Nice.
She's looking pretty.
Statement of Manuela Dominguez regarding her unconventional religious beliefs.
He sounds like he did in season 2. When he was just so fucking tired all the time. And he was just like, I'm tired. I'm I'm scared. I'm everything. That was quite amusing.
Their interaction with her project aboard the space station, Daedalus. Original statement given July 14th, 2014. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist.
No.
Statement begins.
Fucking big man with his big voice job.
I come to you with a warning and an offer. When you read this, I would consider it a great favor if you could share my words with the head of your institute. Tell him that Maxwell Rayner sends his regards and offers sanctuary. A time of holy darkness is at hand when the eye will close forever, and in the spirit of the friendship they once shared, he offers an opportunity to surrender. Forsake the ceaseless watcher, abandon your position, and you shall be spared in the blind world to come. In this spirit of reconciliation, and to convince you of our sincerity, I offer my story, much as it may pain me to feed the sick voyeur that lurks in this place.
The voyeur.
My parents were very religious, fueled with a zealotry and zeal that only now I am beginning to truly understand. They believed in the imminence of Christ, descending and purging the earth of all the iniquities and sin that they saw in the world. I was brought up to believe in the light of God, his radiant, illuminating presence, and the promise that he was coming to banish the darkness forever. It didn't save them, of course, and when they lay there dying, I saw in their face the fear that they had always denied, the confidence in their own salvation fading with each step closer to the end. For a long time, I hoped that they had been right about their beliefs. I remembered in my heart that deep down they were vicious, spiteful people who used their faith to hurt others. And I fondly imagined them discovering themselves in an afterlife other than the one they had assumed as their destination. But I no longer think of such things. The core of their hatred was for anything they saw as unnatural. To them, God's creation was perfect, and all things in nature were right and proper according to his will. Of course, there was little consistency in what they considered to be natural, and it always seemed to fall along the lines of their own petty jealousies and pride. Anything they did not understand became unnatural, and I found myself crossing that line from an early age. Although strangely, out of everything I was, it was always my desire to pursue a scientific career that they railed against with the most energy. I saw it as studying the natural world, learning how it worked, mapping it. They saw it as devil-inspired pride that tried to know and master forces that were rightfully beyond us. Regardless, I broke with them as soon as I could, and only returned when they were dying. Did I come to gloat? Maybe. Though more than that, I wanted to tell them of my own church, to spread the gospel that I had found, so that they might die with the fear of darkness on their lips.
Interesting.
You see, I do not disagree with my parents' thesis that the true virtue of the world is in its natural state. But the natural state of the universe
You're making pretty
is
good progress.
darkness.
We're getting there.
Those rank, pompous
see why
balls
you
of
only got
fire and
part way.
light,
This one is
vomiting
long.
their radiation out into the nothing.
All of the
they
other
cannot
fears keep
stand
kink
against the over.
All of the other fears keep kink shaming the eye for watching things, and I don't know whether I hate that or find it hilarious. To be fair, I also just kind of kink shame them, so that's on me.
Reality of it. We talk about light and dark being opposites, but they are no more opposites than a gaudy paint is the opposite of the wall upon which it sits. Without light, there is darkness. But without darkness, there is nothing. We sit upon our tiny spinning ball of dirt, desperately building our own tiny suns, our own illuminating shelters from the truth of existence, clustering around them like insects, never realizing that they rob us of the revelations that come in the dark, that our wretched eyes bind us to this grotesque world in which we live. But Manuela, they would say, All life comes from light. The energy that sustains us is drawn from the sun, from its warm, beautiful radiance. And I tell them to look again at life, at the pain and suffering and misery that it brings with it. The nature that light gives us is corrupt and base, tearing itself to pieces, spinning to its own sick destruction. The life that is given to us by the stars, by the sun, can barely sustain itself for a century. Did you know that the oldest single thing on Earth given life by the light is the Great Basin bristlecone pine tree? 5,000 years some of them have been alive. 5 millennia. That's it. That's all. Even the longest lived of the sun's children can barely make it a few thousand years. Compare this to the uncountable eternity of darkness, stretching back far beyond when the sickness of an illuminated universe was thrown into existence.
Right,
If the words of my parents hold any truth, then God is the true monster.
Oh my god, what a fucking
And let
word.
there be light, the most evil words ever spoken.
This is the true.
It may come then as little surprise that my studies in physics drew me towards dark matter and dark energy. My own theology was undeveloped back then, just the smallest of thoughts hovering from the back of my mind. A thought experiment I was happy to occasionally indulge.
No. I'm happy with what I'm
In many
doing.
ways, my work back then was a betrayal of my principles. For what is research and study, if not doing the work of the light, taking what is true and hidden and rendering it revealed and imperfect, filtering it through a base and falsifying human mind, as surely as the light warps the world around us.
Slay, thank you, Speak.
In many ways, I suppose my parents were right about it being unnatural.
What?
It was my path to the truth, so I cannot bring myself to honestly regret it. Dark energy, dark
That's
matter,
so sad.
dark
Alexa, play
radiation,
Desperate
the true Holy Trinity. Almost the entirety of reality is made
So
of them,
unfair,
shaped
it
by
can
them,
even
moved
be
by
left
them,
accidentally.
and yet they remain entirely impervious to the light. They resist all attempts to measure and expose them, visible only in their effect upon the world, their nature guessed at, seeping through the holes in our knowledge of the cosmos. All of those things that are believed to be existence, matter, energy, radiation, all of them are utterly dwarfed by their dark counterparts. Which leads to an inevitable question: if the fundamental building blocks are so predominantly the dark parts, is it not the light-twisted versions of them that are the deviation, the pale reflection? Perhaps it should be matter and light matter. But I did not come here to quibble over semantics. I came to tell you my story, though it has perhaps become my sermon. No matter. These thoughts, these feelings were always in my mind, and my work in physics only served to deepen them. But it was not until I met Maxwell Rayner that I realized the deeper truth of it all. He spoke words I thought existed only in my heart, and I loved him as the soil loves the rain. At first I thought his blindness was a gift, but he rebuked me for such thoughts. Simply because one cannot feel the heat, he told me, does not mean their flesh does not burn. The light is more than simply the source of sight. It is the source of our entire venal half-existence. And he was aware of it always. Maxwell told me it is in our nature to fear the dark. And I could not disagree. For all my intellectual reverence of it, I could not deny that those few occasions I had found myself in full and proper darkness, my heart had trembled. And rightly so, he said, for are we not creatures born of the light, contemptible and corrupt? Surely then this fear of confronting the pure nature of the universe is right and good. Surely this fear of the dark is the truest communion that humanity could ever hope for. And at his words I felt afraid, and my heart soared in terror and elation as my eyes brimmed with tears. For I knew he spoke the truth. So we began to work together, to worship together in his church, the only church I've ever felt I truly belonged to. It was wonderful. And when he spoke to me of prophecy, of the movement of the heavens and the killing of the sun, I knew I would do everything in my power to help him. And I could, more than anyone else on Earth, he said, because of my expertise. That knowledge I had gained in defiance of the dark could finally be put to use. I was to create a focus, a black star, a new center point around which a universe of purest darkness could turn. To take dark matter, dark energy, and harness it, bring it forward into a form that could be held, used, worshipped. Scientifically, it was nonsense, of course. Dark energy and the like don't work like that, not even remotely. But that wasn't important. What mattered was that it felt like science, and that was all I needed. To do my work, to create the black star would need a parody, an aping mockery of science. But it would also need the deepest of darknesses. When I told Maxwell what I actually needed, he told me such a thing was impossible, but I insisted. And so he began his work on the Daedalus. I don't know how he convinced Fairchild and the Lucases to help finance the project. A life as long as his is evidently very good for one's finances. But even so, space exploration is a whole other magnitude of expenditure. I don't entirely know if they were working on rituals of their own, or simply pushing the boundaries of their own fears, their masters. Either way, it was clear my two fellow astronauts were patsies, sent up there to suffer. I almost felt bad for them, but it was in most ways a relief to know I wouldn't need to worry about them interfering with my own project. Exactly how the launch was arranged I couldn't tell you, but I assume the calculations must have been done by one of ours. Otherwise, well, weight is very important when planning a launch, and it could hardly have escaped their notice that there were 4 people in that rocket. 3 astronauts, and 1 unlucky nyctophobe, sealed in a lightless box, silenced but not sedated, apparently indistinguishable from the rest of the supplies. I never learned his name, never needed to. He was simply a battery, a ready source of constant terror I could draw on for my experiment. However Maxwell had contrived to stop him screaming seemed most effective, and the closest I ever came to discovery was when Kilbride expressed confusion at the rate that the supplies were diminishing. It was really only the 2 of us anyway, with Chilcott sealed away, having his own little breakdown. And Deanne was always a bit of an idiot.
This is really hard.
So ready to believe anyone's lies.
It's hard to know
But
what
I suppose I don't
do.
need to tell you that, do I, Gertrude? My experiments continued largely uninterrupted, pushing the boundaries of light, darkness, and fear. It was dangerous work, and more than once I got too close to the light and it almost destroyed me. But it didn't. I could regale you with the technical terms or scientific disciplines I'd played with and rendered meaningless.
Okay.
But in the end, all you actually need to know is that I succeeded. A tiny, terrible sun at the pitchiest black, shining, beautiful darkness all around it. By that time, my colleagues had long since succumbed to the torments they were assigned, and I had no difficulty storing the black star securely before pulling them onto the shuttle for the return journey. And then the 3 of us returned to Earth. Just as well. The final experiment had left my battery in such a state that no amount of soundproofing could dampen the screams, and I was glad of the peace and quiet. That's all I really came here to say, to let you know we had succeeded, and to make your boss an offer on behalf of Maxwell. I suppose there is also an element of provocation here as well. Even with the loss of Darvish, we will still be victorious. We have watched you, Gertrude. I suppose you're used to that, but we know what you're capable of. So consider this a challenge. I would love nothing more than to see you destroyed by the radiance of the dark sun we have created. So by all means do your worst, or prostrate yourself, both of you, before the forever blind, and perhaps you might be spared. Maxwell and I await your decision with keen
Damn.
Statement ends. Well, that's concerning. I mean, the sun's still there, so I assume they failed. Unless they're still waiting to attempt it. That's not the sort of statement you give 4 years before you try to actually. Or is it? The time frames on these attempts, these rituals, well, they seem variable, to say the least. When I try to think about it, it's just darkness. Unhelpful, but not unexpected. I'll keep digging. If there is another ritual upcoming, I'll need all the information I can get on it. I can't believe Gertrude didn't have a plan for it. I hope I'm just being overcautious that it's already long since dealt with, but we'll see. At least the coffin's gone. I gave artifact storage some very specific instructions and they've got it solidly sealed away. Is locking it up the right thing to do? There are other people in there. And Daisy and I got out, but no, I can't think about that. Even if I could somehow be sure of recreating our escape, I can't save everyone that's been taken. It's not my job to try. I can't spend another 3 days in there. I need to let it go.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like interacting with the rest of the Institute these days. The way they look at me, I don't know. I don't know what the rumors going around are, but they have definitely heard something. And they can't wait until they don't have to talk to me anymore. Can't honestly say I blame them. No, this is easy. Everyone just trying to get through as best they can. Living one day at a time. But I can't afford to be just living one day at a time. I need a plan.
Hard. Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what I'm trying to achieve.
It's hard to take dark avatars seriously when half the time they sound like edgy 20-something goths who are still a little too attached to the goth sonic OCs that they made when they were 30. Oh my gosh. That is so very specific. And yes, I completely agree. I mean, without darkness, there's nothing. I was like, Jesus, I mean...
No one...
I guess.
No one wants to tell me. End recording.
Nice to see you again, detective.
Still not a detective. Never was.
Oh, but everyone else seems to be getting a title these days. Why shouldn't you?
Cut the shit. What are you playing at?
I'm sure I don't know what you mean.
Like hell you don't. Every lead a dead end. Every contact vanished or dead. I spent 3 weeks bouncing all over the globe on your bad intel because you said there was a way to bring Daisy back.
There was. It required you to be absent.
You wanted him to go in there.
And you would never have allowed it had you been present.
Why?
Would you simply believe I wanted you and Daisy reunited?
No.
Fine. Consider it a test. Things are coming. Things that will need John to be far stronger and more willing to use his connection to our patron. His performance during the Unknowing was disappointing. I needed a way to force him to harness his ability more acutely than he had before. The coffin was a useful tool, Daisy an adequate bait.
Then you messed up. Where he tells it, he doesn't know how he got out of there.
But he did. And his powers were no small part of it. Even if he required some assistance, they were what saved him. And he has still achieved what no one, mortal, monster, or anything in between, has ever been able to. He climbed out of the buried.
But what's the point? You aren't getting your ritual off from in here, so what do you need him for? What's so important you need him stronger?
I have been observing a recent increase in people and supplies being moved to the small town of Nyolesund in Svalbard. An increase which I believe may be linked to a rather desperate attempt by the People's Church of the Divine Host to perform a crude ritual of their own. To bring their Mr. Pitch into the world.
The People's Church. But I thought...
You thought the final death of Maxwell Rayner might have sufficiently derailed them? Yes, that was my hope too, but alas, it would seem not.
Maxwell, you called in that tip, sent us out to their warehouse.
And now I'm sending you out again.
And why the hell should I trust you this time?
I rather feel the real shame would be letting the entire world fall into darkness because of a single person's wounded pride. Detective.
Woo.
The stakes are far too high for that kind of indulgence.
So what are they doing?
I don't know the details. Neolison is a stronghold of the dark, meaning I can't see inside. I believe they call it the Extinguished Sun, though that's as much as I know. If Gertrude had a plan for this one, I haven't found it, which is why John needs to be closer to the eye. If anyone can stop what's happening, he can. See through the darkness, etc.
And after all this, you want me to just take it on faith and ferry John up to Norway?
Have you ever seen the Aurora Borealis? It's lovely this time of year. It would be a shame to lose them. Feel free to do your own research to confirm what I'm telling you. Just don't take too long.
If you're lying about this...
You'll kill me? I can hardly wait. Good luck, detective.
Brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want food?
The Magnus Archive.
Detective.
I could do food, but I could also do another episode before we stop for food.
How about, because I've got that baguette.
Uh-huh.
And so either I can make you a sandwich for tomorrow when you're out doing your stabby in your army, or I can just like cook it now and we can just have like warm bread, maybe add some ham and cheese.
Is that what you're vibing with? In terms
No,
of
but I'm just,
food?
if you're not ready for dinner, I can make us a little something.
I think I'll definitely only need one meal just yet to search for breakfast.
Yeah. Okay, well then I'm happy to also wait.
Okay, so yeah, one more episode.
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
The Puppeteer.
Ooh.
No, I don't play, I'm Puppeteer.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alistair.
Gee, shiggity whiz, I don't know.
Episode 136. The Puppeteer.
Right?
Yeah, my grip strength is
not recovered.
not quite. I also just like playing, don't forget.
Mm-hmm.
Most of this is walk off.
Not really. I was just going to record a
You
statement.
can't have sympathy for it.
Well, Daisy's been. I've been keeping her company while Basira's busy. She's.
Oh no, I know.
Well, I've kind of got to. I've got somewhere to be. Do you mind if she hangs around with?
I suppose not at all. She's very welcome.
Oh,
great.
If you don't mind me asking,
besties,
where are you off to?
Besties for besties.
Therapy. Wait.
Oh God, Melanie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's fine. I would probably have told you eventually anyway.
Even so, I shouldn't have.
Just forget it.
It's good though. I'm glad you're getting help.
Yes. Well, we'll see. There's a lot of crap therapists out there.
That is true.
Still, it is a good step.
I suppose.
Yeah.
You going to tell them the truth?
I don't know. It's all a bit, you know. Can we drop it?
Of course.
Yeah, he's fine with it. So.
It's the fact she gets Melanie to ask,
okay?
like she doesn't even want to ask herself.
Old days, you would have literally just sat down and like, sup.
Yeah.
But like, and what? You're gonna kick me out?
Yeah.
You're gonna kick me out? You're like half my size. I could bend you like a fucking toothpick, mate. Get on with your bloody statement. I'm fine as I am, thanks. Whereas now she's like,
Wheeze.
Can you go ask him if it's okay if I hang out with him? I'm a little lonely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't wanna interrupt him.
Mm-hmm.
It's so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Anyway, I'm
like
running late, so
co-parenting.
Yeah.
thank you.
It's like, here he
Anytime.
is.
You alright?
Asked me that already.
Right. Sorry.
I didn't ask her to do that.
It's fine.
You're not babysitting me, all right? No, that's what the others think sometimes, but that's not it. I just don't like being on my own if I can help it. You know, flashbacks, panic attacks, the usual. Just trying to avoid it if I can.
I know, Daisy. I do. It's hard.
Yeah, well, don't let me get in your way.
Of course.
Can I read a statement?
Statement of Alison Kilala regarding her time as friend and carer to special effects artist Neil Lagorio.
Ooh, this one.
Original statement given 1st December 2012. Audio recording by Jonathan Sims, the archivist. Statement begins. I loved Neil. I might even have been in love with him, it's hard to say. When there are so many emotions caught up in a single person, when they're such a significant force in your life, it gets difficult to say what's really there at the heart of it. His work, his art, defined my early life, as his friendship defined the last 20 years of it. One of my earliest memories is cowering behind my mother watching Labyrinth of the Minotaur on our tiny television, seeing the clay of the creature move and come alive in stop motion. It terrified. I don't care about the other stuff, not really. Is cowering behind my mother watching Labyrinth of the Minotaur on our tiny
Somehow the
television.
thread managed to move us forward.
Seeing the clay of the creature move and come alive in stop motion. It terrified me. It thrilled me. It's a moment that's never completely left me. I've always had two passions, engineering and special effects. So naturally, the course of my life gradually led me towards working on animatronics. I don't care about the other stuff, not really. A squib's a squib, no matter how much you dress it up, and makeup never really wowed me. Even pyrotechnics, while impressive and visually spectacular, they just didn't give me the same sharp joy as making something that could move, that came alive, directed and controlled by my hand. I always felt Frankenstein should have been an engineer, not a medical student. Reading that book, I couldn't help but see myself in that obsession. But I suppose everyone's already done the monster as a robot, haven't they? And none made it move as well as Neil did in 1975 when he worked on Agents of Orion. That was one of his movies that I went back to time and again. The way the robot moved, the weight and life he managed to give each clanking, hissing step. I was 14 when I managed to hunt down a copy on Betamax, and I just watched that scene over and over again. I was already obsessed with Neil's work by then, mostly his sci-fi stuff from the late 70s, Beyond Time, Under New York, The Crawling Ones, all that sort of thing. His earlier stuff I certainly enjoyed, but for all my fondness for that animated Minotaur, his stop-motion work never really grabbed me like his animatronics. The way Neil tells it, he split from his partner Gabe in 1972, and sculpting for stop-motion had never really had the same charm after that. Besides, he always told me, I'm a puppeteer at heart. That was certainly true. Neil never really talked about his early life, but sometimes when the medication was kicking in, he would tell me about his training with puppets. I could never figure out what performance school he learned at, or even if he went to one at all, but he would twist his fingers into all sorts of bizarre and intricate shapes, until I could see the strings flowing over them. We made them dance, he would say, wonder and nostalgia in his voice. Oh, how we made them dance. Growing up an 80s cinephile and devotee of his art, I obviously had to learn to love horror. It wasn't just his work with John Carpenter either. It was common knowledge that Neil was deliberately seeking out darker and more grotesque works, though no one knew why. Dead Sky, The Nightmare Children, 40 Winks, they were all in this period of his career, which culminated, of course, with Toy Shop. While it's now regarded as a cult classic, I still remember the editorials at the time condemning it, and some even called it the end of Neil Ligorio. I think it was too late to officially be a video nasty, but it was certainly referred to as such in the UK press. He told me later that he just needed to get it out of his system. I don't know if I entirely believed him. Whatever the case, my own relationship with him started in 1992 on the set of Jewel of the Amazon, a mid-budget, effects-driven Kevin Costner vehicle. I'd been working in the industry only a couple of years by that point, and while I'd always dreamed of working with Neil Ligorio someday, it wasn't quite how I always pictured it. The production was rushed, the budget was stretched, the direction was uninspired, and Neil seemed broadly miserable. Despite this, or maybe because of it, we became friends. I think we bonded on that shoot, sheltering from the rain for hours at a time, watching a soggy animatronic Jaguar gradually start to rust. I had to fight every instinct inside me, everything that wanted to burst out in admiration for his work and his profound effect on my life. But instead I chain-smoked and laughed, trying my best to come across as my hero's peer. What was Neil Ligorio like? The question is harder to answer than I always thought it would be. In so many ways he was his work. Conversations were usually about the current shoot, future projects, or the most recent films of anyone he considered worth his attention. He had no time for whatever the issue of the day was and despised Hollywood gossip and anyone who dealt in it. I will say that there was no warmth to him at all. He was not unpleasant or cruel, but beyond that you may as well have been talking to one of his steel and hydraulic creations. There were two sorts of people in the world as far as Neil saw it, those who were worth his time and those who were not. And if you were in the latter group, he honestly couldn't care if you lived or died. Not that most people could tell which side of the line they fell on. There were even days that I wasn't sure myself. Sometimes I remember he would invite people over to his studio that I was sure he hated for screenings of his original cuts. I was quite jealous of this at the time, as I'd never got such an invitation, but it was probably for the best. I didn't realize it back then, but those guests, they never quite looked the same afterwards.
Mm.
We stayed in touch over the next few years, even worked together on The Wire Runner, his one underwhelming foray into CGI. He even kept in contact when I left to have my baby. It wasn't planned, but while I may not have had much time for makeup and monster suits, the bodies inside of them were a different matter. Anyway, even once I'd sorted out childcare arrangements, I found myself more and more unwelcome in the industry. It wasn't that people weren't willing to hire me. By this point I had a hell of a special effects resume. But the hours you were expected to be working, the way shoots were set up, the culture of drinking, networking, none of it was really possible alongside parenting. I only really heard about Neil's work from what he told me. His disappointment at the director's limited vision for the irradiated creatures in Eagle Falls, or his satisfaction with his latest and, as it turned out, last foray into horror with The Harvest Men. He'd always had a fondness for spiders, he told me, and I, of course, reminded him that Harvest Men weren't technically spiders. It was around that time that he started to suffer his first symptoms. He told me later his greatest regret was not being able to finish his final film, an art house piece simply titled Dancer. He never explained what it was about, nor do I think it actually came out in the end. By the time it was due to start shooting, he'd already begun to seize up. I became his carer a few months later. It just seemed to make sense. A frugal life, lucrative career, and prickly personality had left him with lots of money, but no real support. While my life had left me in a position where I cared deeply about his well-being and was in desperate need of money. Everything just lined up so neatly. I will say this once, and you can draw whatever conclusions you wish from it. Neil Ligorio did not have Parkinson's disease. He began to have difficulty moving, yes, but his mind remained razor sharp at all times, and his growing immobility at no point seemed to cause him any pain or discomfort. It was simply that, over the course of several years, he stopped being able to move under his own power. The doctors were never able to name it anything other than Parkinson's, and I'll admit I'm no expert, but I know they were wrong. When it started, I was worried that Neil would take the loss of his work very hard. It had been all he was for so long, surely being unable to continue would devastate him. Instead, he threw himself into a new project, one I would never have expected, but that suited my engineering background perfectly. Neil had devised a series of frames, ropes and pulleys, to be constructed in the rooms and corridors of his home. The end of these ropes were hooks, which slotted into harnesses, again of his own design, that he wore on his wrists, his neck, his torso, and his legs. When properly built and attached, it allowed me to move him, without a wheelchair or my own support. I could stand him up and walk him like a puppet. I protested, of course. This man was my hero. I loved him, and there was no way I could subject him to this awful indignity. But my objections were ignored, as always, and Neil insisted that this was what he wanted. So I built that strange contraption, using the skills I had developed across my whole life to fill every corner of Neil Ligorio's house with wood and steel and cable. And when it was all done, and I pulled him through his first jerky standing motions, it did seem to make him happy. Pulling on those levers and cords, moving him step by stiff-limbed step through his house. It was the first time I had seen Neil smile in years. And so that became our life. For almost a decade, I went to his home every day, strapped him up, and gradually puppeted my idol through whatever strange, mimed parody of domestic life he desired. I still had to feed him, had to wash him, but he would always insist his arm be hoisted to his mouth before I fed him a sandwich, or that I correctly position him in the bath. And gradually the surreal gave way to the mundane, and it simply became our life. I barely even noticed when the harnesses were no longer necessary, when the loops for those hooks were now embedded directly into his body. I must have asked him about it, but at the time it just seemed like such a natural progression. It was almost 6 months ago when the woman came to our door. She looked like a film student, and at first I took her for a fan. Neil's work wasn't the sort to attract adoring masses, but occasionally admirers would find their way to his home. Usually he'd send them away, but sometimes he'd have them wait in the atrium while I positioned him in his studio, ready for a short meeting or Q&A session. I was about to ask her to wait while I checked with him, but as I started to speak, she turned her head, revealing a mass of white thread crisscrossing all over the side of her temple, standing starkly against the dark brown of her skin. She told me to sit down.
Do you remember who
And I
this
did.
is?
Oh, is this
I heard the
Annabelle?
levers and pulleys move behind me, and I could tell that Neil was being walked down the corridor towards this woman, but I couldn't see. I couldn't turn my head. So I don't really know what his reaction was. But it didn't sound like one of fear or despair. He called her Annabelle, and she sent me to his screening room. She told me I was to watch his original cuts. Just until we're all done here, she said. And as I walked away from Neil, the last time I saw him alive, he was dancing, the cables shifting and moving him in a graceful, sweeping ballet. And he was crying with joy. I don't know how long I was watching those films. They don't It was hard to keep track of time. According to my daughter, I was missing for 5 months. When Annabelle let me out, Neil was dead. He was hanging there, wrapped in his strings like a cocoon, twisting gently around and around and around. She told me to take the films, his original cuts. She told me to come here. She told me to give them to you. I resisted for some time. I'm done now. She's won. And I'd very much like to go home. Statement ends. Neil Ligorio. You ever see any of his work?
No, not really into films.
Well, let's just say it's not a complete shock. That was something unnatural to them. Didn't know we had copies in the Institute, though. Let alone original cuts.
John's like,
Recording
yay!
tape made,
John's like, yay!
artifact
Come on,
storage.
guys. Yeah.
Probably best they stay there.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Annabelle Kane. She worries me. I don't know. This is the second time she's turned up peripheral to the Institute.
That you know of.
Meaning what?
She's web. Spiders sneaky like that. Like that lighter you're always using. Where'd you get that?
Good point. We should keep our eyes open. Anyway, how's Basira doing? I haven't seen her much since. Well, she seemed a bit tense the last few times we spoke. How are you guys doing?
No, Basira, she's been good. We're together, so it's good. She didn't keep treating me like a China doll. But it's alright.
It's understandable, I suppose.
Yeah, well, what do you think? You think I'm weak just because I'm not already chasing the next kill? You think I'm less me?
I don't feel like I'm exactly in the best place to judge the intersection between free will and humanity. Still trying to figure that out myself.
John, when you went in the coffin, was it you choosing to do that? Did you actually think you could save me, or was that something telling you to do it?
It was me. I was drawn to it, I'll admit, but it was my decision. It wasn't entirely about you, though.
What was it?
My memories of the coma are not clear. But I know I made a choice. I made a choice to become something else. Because I was afraid to die. But ever since then, I don't know if I made the right decision. I'm stronger now, tougher. I can... If I do die now, or get sealed away somewhere forever, I don't know if that's a bad thing. And I don't want to lose anyone else. So if I can maybe stop that happening, and the only danger is to me, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Worst case scenario, the universe loses another monster.
That's messed up.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Did you know the coffin wouldn't kill you?
I guess I thought imprisonment wouldn't be as bad as it was. And it's a lot easier to make that choice than it is to actually endure the result. You might have noticed when I was in there with you, I had regrets.
Yeah, I remember.
Plus I thought, well, I didn't know what being down there had done to you.
You thought I was going to kill you?
It was a possibility.
Guess so.
Daisy. It's a weird question, but I haven't seen you in my dreams the last couple of weeks.
Oh, no, I work here now. I'm figuring to protect the others, so...
Oh, right, so... Wait, did you talk to Lucas? Or...
Broke into Elias's old office, found an employment contract, filled it in, and signed it.
And that worked?
Seems so.
And you're not worried about...
Basira's trapped here. So are you.
I'm not going anywhere anyway.
I suppose not. So, no more dreams.
Not of you and your weird eyes. Just the coffin.
Is that better?
It's mine. You need to stop moping.
I what?
You need to stop swanning around, being all sad.
I'm not swanning around.
Oh, I'm so alone and a monster.
I am alone. Martin
Busy
is
doing paperwork. Not like he's dead. Besides, he's not the only other person here, you know. There's me, Melanie, Basira.
traumatized and paranoid because of me.
Get over yourself. You're always talking about choices. We all made ours. Now I'm making a choice to get some drinks in. Come in?
I don't.
Go on, mate.
Yeah. Okay.
My boy, my
Melanie's
guy.
out, but I'll go get Basira.
Is she? Would she want to join us?
If she doesn't, I'll rip her throat out. It's a joke, John.
Oh. I'll get my cup.
To quote the transcript, the picture of Edwardian offence. I what?
Do you mind if I record our sessions?
I do mind.
Yes.
I don't. Yeah. Okay.
Melanie's out, but I'll go get Basira.
Is she? Would she want to join us?
If she doesn't, I'll rip her throat out. It's a joke, John.
Oh. Yes. I'll get my cup.
Right, have a seat.
You don't know why this is so relevant.
Yes. I mean, it's just for my own notes.
Categorically
Okay.
and completely do not give consent for you to make any recording of me ever. Turn it off. Please.
I see.
Yes, of course.
What a beautiful episode.
Why are you so
The
angry?
Magnus are.
I'm not angry. I'm having a great time.
I don't believe you.
Food time.
Yes, okay. Is it?
So I've tried to. That should still have plastic over every square that is not done.
Okay.
And there's another one. You too.
Is that end of stream then? Or is that eating while stream? It's up to you.
I'm probably going to be running after food. Although there'd be a gap between that. I feel like food might take longer to do. But we could... What's next? What's the next episode?
That is a good nemesis.
What's the description?
I'd have to click on it. Here we go. Statement of Wallace Turner. Incident occurred at the North Point prisoner of war camp, then later the sunken ship Nemesis, late 1942. Statement taken 3rd of July 1955 at the Pu Songling Research Center, Beijing. Committed to tape the 9th of October by Gertrude Robinson.
Don't recall particularly need to care about that one, so yeah, I can make pasta while we listen to that.
Okay.
Because I was figuring make pasta and then just put it with ready meal.
Yep. Because I definitely have ready meal, like pasta dishes.
Yeah.
So it can just be a bigger dish.
Do you want any pasta?
No, I'll be fine. I'll be fine with what I do with the meal.
Yep.
In its own some.
Okay.
That is a god. Oh my god. Here we go. I'll leave it to frost a little bit. Okay, so I'm starting it because I doubt you can hear it in there. Yeah, my point exactly. I said, am I starting it because I doubt you can hear it in there.
Oh yeah, no, I've just got to get that started. So yeah, come.
Okay.
Hey everyone, Alex here.
Hi,
I
Alex.
just wanted to take up episode 130. Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. episode 137, Nemesis.
Look how pretty it is. I know you guys are mostly doing this for yourselves and not for anyone watching, but just thought I'd say no worries if you'd rather end the stream. It's all good. Oh, that's very kind of you. But to be honest, now I feel like for the sake of completeness, every single episode of the Magnus Archives, thank you for your support as well, Justin. I feel like every episode of the Magnus Archives has to be on here because otherwise it's not complete and I would be very upset. So it's more a matter of we'd stop listening, but it's whether or not Lon wanted to keep streaming or not. But thank you for your kind words. But we are okay. And Lom is definitely the type of person that will speak their mind. They will very much tell me if they are not happy.
I never want to be on film ever.
Case in point. So don't you worry. We will both be very aware of when Lom no longer wants to stream.
Case 9550307, Wallace Turner. Incident occurred at the North Point prisoner of war camp, then later the sunken ship Nemesis in late 1942. Statement taken 3rd of July 1955 at the Pyu Song Ling Research Center, Beijing. Committed to tape 9th of October 2014. Gertrude Robinson recording. I always knew what sort of a thing war was, even when everything was going to hell, even when it just plain stopped making sense and what I was seeing and hearing was obviously ghosts and monsters. Even then, it still didn't surprise me. Not really. I never wanted to join up, never cared about fighting for my country. I mean, what, like my country ever fought for me? No. No government ever gave a damn about me, and I didn't feel like I had anything needed paying back on that front. Add to that, I was terrified. I'll admit it, the thought of marching off to war set my whole body shaking, and I can still remember the nightmares I had when I got the notice. I was half an inch from going conchy, going to prison and taking my lumps. But in the end, it was my dad that pushed me into the uniform. And it wasn't an argument or telling off that did it either. He just looked so damn proud when I told him. His son, the soldier. Don't know if I'd ever seen him look.
Are you all right there?
I see. How did the tennis ball get over there?
For the podcast listeners, Lom has mounted my sofa with a can of Raid.
I see why you were enjoying this so much on stream. But I do not have your skill level.
I think you're doing great.
I feel like I'd do better if I just tried to hit it, though. That's usually what I do.
Well, then go for it. More power to you, darling. Go on. Oh, did you get it?
Well, that one just left. So
that one was like, that one saw you put down the rain and went, fuck no.
Yeah.
Absolutely the fuck not. I will not be dying to the hands today.
One's come back in.
Oh. Do you want to close that door?
It is still very warm, though. I don't know if
Yeah, but I got the fan. You could close it a little bit. That might deter them.
Yeah.
Make it slightly harder.
Yeah.
Like that before, and I just didn't have the heart to break it. Me going conchy would kill him, so I had to learn to kill others. And that's the thing that really scared me, you know. I wasn't scared of dying. Not really. Everything dies in the end, and the chaplain says you end up with God. Who am I to say different? Even if it's just sleep, just a quiet nothing forever. It's not like you know enough to be bored, is it? No, death ain't scary. But killing, that's scary. To look another living thing in the eyes and end it forever. Strip away everything they could have been, could have done or felt. Nobody should ever have to do that. The sergeant once told me it's no different from killing a chicken back home. That people aren't chickens. And the idea that war strips us all down to just a body that moves and kills or falls and dies makes me feel sick to my stomach. I don't like killing chickens either. But none of my feelings mattered in the end. I got the uniform, the training and the gun, and then ended up shipped off to the Pacific to fight the Japanese. I've got no desire to share the details of my service. They're not memories I care to dwell on, and they're certainly not why I'm here. Let's just say that neither my noble comrades in arms nor the soldiers fighting for His Majesty the Emperor seem to share my lofty ideals about the sanctity of life. Still, I got through a while without dying, and even without killing anybody, that I know of at least. I fired my gun plenty, I guess, and you don't usually see where the bullet lands, do you? I was captured after about 6 months and sent to the North Point prison camp in occupied Hong Kong. And at the time, it seemed like a relief, but then I hadn't heard the stories about how the Japanese treated their POWs. I mean, these days, after the Tokyo trial and everything, I guess everyone knows how bad it was. But I didn't have a clue when we first surrendered. The things people will do to their fellow man just because someone with a shinier badge tells them to. And even then, our treatment was a picnic compared to the Chinese prisoners who came through North Point. But again, that's not the point, and I have no interest in dwelling on the suffering. Plenty of others to tell those stories if you want them. I was in that place for 4 months. 4 months of hell. And I know others who are in there a lot longer, and I sure don't envy them. Though the way I got out wasn't exactly ideal.
People aren't chickens, Wallace turned in
Leonard
1955.
was the one who heard it first. And he was the closest thing I had to a friend in that place. Leonard Holden, built like a barn and about as complicated. He'd worked on a farm before signing up, and sometimes it seemed like that was about the limit of what he thought the world was, at least until the rest of the world caught up with him. Poor bastard. We'd been captured at the same time, and the fact his head stuck out above the others meant it was easier for me to stick by him when we were all getting sorted. We pushed through those 4 months together, me watching him go from a hulking farm boy into a scrawny beanpole of a man. He never lost his smile, though, not until he heard that music. It was a cool winter night when it happened. They never got properly cold in North Point, not like back home, but you still ended shivering most of your nights away. There was the lightest of rains that night when the Nemesis arrived. We were trying to sleep, pushed into our cramped wooden huts, thin blankets pulled tight. At first, it was a drum beat, distant, regular, sometimes broken by the rattling roll of a snare drum. I could feel my pulse quicken, like it wanted to match the tempo, though I've no idea why. I should have been confused, scared maybe, and I guess I was, but I could also feel my fingers tap, tap, tapping away to the beat. And beside me, Leonard started to hum to himself, a tune I could almost half remember hearing, just before the trumpet began to drift over the waters, just a few yards beyond the walls. I call it a trumpet because that's the closest thing I can think to liken to that sound. But it sure wasn't any trumpet they played on the parade ground. By this point, we were all out of our beds and clustering around the dirt-caked windows looking out towards the water. I don't know if any of us had any expectations of what was going to happen, but unless it was some Japanese military thing, I think we were all expecting to watch some people die. And we did, I guess, just the way we thought. And there was a boat floating out there, not 20 yards from the shoreline. It wasn't like any Imperial ship I'd ever seen, but I didn't think it belonged to our side either. It was metal, but not like the warships I was used to. It was like an old, tall ship with tattered masts and rigging, but made entirely out of cold black iron. I knew it was cold. It made me cold just to look at it. The whole thing shone in the moonlight, slick with water, as though it had been caught in a rainstorm, and I could see the name written in English on the prow, clear as anything. Nemesis. It had been almost a full minute by now, and we'd still heard no response from the guards. No searchlights, no alarms, no angry shouting, none of the things that usually accompanied any sort of commotion. Oh, that should have been a good thing, right? But instead I just felt this pit in my stomach. Like I knew whatever was coming had to be really, really bad. Just then I saw figures moving towards the shore. Even in the dark I could make out the uniforms of our captors, but they weren't moving right. They were stepping slowly, walking to the rhythm of the drum, swelling of the trumpet. In another life, another reality, I'd almost have said they were dancing.
Why is it with
They
fucking
kept going
dancing
until
in
they
this
stood at the
goddamn
water's
universe?
edge. I counted dozens of them. There must have been every guard in the camp, or damn near it. They were still moving around each other, still shifting and stepping to the rhythm of that music, but now something was in their hands, glinting in the moonlight. Our captors held their blades tight, keeping them utterly still while their bodies moved and swayed. Then in a moment the control broke, and they fell on each other suddenly, each crying out with unleashed ferocity. One man severed his commander's arm in a single swipe before being run through the stomach by his former comrade. Two more plunged the points into each other's eyes, pushing forward, driving them in until they both collapsed, propped up, intertwined. It only took a few seconds, and then they were all dead. And the dirt was slick with their blood, flowing down and into the water where the Nemesis floated. And when they were lying still, and the music stopped, the night was quiet again, that's when I heard the sound that really chilled my blood. All my comrades, my fellow prisoners, cheered. And it wasn't the cheer of those glad for freedom. It was the sound of bloodlust, cruelty. Without any fear of the guards, we left our cramped dormitories and filed down towards the ship that all the others seemed to think was our salvation. We walked slowly, almost reverently, stepping over the bodies of our slain jailers. A few bent down, pulling long knives and bayonets from the corpses, not even bothering to wipe the trailing gore from them. Small boats paddled over from the ship and started to ferry us over. The sailors wore old uniforms, a mess of different navies, different eras. Some I recognized from history books, others were a complete mystery to me. All of them had some telltale stain or burn or patch of missing cloth, something that made it clear that whoever was wearing the uniform was not the original owner. It took several trips to transfer everybody to Nemesis, but in all that time nobody spoke. It was surreal. My whole time as a prisoner had felt like a nightmare, but this felt like something else entirely. They lined us all up on the deck as if we were mustering for something. None of us dressed or uniformed, a few holding salvaged weapons, waiting to know what was expected of us. And the ship began to sail out, down towards the open ocean, wind and salt cutting through us as we went. My feet felt stuck to the deck, shivering as we watched this weird mismatch of bloody sailors maneuver this thing that seemed like it belonged to the bottom of the sea. Looking around, I could see the metal was twisted and bent in places, and staring closer at the deck below, I began to notice rust and holes laced through it. There was absolutely no way that this vessel should have been floating. After an hour, we completely lost sight of the land, and the only things beyond our ship were the rolling black waters and the hollow glow of a full moon. That was when the music started up again. We were so close now, every pulse of the drum shuddered through us, and the trumpet notes cut through us. I could see now it was made of the same black iron as the ship, and embedded like shrapnel in the hand that held it, the lips that blew into it. Whatever spell had come over the others was gone in an instant, and I could feel the sudden terror flow out of them in a flood of unleashed fear. Some of them started to whimper. Others tried to ask questions of anyone they thought might be officers, but they were ignored and the music just got louder. Leonard was the first to dance. Well, I think of it as a dance, though I don't know why. He reached over and grabbed another one of the former prisoners, a scrawny guy. I think his name was Milton. He gave a cry of anger that I could never have imagined coming from his gentle, smiling lips, even in the heat of battle. There was nothing Milton could do. Even malnourished as he was, it was easy for Leonard to snap his arm like a twig, twist his neck until his leg spasmed and his skull started to crack. Even when his victim was clearly dead, he kept beating it, tossing the corpse across the deck with as much ferocity as if it were the most hated man alive. The bloody crew of the Nemesis watched, their eyes riveted, their feet tapping to the music. Leonard's rampage against the now unrecognizable corpse of Milton only ended when another soldier, whose name I never knew, leapt forward with that same cry of violence and began to stab him wildly with a stolen bayonet. And so it continued, hour upon hour of that night, as one by one the stolen prisoners succumbed to that music, their silent, frozen terror giving way in a moment to the eager desire to kill. The crew, hungry for death in their stolen uniforms, at first cried out in joy with each new murder. Then they cried out with expectation.
Hello, Marie!
And at last with what sounded like concern.
Why did you get here, you little rascal? Marie meets Spooky. I had just popped in for a bit because I got to go have fun with these episodes. Season 4 is my fave season. And boy, is it a ride. Also, hello, fellow buddy. Yeah, it is intense. Well, I'm glad that you popped in. Spooky meet Marie. Marie meets Spooky. Oh, and Justin's in the chat as well, Marie. So if you see a few hearts, you know, yeah, there he is. There's my boy. So the gang's all here.
Their eyes up into the empty sky as though waiting for something. As fewer and fewer of us remained, I could feel something like panic begin to spread through them, and I began to see the waterline creeping higher and higher up the side of the ship, reaching eagerly to pull the Nemesis back down into its grave. The whole time, I expected the music to reach me, to take me, to seize my heart with murderous purpose, but it never did. Even as the last of the other prisoners began to hack wildly at each other, and the waters started to flow over the sides and around my ankles, I never felt it. Instead, I broke
I have
and
no
ran,
idea how you type
fleeing
people.
for one of the smaller boats that had ferried us from the shore. The crew did not stop me. They simply watched me with expressions of despair, the deepest disappointment I've ever seen. The small craft was iron, like the larger vessel, and as the Nemesis sank finally beneath the waves again, I cut the remaining ropes and simply floated away. I was terrified I'd be picked up by the Japanese or die out there in the ocean, but as it was, I got lucky. Then a few days later was picked up by an Allied ship. I told them my story, just like
I bet doing the
telling
tease is going to be
you
really
now.
fun. Because it's just
And
going to be
what you
solid
know,
chunks.
I got to sit out the rest of the war. I often think about that night, and it's not the blood I remember, not the black iron ship, or the look on Leonard Holden's face as he pulled poor Milton apart. It's the sadness on the faces of those who kidnapped us, those who made us dance to their violence. I don't think I'll ever know what they expected to happen, but I think I'm very glad it didn't. Final comments. Well, that's quite a relief. Nearly 40 years I've been wondering about the Slaughters ritual, keeping an eye out for anything that might be stirring.
So that might speed up the
And it turns out I needn't have been worried at all. The Risen War failed a few years before I was even born. I should have known, I suppose. Few wars in my lifetime have reached anywhere near the heights of fear I suspect this ritual would need. Though I did spend some time a while back looking over some details of the Cuban Missile Crisis to no avail.
Absolutely.
And all this time, the answer was just sitting in the archives of the Songling Center.
I don't think I could
Funny how
stream
that
it live
works sometimes.
or public because
An
I get
interesting
copywritten,
set of
but
trappings for this one. The Opium War
I will
history of the
definitely listen to it.
Nemesis. Uniforms linking no doubt to horrific crimes from every imperial nation, all placed in the bloody heart of the Pacific Theater, and Japanese POWs.
I get what
Something
you
to do
mean.
with attitude towards surrender and atrocity in Japan at the time. The Senjin Kung military code. Not my place to speculate, I suppose. Still, the anticlimax is fascinating. I can only assume they were supposed to be bombed at the height of the ritual. Maybe by Japanese aircraft, maybe Allied, maybe both. I wonder what stopped it. A Japanese radar filled with spider webs. A US destroyer finding itself suddenly alone in the open ocean. We'll probably never know.
I promise I'm not sponsored by Mr. Wood.
I suppose. If any of them survived the resinking of the Nemesis, God, they must have been kicking themselves in 1945. If they'd just had a bit more patience, waited a few years, sailed her into Nagasaki Harbor instead. Still, none of us can tell the future, can we? So, that's nice. Another one to cross off the list. Doesn't help with the unknowing, though. We still have Decker's backup plan, of course, but it's very risky. To be sure, I think the detonation would need to happen from within the unknowing, while it was going on. Gerard may have a connection to the eye, but I'm not convinced it will be enough. And I will admit I've grown fond of the boy. I wonder if I told him about Eric, whether he'd follow in his father's footsteps. Still, it's not like it kept Eric safe in the end.
I'm making
Anyway,
a macrame
point is, you can probably
tree.
discount the slaughter. It had its chance.
Also, Lon made this,
So-
and I made this.
Funny story. Turns out when Daisy broke the lock to get into Elias's old office, well, she did a good enough job that it's not obviously broken. So it hasn't been replaced yet.
Ooh, very nice.
So I had a look around.
Nice.
Mostly as I remember, but there's a box of tapes and statements in the corner. Obviously those Elias either didn't feel he could trust me with yet, or maybe just the ones he was checking himself. Ideally, I'd like to avoid tipping Peter off for as long as possible that I have access. It turns out I don't know Elias's safe combination. Not yet, anyway. So I just took the first one that called to me, and it's good, I suppose. Glad to know I don't need to worry about a slaughter ritual. Nice to get confirmation that whoever Eric was, he was Jerry's father and, well, one assumes Mary Key's partner. But nothing with any direction to it. Ever since I crawled out of that damn coffin, I feel like I've been adrift, filling in blanks and diving into history, but only the breadcrumbs I'm finding are stale, old. What the hell is the Watcher's Crown? So far, the only mention of it I've had is from Jerry, and he didn't seem to know much about what it actually meant. And he's gone now. But if it is the grand ritual of beholding, then I need to know about it. Right? I feel like I'm on a deadline, like I'm running out of time somehow.
Probably.
And I don't even know where to go, what to look for, or just casting around blindly for more clues to just drop into my lap. Everyone else is running towards something or running away, and I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I'm just tired.
Same.
I think I might go lie down for a while. Get a cup of tea. Daisy's got me listening to the Archers. I hate it. But it feels nice to hate something that can't hurt me. I don't know. That's it, I guess. End recording.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 international license.
I'm getting there.
Today's
Didn't hear
episode.
that. Could you say it again?
You're so mean to me. I tried really hard. Okay. All right. Ooh. Is that rosemary you've added?
Yes. I don't own rosemary, so I haven't had any in ages.
Very fair. Can't believe I'm not reading it. I was staring at the fucking wall. Spooky. Don't do me like this. It's not fair.
Hi, folks.
Wait, did we listen to the previous one or did I accidentally just skip it? Yeah, I accidentally just skipped it. Oops. My mistake. Spooky, you're very mean to me.
Hi folks, Billy Hindle here, the voice of Alice Dyer in the Magnus Protocol. Today, I just wanted to take some time to run you through
Rusty Quill presents The Magnus Archives. Episode 138. The Architecture of Fear.
Oof. Is Smirk going to show up in this? I feel like he will.
He feels relevant, doesn't he?
I mean, his whole thing was literally architecture. I know you try Spooky. I can tell from the incessant need for both my co-host and my comment section to bully me.
Much better.
You know, I don't care if John hears this.
Come on, Martin. It's been so long since I've seen you. Let's not start with lies.
Fine.
I am so very pleased to see you.
Mm-hmm.
No time for pleasantries? Very well then. To business. What can I do for you? Tired of running budgets for Peter? I know I would be.
And
Oh,
I
they're
need
so
to-
married.
Is he telling the truth?
About what?
Any of it?
Everything Peter has told you is true.
Oh.
For all his many faults, Peter is legitimately trying to stop the end of the world as we know it.
So why haven't you helped him?
My relationship to the apocalypse is more complicated.
Seriously?
Seriously. Anyway, I have helped him. I've given him control of the Institute. I've provided him with any manpower he might require.
Yeah, but if he's right about the extinction, what it is, then why didn't you say anything before? Why am I only hearing about this now, and why doesn't John know?
In my case, while Peter has talked of it before, it is only very recently that I've been forced to admit the extinction is real. And as for our dear archivist, I'm afraid I no longer have any real control over what he does or does not know. Unlike yourself. I notice you haven't told him either.
Yeah, well, I'm still not sure I really believe it. And I'm
worried he might charge off into another coffin. Quite. As for why I've done so little about such a looming existential threat, to be blunt, I have been rather busy. Besides which, don't forget I am still living at Her Majesty's pleasure, due in no small part to your actions. So by this point, all I can do is confirm that everything Peter has told you is true.
I think he wants me to join the Lonely.
Then it sounds like you have a decision to make.
What? That's it? No monologue, no mind games? You love manipulating people.
That makes two of us. But no, this is too important for me to jeopardize with cheap mind games. I simply have to trust that when the time comes, you'll make the right choice.
Great. So what you're actually saying is that you're going to be no help whatsoever.
Just like old times.
Right, we're done here.
Don't forget to keep in touch, Martin. There are so many people in here, but without one's friends, it does get rather lonely.
Oh! Cunty!
Martin Blackwood, assistant to Peter Lucas, head of the Magnus Institute, recording statement number 8671302. Statement of Robert Smirk, taken from a letter to Jonah Magnus, dated 13th of February, 1867. My dear Jonah, you will forgive me, I hope, for being so forward, but I feel I must break the silence that has characterized our acquaintance for these past decades. You see, Jonah, I feel the hour of my death approaching, and though you have always been reluctant to pay due heed to my warnings or counsel, I continue to see in you the reflection of my own past hubris. I could not go easy to my grave without offering you one last plea for your restraint. What we built at Millbank should be left well enough alone, resigned to the nightmares of the reprobates and brigands contained within its walls. I have been blessed with a long life, something few who cross paths with the dread powers can boast. But now, at the end of it, my true fear is that I have wasted it chasing an impossible dream. To speak plain, I have begun to lose faith in the possibility of balance, of any sort of equilibrium among them. It is telling that of those I have brought into my confidence, it is only you and I who have continued this far without falling to one power or another, despite all my instruction and work. This is, of course, assuming you have not taken the path of the eye that I know has called us both for so long, even since before we began our work on Millbank. I suppose I had to believe that the darker natures of our terror could be kept in check, weighed against each other so that the great wheel would keep turning forever, without reaching the velocity I feared would crush us. Perhaps my sin was to see them as something that could be knowable and harnessed. I'm sure you recall what happened with the Reform Club, but you may be unaware of some of my other experiments below the very streets of London. Places I have tried to cover with churches of all things, in the faint hope that Perhaps the sight of our Saviour will be enough to contain them.
Oh, hello, Mama.
A rather feeble hope for my own salvation. Did I ever tell you about the dreams? I'm sure I must have. I would dream about them, you see, as a young man, long before I devised my taxonomy. I would find myself in nightmares of strange, far-off places, a field of graves, a grasping tunnel, an abattoir knee-deep in pig's blood. I believed then, as I still believe now, that these places I saw were the powers themselves, expressed in their truest form, far more entirely than any secret book can claim. And if, as I came to believe, the dread powers were themselves places of the sort, then surely with the right space, the right architecture, they could be contained, channeled, harnessed. So yes, hubris, not simply in that, I suppose, but in believing that those I brought into my confidence shared my lofty goals. So many have abandoned us, casting about for rituals that I helped design. In my excited discussions with Mr. Rayner, I perhaps extrapolated too much from his talk of a grand ritual of darkness. The dark, I thought, was simply one of the powers, so it stands to reason that each of them should have its own ritual. Perhaps they already did, even before I put pen to paper. They certainly do now, and I shudder to think how Lucas, Scott, and the others may use this conception. 14 powers, with their opposites and their allies, each with an aim no more nor less than manifestation. Apocalypse. Apotheosis. I wonder, did my work bring about these dreadful things, or did I simply develop the means by which they can be known? I should have realized, of course, when we first discussed the flesh, for how can there be true balance, each one to its opposite, when new fears can emerge and change as civilization itself grows and alters, when a new power can birth itself, screaming from the torn remnants of others? I know you say the flesh was perhaps always there, shriveled and nascent until its recent growth, but to grant the existence of such lesser powers would throw everything into confusion. Would you have me separate the corruption between insects, dirt, and disease? To divide the fungal bloom from the maggot? No. I stand by my work.
I think not.
We must conclude that the only explanation is a new power, created from what was once others, yet also distinct. And if such change is possible, how then can any true balance be achieved through immutable, unchanging stone? I have been dreaming again, Jonah. The same every night for months now. I imagine myself a boy again at Aspley. I awake, cold and alone in the dormitory. The sky outside is dark and I see no stars. I light a candle to better see my way and step down the silent corridor. The master's rooms are empty. The fire in the kitchen is dead. Eventually my steps lead out into the courtyard. It is so quiet that the sound of my feet upon the grass is painful to my ears. I stop and look up at the sky, that empty black nothing, and I see the edges of the horizon becoming a dull white. I cannot understand what I am looking at. And then the sky blinks, and I awake. I am not a fool. I know well enough what this dream is likely to mean, and I warn you again that if you have any remaining ambitions to use our work to try and wear the Watcher's crown, you must abandon them. Not simply for the sake of your own soul, but for that of the world. I have always had the utmost respect for you as a man of dignity and learning. Do not allow yourself to fall to this madness. I have been thinking, of late, about the first origin of the dread powers, if such beings can really be said to have true origins. Are they eternal, or were they created from our own fear by some grand accident, or, worse, some grand design? I believe the latter to be the case, as you well know, for I have in vain struggled to reconcile their creation with the existence of a loving God. They are not demons. Of this I am sure, though we have drawn parallels with their acolytes and certain monstrous figures from ancient myth. No, I feel certain they were brought into existence by some ancient civilization, some foolish tribe from prehistory.
I mean, it'd be better.
Do you know of Alexander Cunningham?
I'll just pause you real quick.
Okay. I need to be there at 3:30. Yeah, so I'll leave about 3. But it said the appointment could take like 90 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, it should only take like 10. So I don't really know whether I'm going to be back at like 4 or 6, which would be annoying because it should not be that long.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I really do not know, I'm afraid.
Would you be adverse to my mum already being here?
No, not at all.
All right, grand.
He's been working with the Viceroy of India on the Indus Valley digs and has discovered some quite remarkable things. Burial pits full of burned bones and ash, skulls with markings as though the eyes were removed, and others that seem buried alive. Perhaps a dying civilization sought to harness its own terror, as we once thought to harness its results. Of course, such things are pure conjecture. I have not brought Cunningham into my confidence on this, nor do I believe there will be any cause to, even if there was still time remaining to me. Perhaps you wonder why I am so convinced of my imminent demise, and why I should see it as a cause to reach out to you, after so much silence and distrust has passed between us. Certainly, you must either wonder, or you already know all too well. I have been watched for some time now, since shortly before the dreams began. It was subtle at first, easy to ignore and dismiss. What possible harm could there be in the idle glance of a footman, staring at you as you leave your home? And no doubt the shopkeeper is permitted to watch whomsoever he pleases within the confines of his own establishment. So I have been reassuring myself, as I attempted to ignore my own growing disquiet. But what is not to be dismissed is when your driver, on the long road from London, takes his eyes from the horses and begins to turn his head, slowly at first, but with a clear determination, inch by inch without ceasing, neck cracking and skin stretching, until his whole head seems as though it were placed atop his shoulders in reverse by some careless sculptor.
Yikes.
The others in my carriage seemed not to mark this awful sight, but I could scarce look away, and the eyes of this twisted figure were locked on my own, tears streaming from their corners. It was such a dreadful spectacle that it took every ounce of my composure not to hurl myself bodily from the coach. The journey was not a short one, and for all those hours the driver did not for a second look away. The horses seemed to take it all in stride. Since then I have attempted to avoid such situations and have travelled primarily by the railway, but even then it seems I cannot avoid the ceaseless gaze of those silent figures who gather along the sides of the track to stare at me as I pass. I count the billowing smoke as a blessing, for although it sends me into coughing fits, it at least serves to hide me from their relentless eyes. I am choosing to assume that these manifestations are unintentional, Jonah, and you have not simply decided to implore a dark patron to end the life of an old man. I further find myself supposing that they may emanate from your own intrigues and preparations to culminate those plans which we agreed to abandon so many decades ago. I beg you, do not pursue this goal. If only a single lesson may be gleaned from my life of long study and longer hardship, it is that the fear of death is natural, and to flee from it will only bring greater misery. Repent of your sins, Jonah. Seek forgiveness. I am certain the dread powers cannot take a soul that keeps faith in the resurrection. As for myself, I must cling to hope, for I cannot ultimately deny the wavering of my own faith. I have pleaded with the Lord to give me strength, to help shield me from the things I have sought these many decades, to protect me as my end draws near. I do not believe my prayers have been heard. Last night I was awoken by a noise from the drawing room. I was in my own bed, and the moon shone through the window, casting the place into a pale and sickly hue, though it was illumination enough to assure myself I was alone. The noise came again, however, and I called out to Laura, asking if she had woken in the night. There was no reply. I struck a match and lit my meagre candle, clinging desperately to its small pinprick of warmth and light, and I crept towards the drawing room. The door opened slowly, and the room within was in pitch darkness, the heavy curtains having been drawn across the window. In the sputtering glow of the candle I could see a figure stood in the corner opposite the door. It wore a long nightdress, and seemed at a glance to be my dear sweet Laura. I let out a breath and began to settle myself, asking her what she was doing out of bed. She did not respond, however.
Oh dear.
She remained silent instead,
She's dead.
facing into the corner
Laura's
of the room.
fucking dead.
Mm-hmm.
I approached slowly, that restored confidence fleeing me as swiftly as it had arrived, and asked her again. This time she began to turn, with such a slowness I was reminded instantly of the driver. I started to speak again, but at that moment my candle went out, plunging me into abject darkness. I fumbled desperately for a match, and finding one in my nightgown, I struck it in a panic, casting sudden light on my surroundings. Laura's face was inches from my own, her eyes staring into mine, so wide that they seemed to take up half her face or more, bulging grotesquely from their sockets.
Delicious.
I screamed, just once. She gave no response of her own. I wanted to run, to lock myself in my room, but under the sight of those horrible eyes, my entire body seemed to freeze. And I stood there, match held
Sorry, that
aloft,
was really gross.
eyes locked with this awful parody of my daughter. After an eternity, the flame reached my fingers and I dropped the match, letting the relief of darkness wash over me. I stood there until morning, only to find Laura gone. It was then I began composing this letter. Laura, of course, claims no knowledge of the night's events, having no memory of even leaving her chamber. The eye has marked me for something, of this I have no doubt. My humble hope is that it may be a swift death, an accidental effect of your own researches, which I once again implore you to abandon. It is likely too late for me, but I will not. The letter ends there. Apparently Robert Smirk was found collapsed in his study that evening, dead of apoplexy.
What's that?
I don't know how the letter reached the archives. I mean, I can guess.
Oh, I
but...
see. It comes up in that sort of book.
So what? What does it mean?
I don't remember.
Am I supposed to be reassured that new entities can be born? That there's some kind of precedent for the extinction? Peter? Huh. Maybe he has gone to a party. Anyway, Smoke was clearly wrong about the powers balancing each other, at least. I mean, it's obviously impossible. There's too much variation in how much...
The fruit that I got today is going off today, but he gave it to me for free instead of making me return it.
Oh, nice. What have you got?
Eat a fucking lot of fruit.
Okay, what is that?
Raspberries and strawberries.
Oh, we can work on that.
Look how much fruit there is.
Oh.
I know you say that with your whole chest.
Yeah.
But I do think this will be quite intense.
Well, I'd better go run up an appetite then.
Yeah, probably. Shall I get the raspberries out and then we'll tackle the strawberries later?
Well, I won't eat anything else before I run.
That's fair. Alright, I'll leave them for now. Just remind me that
Okay.
we need to eat them because
Yep.
they are going off today.
Uh-huh.
But I got them for free. The guy was like,
Yeah,
the guy was
that
like,
works.
you can just keep them and I'll refund them. And I was like,
Okay.
oh, you bloody legend.
Yeah, that's nice.
It's like, thank you, my man.
Mm.
He's the one who's doing some psychology degree, and so he always
Oh,
asks
yeah.
about what I'm doing in my masters
Oh, nice.
because he likes to know what's going on.
Yeah.
I always like to tell him.
Oh.
We have fun.
Something is feared by people at any one time. And if that's the case, I suppose it's not impossible that Peter might be telling the truth. Don't know what he's talking about when he mentions Millbank. The old prison, I guess? Tim said the tunnels under the Institute were all that was left of it, but John said he checked them pretty thoroughly. I'm not the one who knows all about this stuff. I wish... No, it's fine. I'm fine. I can do this.
Yes, you can, Martin. Have faith in yourself,
I
buddy.
don't know what Peter's planning, but my guess is that it might involve something below the Institute. Hopefully by the time you get these tapes, I'll have something more concrete for you. Good luck, John. Stay safe.
Oh, I love them.
The Magnus Archives is a podcast distributed by Rusty Quill and licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0.
I think we've well and truly listened.
Yeah.
All right. I think that is the end of the stream. We have been streaming for 6 hours.
There's a lot of crafts to be done.
Yeah, that's true. We had a lot to do. We finished the wind chime. We made a beautiful little owl, which is fucking adorable and is going on my bookshelf.
Yeah, you know, I came up with that design myself.
I know you did. I know you did. I think originally it was a pumpkin. You were like, no, I could do better.
Yeah.
I could do better than
It
that.
actually is just a pumpkin with a face on. You see the shape.
Oh, yeah. I see it.
Yeah.
I made a beautiful little gnome. No, actually, no, a gonk with pumpkin. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to misgender you, buddy. Although his hands are a little bit discolored. But you know what? That's fine. It's from working in the garden. It's the dirt that he has on his hands from collecting said pumpkin.
I see.
For what is a gonk with a pumpkin if not a man with dirty hands? Regardless.
So true.
And, well, I've made progress with the macrame, but I'm going to be honest, it does not look like a tree.
It'll be a while.
It is going to take a long time for this to look tree-like in any shape or form.
Stunning. You should have your hair like that all the time.
I am like one of those goddesses in like ancient Egypt.
Yeah, I see it. Please don't destroy all your progress with the macrame.
There we go. It's all good. There is still hope. It's okay.
All right.
I'll probably continue it and listen to fan fiction. Oh, think of all the tags I can now unexclude. Brilliant. It's not. You being here is doing wonders for my AO3. I mean, let me just say. Bye, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You're going to go running. I'm going to not run. I'm going to probably lay on the sofa.
I'm expecting this to be finished by the time I get back.
Yes, I'll do my best, darling. I will do my best. Good job on your various projects as well. Well, thank you. You've done a lot of diamond work. I've also been working on this.
It started about here.
Yeah. Which is really impressive. I am thoroughly impressed.
As you should be.
Because that is a lot more than I normally get done. I normally do it like a printer, though.
Yeah.
I go across like in a strip.
I wasn't vibing with that.
No, you weren't. You've gone completely against the grain, and you've just gone, fuck the squares that you made. I'm going.
Oh, you didn't make any squares.
Oh, did I not? Oh, well then, fuck me, I guess. That's on me.
That's
on me.
Yeah,
my bad. Oh, thank you, Justin.
You did not contain me.
I know.
Unsuccessful.
Why would I ever continue, my love? You are an uncontainable force of chaos.
Yeah. Yeah, you wait to see how many of these beads there are.
My floor is covered in diamonds. Oh, fuck. Okay. All right. Ending the stream. Thank you for watching. Love you, Justin. Love you, Spooky. And thank you for Marie, who showed up for a little bit. Oh, yeah. Lom won't be here next time I stream because Lom is doing a big run, which is very exciting. Is it like a charity thing? Do you wanna?
Not particularly.
Okay. Well, they'll be running, so they won't be streaming with me because they will not be in my house anymore.
You wait. I'm gonna carry your house with me.
That would be fucking terrifying. The whole thing is like, okay,
I'm detaching your flat bay, not the whole like block.
I see.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Anyway, goodbye. I will see you next time. Toodaloo.